Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. This video is the audiobook for Dust to Dust, book one of the Deconstruction series. I'm gonna leave it up here for maybe the next month or whatever for free. This is the first edition of the book, or the audio was recorded from the first edition of the book. So there are some updates that have gone out since then and a little bit of revisions. One of the biggest ones is that the prequel is now included in the paperback and Kindle edition, but this does not have the prequel on there. First two chapters in the Mayflower Project, book two of the Deconstruction series, are also included at the end of Dust to Dust. And like I said, I will leave this up here for probably the next month or whatever for free. So I hope you guys enjoy it and happy listening. The book's gonna go ahead and start now.
Dust to Dust, Deconstruction, Book One, a post-apocalyptic thriller, written by Rashad Freeman, narrated by Lee Allen. Open. Maybe it's always the end of the world. Maybe you're alive for a while, and then you realize you're going to die. And that's such an insane thing to comprehend. You look around for answers, and the only answer is that the world must die with you. Jess Walter. Chapter 1. Tip of the iceberg. I remember waking up that morning and thinking, turn that shit off. Alistair, my oldest son, had taken the liberty of flooding the house with some of his dance music. It sounded more like cats being drowned while someone kicked over garbage cans in the background. Alistair, I yelled. Seriously?
What? It helps me get dressed.
Too bad. Turn it off now. Huffing, he thumbed through his iPhone, passed his Snapchats and Insta-whatevers, and found the music app. He glanced up at me with all the teenage contempt he could muster, then reluctantly hit the pause button.
You happy now?
No, but at least I don't have to commit a homicide at 6 a.m. He grinned and shrugged his shoulders, then went back to rifling through his closet to find the perfect T-shirt that broadcasted his aversion to all things government. Alistair was that kind of kid. The buzzword they loved to use was socially conscious. So unlike most kids his age, he knew who was running for the state senate, and I guess that qualified him as some kind of political critic. He was 16 going on 30, and had lived half of his life as an only child. I like to think that explained some of his odd quirks, since he spent more time playing board games with me and my wife than doing whatever kids did at that age. But the truth was, he was an old soul, and I was more like his older brother than his father.
I killed a snake last night,
he said casually.
What? It was swimming in the pool. I think it was poisonous, so...
He made the universal motion for death, swiping his index finger across his throat with a gagging sound.
You feel better? Just letting you know. Dangerous things are out there.
I laughed and headed into the hall. I could hear my wife up ahead waking up our two youngest, David and Charlie. They were 8 and 6, respectively, and the combination made for a ball of entertainment.
I'm tired,
Charlie moaned. It was his daily argument before school. For reasons beyond me, he could never get enough sleep and was all too eager to let everyone know it. He was a skinny kid with a high-pitched voice and loose curly hair. His drastic mood swings had earned him the name Sour Patch Kid. You know, sour, sweet, gone.
Don't forget to grab pork chops on the way home,
Melinda instructed. I nodded and stared at her for a few seconds with greedy eyes. Everything she said dripped with her Puerto Rican accent, and it honestly gave flavor to a bunch of rather bland words.
Say that again,
I said.
Say what?
Pork chops. It sounds funny. She smiled, half amused, half annoyed.
Shut up, Randall.
I smacked her on the ass and then headed into our room. I had exactly 45 minutes to make it into the office, and I was seriously slacking. I paused for a few and stared up at the TV. Some news anchor was on, talking about extreme weather headed our way. They use that term far too frequently, since in Florida, everything was extreme.
If you keep an eye on the storm's track, You can see it's predicted to make landfall on the east coast as a Category 4, but it could run into this warm weather pattern and possibly increase to a Category 5, making it the strongest storm to hit the east coast in recent history,"
the blonde-haired woman said, with as much certainty as a kid explaining the Pythagorean theorem in front of the entire class.
"We expect to see a lot of localized flooding and some very extreme weather, so those in evacuation zones A and C should start looking for higher ground. Don't wait, this is a massive system with the highest sustained wind speed we've ever seen. Damage from this storm will be off the charts."
I absolutely loathed people that could only speak in superlatives. The news was always trying to convince the world that death was around the corner. Be scared, do everything, do nothing. That was the message. How could anyone decipher the real crisis from the bullshit constantly flashing on the television? It was early December, and our weather was doing its normal crazy act. That meant it was 45 degrees when I woke up, 60 degrees when I headed to work, 90 degrees when I went to lunch, and 78 degrees with rain on my way home. I didn't think the weather could get much more extreme than that. I changed the channel as I pulled on my pants, and laughed as the next anchor complained about our declining relations with Russia. It was simple in my eyes. We didn't like them, they didn't like us, but we both had big guns, so the whole mutually assured destruction kept the balance. The news had me convinced that I wouldn't live to be a grandfather anyway. If it wasn't Russia, it was North Korea. And if it wasn't either one of them, it was some idiot with a gun or gluten. Gluten might have been the scariest of them all.
"I'm leaving,"
Belinda said from the doorway. Turning away from the TV, I glanced over at her and whistled. Her medium ash-colored hair was slightly curled and fell just below her shoulders. She was leaning against the doorframe, beaming at me with her deep brown eyes like she had a secret to tell, but needed to be convinced to tell it. I walked over and gave her a kiss, then gave Alistair a fist bump. "Don't do too much world-changing today, huh?" I said. Alistair laughed.
"It's Friday, it's my day off."
Belinda leaned in and whispered,
"Don't forget the pork chops."
Turning around, she giggled and headed out of the door. Alistair followed her as I finished getting David and Charlie ready for school. They groggily went through the motions, but eventually I was able to get them in the car and off to get their learning for the day. After that, I headed for downtown, where I worked as an IT risk manager for some sleazy financial management company. It wasn't much, but it kept the lights on and allowed the kids to stay busy with sports and whatnot.
"You see the news this morning?"
Steve asked as I walked into the break room. He was a fair-skinned blonde guy that liked the gym more than he liked women. When he wasn't working out, he was busy spray tanning, which meant every other week his skin had a bizarre orange haze.
"You talking about the shit with Russia?"
I asked.
"No, not that,"
he said dismissively.
"The storm that's supposed to hit?"
I guessed again.
"What? No, there was an earthquake in Brooksville."
I looked at him with a screwed-up face and laughed. One thing Florida was not known for was its earthquakes. I was certain Steve had heard wrong. Besides, I had a general idea of how earthquakes worked, and I was certain we would have felt something being less than an hour away.
"Steve, you've had one too many steroids. I don't know what news you were watching this morning." "I'm telling you, man, I know what I saw."
Shrugging, I left him in the break room and headed for my desk. I had a pile of audit requests to go over, and his misunderstanding of the news would have to wait.
"It's the end of the world, Randall, I'm telling you,"
he yelled after me with a laugh. As if on cue, a crackle of thunder erupted and giant globs of water splashed to the ground outside. I looked back at Steve one last time and gave him the middle finger. Throughout the day, the general mood in the office was a bit bleak. People griping about how hectic the ride home would be in the rain, and staring out of windows as the roads turned into small rivers. Any excuse to get out of work. This was the norm. If it drizzled for longer than an hour, The collecting rain became treacherous rapids that rendered motor vehicles useless. It wasn't out of place to see people skiing behind jacked-up trucks or paddling canoes down the road. Floridians had a unique perspective on what constituted a storm. I was wrapping up my 10th audit report when a crowd of folk gathered around one of the TVs. They were all gasping and covering their mouths as if a suspense movie was playing. Annoyed, I stood up and looked to find out what all the fuss was about. Hating myself, I gasped as well. The portly news anchor spoke erratically, constantly looking over his shoulder as the wind and rain whipped by. Debris sailed across the road behind him, and street signs threatened to become missiles. It looked like it was nighttime where he was, but it was a little past noon. His red raincoat was useless under the hail of water spears, and his hand trembled as he held the microphone close to his mouth.
Again, a tornado has touched down in Manhattan,
He yelled, over the roar of the wind.
Several buildings have been damaged, and... Wait, we have a report of another...
The signal suddenly went out. Just as his words died abruptly and people's mouths fell open, a series of 3 cacophonous booms rattled the walls inside of the office. The simultaneous flashes of lightning sent people rushing away from the windows as they covered their heads in a frightful panic. The buzzing UV lights flickered, and I could hear the UPS popping from the data center 1 floor below.
Holy shit!
Steve said and stopped beside me.
End of the world, dude!
Steve, shut up.
I know you don't give a shit. You've been waiting for this moment, huh?
I rolled my eyes and watched the wind push around the palm trees outside. Steve chuckled and flagged down Jason and Lou, 2 more audit managers that worked in the office.
What do you think all this shit is about?
Lou asked. He was a tall, lanky guy with red hair and a habit of getting shit-faced, then showing up to work the next day like nothing happened. While he was well into his 40s, he certainly partied like he was trying to get into a frat.
It's Florida and it's raining,
Jason replied. He was a dark-skinned guy with slowly graying hair. He was barely into his 30s, but his job had a way of aging folk.
Randall says he's got the bag ready to go,
Steve added and shoved me on the arm.
You gonna give me shit about it forever? Ain't nothing wrong with being prepared.
Jason laughed.
Your bug-out bag, huh? Had to give an emergency kit a cool name.
Emergency kits don't go bang, I replied. Besides, zombies are going to happen. You'll regret you didn't listen to me. They all shared a laugh at my expense, but my half-assed preparations were at least something. A hiking bag filled with essentials: water, food rations, knives, a 9mm, ropes, flint rocks, flashlights, etc., and a broom closet full of water and food survival buckets that would last for 30 years. I wouldn't call myself a prepper, but I had a healthy suspicion about our government's ability to keep me safe.
Don't listen to Randall, he's a poser,
Lou laughed.
You ever been to the range with this idiot?
No, why? Jason asked.
Remember back when Eric came down to visit? The military guy?
Yeah, he took us all shooting.
Rambo here couldn't even load his own gun. Eric had to do it for him. And when he finally did shoot, he couldn't hit a target from 10 feet away.
I groaned. That was a long time ago, you asshole.
You been since?
I chuckled and shook my head from side to side. Doesn't mean I won't be ready when the zombies come.
You and this zombie shit,
Steve replied.
And you don't think we had an earthquake in Brooksville?
Oh, we did. Jason hopped in. First one in like forever. Couple of people died. While Steve wasn't necessarily a source for sound information, Jason was normally reliable. So when he agreed, I started to get a bit concerned.
Hey, guys,
a voice suddenly called from behind us. I turned to find Shannon Newland, head of HR, standing a few feet away. She was rocking back and forth on her feet, certainly trying to disperse the weight that was focused on her tiny heels. Her upturned nose was all anyone ever needed to know about her. But with that, she added a permanent scowl and shoddy bleached blonde hair.
What's up, Shannon?
I asked. "Randall," she replied sharply. "Jason and Lou?" "And Steve." There was a rumor going on around the office that Shannon and Steve had hooked up. Steve denied it for obvious reasons, and no one was going to question the most evil HR lady in history. So it would have to remain unconfirmed. "Emergency Ops has reports of extreme thunderstorms," Shannon continued. "They're issuing a hurricane warning and evacuating flood areas. Needless to say, we're closing the office. Go home." Chapter 2. There is no calm before the storm. As I drove down the flooded streets, I started to truly appreciate my gas-guzzling Suburban. While other cars had to look for alternative routes, I sloshed through the rising streams like a tank. I passed several disabled vehicles on the way, and increasing waves of emergency responders made me wonder if maybe Steve was onto something. I pulled up to my house a little after 3 in the afternoon. Melinda had already picked up the kids, and aside from the thunder and pounding rain, it seemed like a normal day. "They canceled school early," Melinda said as I walked inside. "I need to log on and wrap up a few things." Melinda was an operations manager for one of the big accounting firms. With a global workforce, even potential hurricanes didn't slow things down. So working from home on her off time was kind of the norm. "Just hurry up. Don't stay in there for 4 hours, or we're going to eat dinner without you." Melinda chuckled and disappeared into the office. I headed into the kitchen and grabbed a bag of chips from the pantry. "I heard there was an earthquake somewhere around here," Alistair said. "Supposedly in Brooksville," I replied. "Is that what all the cool kids are talking about these days?" Alistair shrugged. "Where's Brooksville?" "About an hour north of here. You hungry?" "I am," David yelled as he cleared the corner. "When are you not?" Alistair jabbed. "Sooner or later you're going to stop growing up and start growing out." David was the middle child, and like all middle children, he was special. Unlike Alistair and Charlie, he had straight hair, which meant it was better than everyone else's. He constantly spent hours in the restroom, styling and parting it just right. He was big for his age, and ever since the doctors had told him he'd be well over 6'4", he'd become intolerable. If you listened to him, he was already signed to an NBA team. "All this sage wisdom, Alistair. You're like a mixed Buddha with bad hair," I said in David's defense. He smirked at me and mumbled something under his breath. Then, before I could say anything else, a clap of thunder erupted so loud I was certain I'd been hit. "Holy shit!" Alistair shouted. "Hey! I'm sorry, but did you hear that? I mean, like, holy shit! Ah!" Charlie yelled as he came running from his room. His skinny frame looked comical as he rounded the corner at full speed. His eyes were wide and his face pale with fear. Without slowing down, he dove at me and wrapped his arms around my shoulders like a monkey. "Calm down, Charlie," I said, and patted his back. "It's fine." As if to make me a liar, another rattling boom shook the walls and seemed to echo long after it was over. Melinda shrieked and then found her way to the kitchen with everyone else, like it was some kind of safe room. "This storm is getting stupid," she complained. "Welcome to Florida. You want a chip?" "No, I want dinner. I actually wanted pork chops." She paused and smirked at me. "You know, pork chops. Those funny-sounding things that I asked you to get this morning?" I frowned and shrugged my shoulders. "Yeah, I was kind of trying to not die on my way home. But we have chicken. You get these little hooligans and I'll start cooking." Melinda raised an eyebrow. "I told you I had to wrap up a few things." "That was before you ran out of the office afraid of a little lightning. Besides, the internet is going to go down any minute." "Fine, but hurry up. David, Charlie, let's go clean your room. Alistair, you definitely need to clean yours and clean your bathroom." "Yeah," I added. "Looks like a homeless man committed suicide in there." You guys are ruining my life, he said with a sarcastic grin, and flailed his arms and took off around the corner.
That's your child.
Melinda chuckled. So you've told me. I ran into my room and changed into some gym clothes and then started doing my best impression of Master Chef. It had become a well-known fact around the house that I was serious about my cooking. I'd even bought a few books to grow my blossoming chef skills. Sooner or later, I was going to be Michelin quality, although I didn't really know what that meant. I opened the refrigerator and grabbed a few chicken breasts. I greased a pan and turned the oven to bake at 375. As I prepared to shove the chicken inside, the digital pad went blank, and every light in the house went out. Fuck, I grumbled. Power's off. I went to the windows and twisted all of the blinds open. The darkening sky outside offered little illumination, so I started searching for flashlights. In the back of my mind, I thought of my survival bag and how I might actually get to use it. Power outage, flat tire. Hell, as far as I was concerned, a bee sting was reason enough to take out the go bag. Scouring the house, I cursed my need for clutter. Nothing had its own spot, and I tended to toss things wherever I was standing at the moment I no longer needed them. I paid for that laziness in times like these. I finally found a dusty red flashlight under the kitchen counter and clicked it on. The light flickered, then shut off. I banged my hand against the case several times, but that did nothing to solve my lighting issues. Time for the bag, I grumbled to myself with a smile. Feeling my way through the darker parts of the house, I made it to the broom closet. Sitting on the floor was my orange hiking bag that was stuffed full of goodies. I opened it up and grabbed one of my LED flashlights and depressed the clicker. Nothing. I pressed it again and then let out an angry groan and raised my arm to chuck the thing across the house.
What are you doing?
Melinda asked. She was standing behind me holding a candle. It's an emergency. I need the bug-out bag. She sighed and shook her head.
Go to McDonald's. The kids are starving.
Yes, ma'am. Did you want me to grab you something?
No, I'll figure it out later.
Just bring them something back. Nodding, I tossed my bag back into the closet and closed the door. I slipped on my sandals, then grabbed the keys and headed outside. The rain had slowed to a pathetic drizzle, and the lightning had decided to torment some other part of the state. It was starting to look like our little storm had run out of steam. In the 2 minutes since I had opened the blinds, the sky had done a 180. Welcome to Florida. With the key fob in my hand, I pressed the unlock button, but nothing happened. I knew I should have changed those damn batteries a month ago. They had been working on and off for the last few weeks, and it figured now would be the time they completely die. Like a caveman, I walked over to the door and put my key into the lock. It took me a few times to get it to fit, but eventually I was able to gain entry without use of technology. Opening the door, I hopped inside of my Suburban and shook off the rain droplets that had collected on my head. I laughed as the water in the road had already begun to recede and the sky seemed to be brightening a bit. With a twist of the key into the ignition, I waited for the satisfying engine grumble that I had come to expect, like I was one of Pavlov's dogs. When nothing happened, I tried again and again, then banged my fists on the steering wheel in desperation. The day was starting to mount a serious war of bullshit, and I was on the losing end.
Can't get it to start, huh?
Jake, my neighbor, shouted from his lawn. He was an older guy from New York. He normally came down in the winter and hosted poker games on the weekend. I was pretty sure he was retired, but I never really saw much of him during the day. Grunting, I stepped outside and stretched my legs.
What the hell is going on?
I asked.
Can't get mine to start either. Crazy storm we got going on here.
Jake replied and scratched his head. I looked up at the sky and laughed a bit.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy like not there. Hey, what's going on, Randall?
A voice called from behind me. I turned and found Mike and Greg, my other neighbors, heading over. Mike was a general contractor and Greg was an insurance agent. They were a little bit older than me, but Mike and I had kids around the same age, and Greg was his friend.
My truck's broken, I guess. Dead battery or something,
I replied.
Nah,
Mike said with certainty.
not a car on the block is working. Greg says it's some kind of EMP. What? Greg, you went straight to the end of the world, huh? That's supposed to be my thing. Come on, Randall. What else would explain a bunch of cars not working? You think everyone got the same faulty battery? No clue. But this day is just one big L. Ha ha! Hell yeah!
Mike laughed.
Earthquakes in Brooksville, tornadoes in New York. Sounds like a damn movie.
Jake looked like he wanted to add something, but before he could, the sky opened up and unleashed enough water to drown a fish. A series of flashes made the hair on my arm stand on end, and the accompanying ruckus nearly made me piss myself. Without another word, we all took off sprinting for our respective homes. I shuffled up the steps and bolted inside in a hurry. I was accustomed to the erratic weather, but lightning was one thing all Floridians respected.
I thought you were getting food,
Alistair said, as I nearly ran him over.
Yeah, I was. But it looks like we'll be eating something here. Time to make sandwiches.
I headed into the kitchen and grabbed a loaf of bread. Ignoring Alistair's protests, I started prepping my little workstation like I was a Subway employee.
You back already?
Belinda asked as she came out of the bedroom.
The phones aren't working. What phones?
None of the phones. The house phone, my cell phone, none of the phones.
What the hell is going on? It's the damn Russians. They fuck up everything.
I laughed. Where's the food? You said you'd go get food.
Well, it looks like the cars aren't working either.
Belinda frowned and shook her head from side to side.
Randall, that's not funny.
I'm not laughing. Nobody's car is working. I talked to Mike and Greg outside. They said the whole block is the same.
Okay, now I'm getting scared,
Melinda said seriously. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone. The screen was black, and no matter what buttons I pressed, I couldn't get anything to work. I immediately thought of Alistair and how his world must be crumbling to dust.
You tried charging the phone?
Belinda didn't respond. She was staring off into nothing with a blank look on her face. She was nervous, and a little voice inside of me said she had every right to be.
Belinda,
I called again.
Did you try charging it?
Charging what?
The phone.
It was on the charger. It doesn't work, Randall.
Nothing freaking works.
The weather outside picked up, and now I could hear the wind whipping down the street and shuddering the windows. The front door creaked softly as the intense gusts pushed it back and forth in its pocket. It sounded like boulders were being thrown around in the middle of the road.
Dad, are we gonna die?
David suddenly asked.
What? No, we're not gonna die. Everything's gonna be fine. Look, I'm gonna make sandwiches and then we're gonna eat and go to bed. Tomorrow I'm sure they'll have all of this sorted out. Then we can go and get some real food.
One more thundering clap right outside of the door punctuated my last word. Sighing, I looked around and stared outside at the sideways rain. It was just a storm, I told myself. It was always just a storm. Chapter 3. Passing the time. I awoke the next morning to a bright sunny sky. It was a little past 9, and the only evidence that we'd had any inclement weather was just a few upturned palm trees. Like I said, it was just a storm. Crossing my fingers, I walked to the wall and flipped on the light switch. No luck. I was expecting that, but hope dies hard. "Power still off?" Melinda asked as she sat up and shrugged off the blankets. "Yep. Thank God it's not hot anymore." "It'll start getting hot pretty soon. Have you checked your phone?" "No, I think I heard Greg and Mike outside, though. I'm going to head out and see if they know anything." After brushing my teeth and grabbing a T-shirt, I headed outside. Mike, Greg, and a few of the other neighborhood guys, whose names I didn't know, were circled on the sidewalk, talking with big hand motions. "What's up, guys?" I said as I approached. "Hey, what's up, Randall? This is Bobby and Trent. They stay around the corner." "Nice to meet you," I said, and shook both of their hands. "So Trent is like an amateur meteorologist. Tell him what you told us," Mike said with a smile. "Definitely an EMP. Not a doubt in my mind." "What? That's like nuclear attack and shit," I retorted. "Why does everyone want to blame a damn EMP? Nuclear attack is what everyone knows about. That's just what's popular. Lightning storms can cause EMPs too. And the storm we just had was definitely big enough for that." "Okay, so what now? I mean, my phone's off, my car doesn't work, there's no power in the house. I'm over here regretting that I never built a bunker." "It's a problem. I definitely don't have all the answers. I'm sure emergency responders are working on it, though. And the power company should already be out replacing transformers. It's probably best to just stay at your house until they get some of the grid back up and running." I looked at Trent skeptically and then turned to Mike for reassurance. I didn't know the guy, and he was spouting off things like he worked for the government. It's always like that. People pop their heads out, swearing they're experts. "Trent used to work for FEMA. He's seen a lot of shit," Mike added, as if he could read my mind. "Yeah, this ain't that bad," Trent went on, letting his bravado get the best of him. "Katrina, now that was some shit. Dead bodies floating down the road, black guys with TVs in one hand and shotguns in the other." He paused and gave me a tentative look. I guess as the resident black guy, it was up to me to judge the level of racism any time someone brought up color. I really didn't care. Trent seemed like one of those guys that watched too much Discovery Channel and thought he was Bear Grylls. "So how do we fix our cars?" Mike asked, breaking the awkward silence. "Well, all small electronics are going to need repair. No way of getting around that. Insurance should cover most, if not all, the damages, though. Your advice is to stay home and wait for someone to come knocking? What about food? What about water?" I asked. "I'm sure someone will be out today. Wouldn't shock me if you were watching your favorite porno in the living room by lunchtime." "Who the hell watches porno in the afternoon?" His friend Bobby laughed. "Well, you know what I mean. Told you it was an EMP," Greg bragged. "I just knew it was." I shook my head and cut my eyes. Greg was such a fool. Him and Mike were like the hype men for Trent. And as far as I could tell, Trent was just making shit up. "It's this uppity lifestyle," Bobby suddenly said. "I mean, the world could end, and what the hell would we know behind our gates? It's just us in the damn bay. A bunch of stuck-up housewives." "And house husbands," I cut in and shot a glance at Trent. Yeah, just assholes that wanted to live near the ocean. Now we sit back here and have no clue what's going on." He was right, and brought up something I hadn't even considered. The neighborhood backed up against the Tampa Bay, and to the front were imposing wrought iron gates that were electronically controlled and required an access badge to open. The road that led up to them was narrow and barricaded on both sides by the lagoon. It was just a mile to the front of the neighborhood and the Welcome Center, which was tucked behind a type of tropical oasis. It would be another mile until you made it to the nearest business, a grocery store and brand-new business park with a couple of boutique shops. We were secluded enough that information would take a while to reach us. It was as close to being away from the world as you could come, while still being in the middle of everything. I'm going to head back in, see what I can find for breakfast. Mike, let me know if you hear anything else, I said, as I grew tired of the speculation game. Yeah, of course, Mike replied. I said my goodbyes and headed back inside to a pack of hungry kids and a nervous wife. They were all sitting at the kitchen table pondering their choices of cereal. This was where it started. This was where social order of life slowly deconstructed, and we let our animal instincts take over. All at the kitchen table. Well? Melinda asked. Some guy says it's an EMP from the lightning storm. What the hell does he know, though? Either way, nothing is working right now, so we just sit it out until the power guys get here. And what about the truck? Still broken. Did you try your car? I asked. No, you said no one's car is working. Why would I need to try mine? I felt a little bit of optimism rise in my chest, and I snatched her keys from the wall. Without another word, I ran into the garage and jumped inside of her Toyota. Placing my foot on the brake, I pressed the start button and was greeted with the same lifeless silence as my truck outside. Damn it, I snapped. Did you actually think it was going to work? Alistair laughed from the door. Shut up, I replied, and closed the car. It was worth a shot. My phone isn't working, he groaned, as I passed him and went back inside. You've survived longer than I thought you would. Nobody's phone is working. Go read a book. Alistair grunted, then went to his room and closed the door. The life of a 16-year-old was such a rough existence. If he didn't start a full-on mutiny in the next hour, I'd be shocked. Your car's not working either, I told Melinda. Well, duh. So what are you going to do? What can I do? Cars are broken. Phones are broken. Someone needs to fix it all. And what? You think the Fix-It Fairy is on her way out here? I laughed. Something like that. Once the power company gets the phones working, we can call someone out about the car and go from there. Don't be such a sarcastic ass. Uh-huh, she replied and clicked her teeth. Pork chops. I smirked. The rest of the day we passed the time playing board games or hide-and-seek throughout the house. David and Charlie were having the time of their lives, and even Alistair seemed to find some kind of joy in it. It was funny how simple life could be. You take away the phones and televisions, all of the distractions, and suddenly things became much less complicated. Before I knew it, the sun had fallen, and we'd wasted the day pretending to be kids again. Thanks to Mother Nature, every appointment or possible errand was not even a thought, and we burned the day away the way God probably intended. Chapter 4. Out and About. As Monday morning neared, the mood around the neighborhood had drastically changed. It was winter break for the kids, but that didn't mean we got off that easy. No one had come out. No one's power had been restored. And as far as I knew, no one had heard from anyone outside of our neighborhood or attempted to venture out. This was starting to turn into a bad movie, where the world ended, but no one told the residents of Island Bay. I felt like we'd waited long enough, and the help that Trent said was coming was nothing more than a pipe dream. You still think emergency responders are on the way? I asked Mike, as we were sitting around my porch watching the sun come up. Mike likes to try and be an optimist, his wife Jennifer replied. Jennifer was a nurse. She was an entire head taller than Mike, with jet black hair and olive skin. It didn't take much to picture her roaming the Amazon or fighting jaguars for the last piece of anaconda meat. But instead, she wore glasses and read books. I just think Mike's in love. It's okay, I get it, I said with a laugh. Oh, is someone jealous? Mike retorted. He gets that way, Melinda added. He didn't want to share his toys when he was little either. Okay, this isn't beat up on Randall Day. Everyone laughed and took a collective sigh. I could sense the stress, and while some hid it more than others, we all had the same fear buried deep down inside. The world was ending. Something terrible had happened, and we just didn't know it yet. How are the kids? Melinda turned to Jennifer and asked. Not a fan of the dark, but they've taken over our bed, so I guess they're managing. They're in there now, hanging out with my dad. He came down for the weekend, and now he's stuck. Might as well put him to work. They had 2 sons about the same age as David and Charlie. They played together every now and then and went to the same school. That practically made us best friends, or at least as far as our children were concerned. How are yours doing? Jennifer asked. They're loving it. Hide and seek for hours. Melinda laughed for a minute, then cleared her throat. Someone really needs to do something. It's been like 3 days, she said in a serious tone. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but we're running out of stuff. Mike, why don't you and Randall walk up to the grocery store? Mike groaned. He looked at me and drastically rolled his eyes, then kicked his feet up and leaned back in his chair. The grocery store, babe? That's like a long way away. I'm sure someone will be out here. I mean, if any other neighborhoods are like ours, they're probably slammed. Jennifer slapped Mike's legs down. This isn't funny. We need something to drink and some more food that you don't have to cook. You could probably just take a shopping cart from up there and grab one of those charcoal grills out front of Ace. Jennifer was getting carried away with her planning, and I could see in Melinda's eyes she was about to join the crazy train. Chances were we'd see the power company in a few hours, and this would be something we all laughed about in a few weeks. Hold up now, we can't walk a grill back here, I said, choosing to throw my support behind Mike. Yeah, this whole idea is stupid, Mike added. Well, your kids are going to starve. There's nothing to eat here and barely anything to drink. And this morning the water stopped working. Jennifer snapped and shook her finger at Mike. What? I was shocked to hear that. Your water isn't working? I'll be right back. I quickly ran inside and turned the handle to the nearest faucet. A steady stream of water shot out, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Short-lived relief. Suddenly, the faucet started to sputter, and the water spat out in uneven intervals. Then the last drop fell, and there was nothing. I turned the handle on and off several times, cursing my crappy luck. Things were starting to get serious. Water is out, I announced, as I headed back onto the porch with my head slumped. Go get your shoes, Mike. We're going to the store. Jennifer clapped her hands together and Mike groaned. I shrugged and held my hands up. I didn't know what he wanted me to do, but our status had just taken a nosedive. It was time to get out and find out just what the hell was going on. A few minutes later, Mike reappeared wearing a pair of sneakers and a baseball cap. He had his son's book bag strapped on his shoulders and his wallet clutched in his right hand. What are you doing? Jennifer asked. Am I supposed to carry your crap in my hands? Fine. Just make sure you bring his bag back. Yes, ma'am, Mike retorted. Randall, you ready to go? Just waiting on you, I replied. I gave Melinda a kiss and then headed down the steps to the sidewalk. Mike followed after me, and together we started our 2-mile journey. Where's my kiss? Jennifer yelled after him. He grunted, then turned around. Running back up the porch, he gave Jennifer a quick peck on the cheek.
You happy now?
Yes, I actually am. Stay safe out there.
Mike laughed.
What's the worst that can happen? We're just two well-equipped guys going grocery shopping.
Chapter 5. Grocery shopping. The hefty gate at the front of the neighborhood was slammed shut. The gate that pulled it open and closed hadn't moved in a few days, and was already collecting rust from the downpour days before. It felt like an ominous sign to me, but Mike didn't even seem to notice. The guard tower at the front lay dormant. The doors were bolted shut, and the windows had been boarded up. That, however, had little to do with the storm. A few weeks earlier, the Homeowners Association decided to fire all of the guards. Now they were using some call center to grant visitor access, and the general response from the community was less than pleased. Luckily, the gate that blocked the sidewalk didn't use any kind of electronics or outsourced workforce. It had a keypad lock on it, and after punching in a few digits, we swung it open and headed out. The water gently splashed onto the rocks of the lagoon as the wind picked up a bit. It wasn't storm weather, just the normal breeze that came unimpeded from the Gulf. It was eerie now, but one of the main reasons we had chosen this neighborhood.
It's peaceful out,
Mike said, more to himself.
kind of like a vacation. I like vacations.
I nodded, even if the abandoned look gave me a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. The lagoons were always full of boats going or coming. Canoes and paddleboarding was an everyday thing out here. The rippling water looked strange without some watercraft cresting through its surface. He was right, though. It was peaceful out.
So, we gonna steal a cart?
I asked.
Yeah, I brought the bag to hide the liquor bottles. Fucking alcoholic. You try and deal with my two for a week and see if you don't develop an addiction.
I laughed and sped up a bit.
Come on, I want to get there and get back home. What's the rush?
I don't know. I just have a funny feeling about all this. Don't want to leave Melinda and the kids alone for too long.
It's nothing, man. You worry too much. You don't worry enough.
After about 10 minutes, we made it out of the neighborhood and headed down the back road to the grocery store. Most of the surrounding area was undeveloped, and roads twisted through thick forests and wetlands. Small animals, or at least what I imagined to be small animals, scurried through the dense vegetation beside us. Mike jumped a couple times, but tried to play it off.
It's weird,
I started.
What?
I haven't seen another person. It's like a ghost town around here.
Well, nobody's car works and people are lazy as hell. If it wasn't for your big mouth, I sure as hell wouldn't be walking to the grocery store. But now that I am, I'm gonna make it worth my while,
he said, and tapped his son's book bag. I frowned at him, then continued on our way. As we walked, the cool temperature started to turn muggy and hot. Florida hadn't surrendered to winter yet and was throwing one hell of a fit. Groaning, I wiped sweat from my face and used my shorts as a towel. They'd collected just about enough body fluid to be wrung out. The humidity in Florida had a way of making everything gross. With my head slumped, I lazily trotted down the sidewalk. I let my feet coast on autopilot and started to compile a shopping list in my head. I knew water was a must, but I needed to think food. With no electricity, our choices for meals were severely limited. And even if Trent was right, there was no telling when the power companies would make it to us.
Shit!
Mike suddenly jumped. I looked up and paused. A scraggly man in jeans and a flannel shirt was running towards us. He had 2 plastic bags clutched in his hands, with snack cakes tumbling out of the top. Sweat was pouring down his scruffy face, and his eyes were wild and bloodshot. I moved over to the side as he rushed past us and kept going. Mike stared after him for a moment, then turned to me and grinned.
See, some people are still alive, man.
I laughed and kept walking. I wanted to get back home as soon as I could. With every step we took, I felt like I should turn back, like I was getting further and further away the moment that they needed me. Every so often I looked over my shoulder. I wasn't sure why that guy was running or what he was running from, but he didn't seem too stable. I imagined him running back toward us and attacking Mike or trying to stab me. You could never be too careful. Rounding the corner, we made it to the shopping plaza and stopped. Mike gasped, and I felt the bottom of my stomach fall out. I'd been fighting a funny feeling the entire walk, but now I had a real reason to be worried. People were running in and out of the stores, holding as much as they could carry in their arms. Some were scuffling over grocery items in the middle of the parking lot. Others were scavenging what people dropped as they hurried to loot other businesses. The windows to the grocery store were broken, and glass shards covered the walkway. The salon next door was on fire, and trails of blood told stories of even darker crimes. Things like this I'd only ever seen on the news.
What the fuck?
Mike mumbled.
What the fuck?
I had a feeling. I mean, not like this, but I had a feeling it was going to be bad. Mike shot me a sideways glance, then took a deep, thoughtful breath.
What do you want to do?
We're here now.
You think it's safe?
I don't know, but we're going to need food and water. Especially now, if we don't pick up some things, they won't be here later. Let's go in, stick together, and be quick. Mike nodded, and we moved toward the broken doors of the grocery store. I grabbed an empty shopping cart on the way in and headed straight for the water. Only a few bottles were left, but we quickly grabbed them and headed off to the soft drinks.
This is nuts,
Mike continued to mumble.
It shouldn't be like this. There should be cops or something.
People were all over the store. It was a free-for-all, and the crazed looks from everybody we passed told me it was going to get ugly in here soon. Even the store employees had abandoned their posts and were grabbing as much as they could carry. At that point, the world wasn't ending, but everyone in earshot seemed to think it was. As we turned the corner down another aisle, we almost crashed into 3 guys that were huddled together, whispering in hushed voices. They froze when we appeared, then gave us dirty looks and found another place to hold their meeting.
What the hell do you think that was about?
Mike asked wearily.
No clue.
But I don't think it was something good. Let's hurry the hell up. We quickly tried to get anything that could be eaten on the fly. Canned goods, bags of chips, peanuts, even some lunch meat that we decided would go first. Mixed in with that were things like soap and rubbing alcohol and gauze. I was sure we missed some critical items, but we hadn't come to the store expecting Armageddon.
I think this is enough,
I said, as Mike tossed another bag of charcoal into the cart. We planned to grab one of those grills Jennifer asked about on our way home. We weren't going to tell her, but it was actually a good idea. Mike nodded, and we pushed the cart over the broken glass and started down the sidewalk. Stopping by Ace, we crammed a small grill on top of everything else, then tried to hurry away, avoiding prying eyes.
That wasn't so bad,
Mike said.
Yeah, I think we made it out before the crazy hit. Hey, slow down!
A voice called from behind us. I snapped my head around fast enough to give me a slight dizzy spell. Trotting behind us were the 3 guys we'd almost ran into earlier in the store. If possible, they looked even shadier, and I felt the rush of adrenaline that came with fight or flight.
You guys made out in there, huh?
The closest one asked. He was skinny and lanky with dirty jeans and a frayed gray t-shirt. His buzzed black hair was riddled with patches, like he'd pissed the barber off. And he sported a gaudy gold watch that I was willing to bet hadn't belonged to him a day earlier.
What's up?
Mike replied in a bold voice.
What's up? What's up is you took all the goddamn water.
another one of the guys said. He was a heftier fellow with long, dingy blonde hair. He was wearing cargo shorts and a green army jacket that was a bit too small. Behind him, the last guy stepped forward to make sure we gave him the respect he was due. He was the shortest of them all, and his gut was hanging out from under his tiny gray shirt. He had a trucker hat on and a thick brown beard with cookie crumbs stuck in it.
Yeah,
He said, backing up his friend.
you took all the damn water and didn't leave any for us. So we want your cart.
Chapter 6. The beginning of the end.
Fuck off.
Mike said angrily and tightened his grip on the shopping cart. Patches growled and jumped forward. I put my hands out and gave him a gentle nudge backwards and then stepped in between him and the cart.
Hey, calm down.
I said.
You calm down.
Patches shot back.
You can't just take shit and not share. You didn't leave any water for anyone else. And you think you can just take all of our stuff over my dead body? Go back to the meth house.
Mike continued his verbal assault. Curly and Mo were still deciding how far they wanted to push this strong snatch job. From what I could tell, Patches was the only real threat, and he seemed hell-bent on robbing us of everything.
How about we split the water? There's enough to go around,
I proposed. Guys like that needed to feel like they got a win, and I was trying to avoid some kind of street brawl. Without phones or police, things would probably get out of hand quickly. He looked like he was considering my offer, until Mike had to open his big mouth.
Fuck that. We're not splitting shit. This is ours. You want some water? Find another store or head to a damn water fountain. Your friend's got a big mouth on him.
Patches spat.
Tell me about it. If he doesn't watch it, someone's gonna close it for him. Permanently.
Mike scoffed.
We don't have time for this, Randall. Let's go.
He wheeled his cart around and started to push it down the sidewalk. Patches suddenly lunged forward and shoved me aside. He grabbed Mike by the shoulder and pulled him back.
You're not going anywhere with that cart.
Mike turned around and swung wildly. His misplaced punch caught Patches in the side of the neck as he continued to sail forward and almost fell. Patches stumbled backward a few feet, then recovered. He grabbed Mike by the shoulders, then slung him to the ground. After that, it was on. Curly and Mo decided I'd be the object of their aggression. The bigger one grabbed me while the fat one buried his fist into my stomach. I coughed and collapsed forward on all fours. My lungs burned as they prayed for air. I'm back on a grade school playground wishing I'd stayed in those damn karate classes. I was too old to be getting my ass kicked now. And I'd be damned if those two douchebags were going to be the ones to do it. I took a deep breath and thought, fuck it. Air finally found its way into my chest just in time for me to recognize the foot that was surging toward my head. I slipped to the side just as it sailed by. Pissed off, I jumped to my feet and dove at the chubby bastard that had just tried to make a field goal with my face. We collided like a car crash and slammed into the concrete. On my way down, I caught a glimpse of Mike rolling across.
What the hell are you all doing?
The bigger one yelled. All of a sudden, he didn't seem as convicted as his counterparts. He stood over me as I kneed and jabbed at his buddy, doing my best to replicate I'd seen in a UFC fight.
Come on, guys, let's just go.
He continued to plead. I delivered another uppercut to his chubby friend, and he gasped for air like a fish. I'd just dispatched a guy that probably spent his life playing Minecraft and eating flaming hot Cheetos. As belittling as that should have felt, I felt like I'd conquered the world. A few feet away, Mike and Patches were really going at it. Both were bleeding and yelling obscenities with every swing they took. My little skirmish paled in comparison. Mike shoved his elbow into Patches' pelvis, then kicked his leg out, finding a home in his tibia. With a howl, Patches staggered backward, then let out an inhuman roar. I could see the cultivating in Mike's eyes. This had gone from a friendly scuffle to a battle of life and death. Mike was ill-equipped, and Patches was looking like he'd just decided to wake up. Still screaming at the top of his lungs, Patches charged Mike, and they went flying into a row of hedges. In a twisted web of legs and arms, they rolled through the mulch, exchanging blows and verbal insults. I lost view of them partially as they tumbled further into the dense leaves. I could hear Mike shouting like a madman. And then something exploded like a plate being dropped on a marble floor. Everything stopped. Curly and Mo froze as their mouths dropped in shock. I stood there wild-eyed with a million thoughts running through my head. It wasn't until I heard Mike groan and Patches stood up that I regained some mobility. I ran to the bushes, where Mike was laying on his back with his legs sprawled out in the grass. His hand was pressed tightly against the side of his stomach, desperately trying to staunch the flow of blood that had already drenched his t-shirt.
What the hell did you do?
The heftier man asked, his voice trembling in panic.
What the hell?
Patches was standing a few feet away with a small pistol in his hand. A thin trail of smoke swirled from the barrel, and I could see the shock painted all over his face.
I didn't mean to. It just went off,
he stuttered.
Let's get out of here,
the chubbier man declared.
Randall,
Mike moaned and reached out to me. I grabbed his hand and knelt beside him.
Somebody help! Somebody help me!
I screamed, every word dripping with trepidation.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry,
Patches pleaded to deaf ears. He stuffed the pistol back into his pants, then looked around. His two anxious friends had already started retreating. With one last glance, they tore off the way they came. Mike's face was pale, and his breathing seemed difficult. His eyes were hazy, but I could see the despair in them. He had the look of a man that had seen death face on and had crumbled beneath the morbid gaze. I'd never seen anyone injured like that before. No one that had gone from alive and vibrant to clinging to life in a snap. I'd seen plenty of scary movies, twisted, demented tales, but this was what pure horror looked like. Only when faced with our mortality could we ever truly embrace real, palpable fear.
I don't want to die,
Mike said, in an almost childish voice. His words snapped me out of my daze, and my brain started working in overload.
You're not going to die, Mike,
I replied. I jumped up and ran to the cart that had thankfully been left by the band of murdering assholes. I rummaged around until I found the package of gauze and some disinfectant.
Don't you fucking leave me,
Mike yelled after me. I took his belligerence as a good sign and felt that just maybe he'd make it out of this.
Nobody's leaving you. I'm going to fix you up, crybaby.
Honestly, I had no clue what I was doing, but common sense told me I need to clean it and try and stop the bleeding. Both of those goals ended in failure.
Hold still,
I instructed, as I poured the disinfectant over his wound. As soon as the liquid hit him, he let out a wail that damn near busted my eardrums. He reeled and squirmed in pain, kicking up mulch and other debris that landed on top of him. With a handful of gauze, I pressed down on the little hole in his side. The white mesh quickly turned red and was rendered useless by the amount of blood oozing from him. I grabbed another box and ripped it open, then cuffed the gauze on top of the old one.
Oh, fuck,
Mike yelled in agony. I tried to hold him down, but he was throwing a fit, squirming and twisting on the ground. More blood gushed from the wound, and I knew if he didn't get help quickly, he was going to die. Come on, man. We got to get you home. Those chicks across the street are nurses or something. Mike grunted, and I took that as agreement. I grabbed his free hand and pulled him to a sitting position. I looked back at the cart and figured I could cram him in there if I moved the grill to the bottom shelf. I left him there and moved a few things around to make room. Once I had a little pocket that I thought he could fit in, I wheeled the cart over and started to pull him up.
I'm cold, man,
he said as I grabbed his hand. He shifted a bit to the side, and I could see the puddle of blood that had been pouring from the hole in his torso. The entire back of his shirt was stained with the deepest, darkest shade of blood I'd ever seen. It was almost black.
What?
Mike asked, as my extended pause alarmed him.
No, nothing. You're gonna be fine, man.
I hoisted him into my arms and set him into the cart as gently as I could. He groaned and cursed, but finally settled in. It looked uncomfortable being crunched up between jugs of water and canned foods, but we had little choice. You're going to be okay, Mike. Just hold on, I told him. With trembling hands, I grabbed the buggy and started to push it toward home. Chapter 7. The Bearer of Bad News. It was just a little past midday, and the warm, muggy air had only gotten worse. Pushing the cart full of supplies and Mike had become quite a chore, and I was sweating enough that I worried about dropping dead from dehydration.
You okay up there, Mike?
I asked after a solid 5 minutes of silence.
Yeah,
he garbled out. His head was slumped back on a roll of paper towels, and his legs were dangling out of the cart like spaghetti noodles. We were maybe halfway home, and I was praying that help would be waiting once I got there.
Stay awake, Mike,
I ordered. He was slipping in and out of consciousness, and it was really starting to scare me. Whether the gauze was working or he'd run out of blood, his wound had stopped bleeding. But now his condition had taken a nosedive, and I started trying to come to terms with the idea that I might have to tell his wife that he died. Mike's face was peppered with beads of sweat. His lips had turned a light shade of blue, and he was constantly mumbling under his breath in gibberish. I pushed the cart as fast as I could, even running a bit with it when the sidewalk was smooth enough not to jolt him about. I could see the gates to our neighborhood coming up, and I felt the slimmest hope that Mike might make it okay. The sun beamed above me, and every trace of clouds had been burned away. My forearms ached, and the little squeaking of wheels of the cart were driving me mad. My legs felt like lead and wobbled sporadically with every step I took, but I kept pushing. Mike needed me to keep pushing.
You still with me, buddy?
I asked as I reached the gate and started to punch in the code.
Mike?
There was no answer. I took a deep breath and swallowed, trying to prolong the time before I turned around and saw what I already knew. This was Schrodinger's cat taken to a whole new level, and I was willing to stand in limbo forever than be the one to open that box.
Mike?
I said, and the cackle in my voice shocked me.
Answer me, man.
With a heavy heart, I turned around. Pain stabbed me like needles as I stared at Mike's lifeless face, and I felt a rush of emotions that I couldn't comprehend. His eyes were dull and cloudy. His mouth hung open, his blue lips dry and cracked. It was obvious he'd taken his last breath, but I still wasn't ready to accept it.
Mike!
I yelled.
Mike, get up!
I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him vigorously. His head bounced back and forth, and I shivered from the morbidity I felt. The sting of tears down my face was like a slap that brought me crashing to my knees. This was someone's husband, someone's father. How was I going to explain to Jennifer that Mike had been killed over a jug of water? How could I explain to his sons that their father was never coming back? "Oh, my God," I wailed. With my face buried in my sweaty, blood-stained hands, I cried. I cried until the tears ran dry and my head beat like a drum. I cried until there was nothing left for me but action. I cried until I had no choice but to face reality and put one foot in front of the next. I cried for Mike, but more importantly, I cried for what his absence would mean for those that were left behind. Mike and I were casual friends at best, but he loved his kids. He loved his wife. And somehow I felt responsible for stealing him from them. It was wrong that his last moments were spent with a man he only kind of knew. It was wrong that his sons would have to bury him long before he could ever teach them to shave, before he could teach them to be men themselves. It was my fault we were even at the store. My idea to take all of the water. I hadn't pulled the trigger that killed Mike, but I'd put him there in front of the bullet. I don't know how long I sat on the ground next to the cart that carried Mike's body, but at some point a gentle rumble in the sky got my attention. The sun was gone, tucked behind a swatch of dark gray. The wind had picked up, and it was fitting that some kind of apocalyptic storm would come and wash us all away. With a heavy breath, I pushed myself to my feet. Swallowing the regret in my throat, I found some sort of resolve and moved forward like a zombie. I opened the gate, and cringing, I pushed the cart through it. Mike's head was leaning back, his empty eyes staring up at the bleak sky that they would never see again. His hair moved slightly in the wind, giving the impression that there could still be life inside of him. But his blood-stained shirt told a different story. As I neared my house, I slowed down. I was thankful for the empty streets and shut windows that kept prying eyes from seeing me. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to explain what had happened. And in a few minutes I'd be face to face with a grieving wife and heartbroken children. I stopped the cart one house away, out front of Jake's place, and took several deep breaths. Jennifer didn't need to see this alone, and I immediately thought of her dad, Mr. Spence. I wheeled Mike closer to my porch where he was obscured by the landscaping, then headed next door to Mike's house. If I was lucky, Jennifer would be busy with the kids and Mr. Spence would answer the door, but my day had been anything but lucky. I pressed the doorbell and then stepped back. After a few moments, I heard rumbling inside, and then the door swung open. Standing in front of me was Zach, Mike's 7-year-old son. He was the spitting image of his father, and looking into his eyes sent a jolt to my heart that was almost debilitating.
"Hey, Mr. Williams, is my dad back yet?"
I choked up and tried to blink away the tears that burned with shame. "No," I grumbled in a rough voice. "No, not yet. Can you get your grandpa?" Zach nodded with a smile, then skipped away without a care in the world. This was going to be much harder than I imagined.
"Randall, where's Mike?"
Jennifer's voice called as she headed toward the door. "I just need to see Mr. Spence real quick."
"Is everything okay?"
"Yeah, everything is—" "Randall!" Mr. Spence announced his presence. He stopped behind Jennifer with a welcoming smile that was about to be ripped away. I looked up at him and stared into his eyes. His jaw tightened and his face changed. Mr. Spence was a military man, a Vietnam veteran, and perhaps experiences like that gave you the ability to see the shadow of death on someone's face. Whatever it was, he seemed to understand the severity without a word being spoken.
Jennifer, can you grab Zach a cupcake? I need to have a word with Randall.
Jennifer looked a bit confused, but didn't question it.
Sure, but don't go too far, boys.
Mr. Spence smiled, then stepped onto the porch and closed the door behind him. I took a few steps back and dropped my head. I couldn't stand to look at him. I couldn't stand to tell him that his son-in-law lay dead only a few feet away.
What happened?
Mr. Spence asked in a serious tone.
Mr. Spence, I... George, he interrupted. Call me George.
George, I don't know where to begin.
Is he dead?
George asked, as if he needed confirmation. My eyes answered him before my words ever could. His face painted and wrinkled, aged before my eyes. He, too, thought of what the news would do to the family, and I could see it tearing him apart.
Did you bring him back?
He asked. I nodded, then moved toward the steps. I motioned at the bushes, and he followed after me. As Mike's body came into view, he paused and stared at him from a distance. Shaking his head from side to side, he collected himself. He walked next to the cart and placed his hand on Mike's leg.
What happened?
It's bad out there, George. A lot of looting at the store, I started. I knew it would be hard for anyone to understand that hadn't seen it. Before we left, we thought it was just a power outage that would be over in a few days. The reality was, the world, or at least our city, was falling apart.
It's not like we thought it was.
The shopping center was on fire. The people were everywhere. We grabbed as much stuff as we could and tried to leave, but some guys stopped us. One of them shot him. I finished, and my voice broke.
I feared it would get like this. It always gets like this,
George replied. What an odd thing to say, I thought. It seemed like George was even more paranoid than I was. But with Mike dead in the cart in front of him, I guess he had every reason to be. I tried, George. But he just wouldn't stop bleeding. He died right before the gate.
This is gonna break her. The boys might not understand, and good if they don't, but this is gonna break Jennifer. She'll never come back from this.
I didn't know how to reply. My heart ached for their family, and the guilt that amplified inside of me was more than I could bear.
Dad?
Jennifer suddenly called from the porch.
He's right there, boys.
Suddenly, Zach and their youngest son, Max, hurried down the steps of the porch and ran toward us. Jennifer was a little ways behind them and had already started to twist her face, trying to figure out what George and I were looking at.
No!
George shouted as he tried to head the boys off.
Jennifer, keep them back.
Jennifer's face showed that she'd already recognized the lifeless mass that jutted out of the cart. Before the words could leave her lips, she tore off toward us with her mouth gaping wide and her eyes beaming disbelief.
Michael!
She screamed in a guttural, harrowing voice. George tried to step in front of her, but she blew past him and charged toward the cart. I didn't know what to do, so I just stood there in shock.
Michael, what's wrong with him?
She wailed. She fell forward on top of him and started crying uncontrollably. Her fingers found his face, and she tried to lift his head.
Get up, Mike. Come on, we need to go inside. Somebody. Call somebody. He needs me. He needs help.
As her emotions unraveled, she spiraled into a darkness that chilled my spine. Random words mixed with sobs and screeches of pain erupted like a popped balloon. The human mind couldn't comprehend death. It was an irrational aberration, and the only response the brain knew was fear, anger, and malfunction. George grabbed her, and she flung and kicked her legs wildly. Zach and Max stood by with stone faces, their immature brains trying to make sense of the lie their eyes told. I vaguely remember trying to usher them aside, but suddenly Jennifer escaped George's grasp and her pain turned to venom aimed in my direction.
Don't you fucking touch them!
She shouted, so loudly that people from several houses down had started to peek outside.
What did you do? What did you do to him? I hate you. I fucking hate you.
She slapped me in the face, then dove at me. I did nothing to protect myself. Whatever she was feeling, whatever she needed to do, I deserved. I'd taken her husband, and there was nothing anyone could do to bring him back. The door to my house slowly opened, and Melinda stepped out. She silently surveyed the scene, trying to comprehend the madness that was ensuing before her. Her eyes locked onto Jennifer, and she rushed down the steps, but froze when she spotted Mike's body. By that time, Zach and Max were at their father's side, pulling on his arm. They looked scared and confused, but what really stung my heart was that they expected him to get up at any moment.
Dad,
Max's soft voice called.
Dad, wake up.
With a pained voice, Melinda walked toward them.
Come on, guys. Your dad isn't feeling well.
As she led the boys away from the cart, she glanced back at Mike's corpse and shuddered. Jennifer, it's not his fault. You have to calm down. George groaned and grabbed her again. As he pulled her away, she swiped her hand and slashed me across the cheek with her nails. I felt the sensation of her fingers touching my face, but there was no pain. I was numb, and having to watch a man's children plead over his dead body was more than I could take.
I hate you! I hate you!
Jennifer screeched as George led her back inside. Melinda took the boys into our house, and for a short time I was alone. I stood on the sidewalk, staring up at the sky, questioning everything that I'd thought I knew just a few hours before. More dark clouds had gathered in dense clusters ready to burst. Gusts of cool wind blew across my face, but I found no pleasure in it. The sky grumbled at me angrily, protesting against the wrongs I had done. Randall, George's voice called. I slowly turned to face him, trying to hide the water on my face that had nothing to do with the incoming storm. Our eyes met, and he understood the pain I felt and nodded his head in acceptance. It sounds wrong, but they have a deep freezer in the garage. It's still pretty cold and it's empty. We need to move him. We can't leave him out here. Tomorrow I'll notify the proper authorities. I didn't reply. He was right. It did sound wrong. What had our world come to that a dead man had no better resting place than a meat freezer in his own garage? A few days ago, he'd cleared that freezer out to make room for the deer he'd bring home from his annual hunting trip up north. A few days ago, he was busy planning a menu for the upcoming Super Bowl party. A few days ago, he would have slept next to his wife in his own bed with his children crammed in between them, not in a cold metal box. Randall, George called again. We have to do this. Chapter 8. The day after. I'd fallen asleep on the couch, staring out of the window. The next day when I awoke, Melinda was gently snoring beside me, balled up under a blanket. I gave her a soft nudge, and she slowly opened her eyes. I immediately felt the stab in my heart that I thought I'd left with yesterday. I groaned and leaned forward with my elbows on my knees. "You okay?" Melinda asked. "No." What happened out there?" I knew that question was coming, and I was happy to have avoided it yesterday. But now I had no choice but to deal with it. It would probably be the topic of discussion for the next few weeks, and I was certain the police would be eager to hear what happened. With a deep breath, I dove into the chilling tale at the grocery store. Melinda gasped and covered her mouth as I divulged the details, and I did my best to paint Mike in a good light. He'd been overly aggressive that day, but nobody deserved to die for standing up to bullies. When I finished, Melinda wiped the tears from her face and hugged me. It felt good to let my guard down, even for just a moment, as I relaxed into her embrace. Yesterday's events had taken a toll on me, but they paled in comparison to what was ahead. "I'm going to wash up, then go next door and see if George needs any help," I told her, as I stood up and stretched. "Okay, just be careful." I nodded and then headed into our room. Stepping into the shower, I grabbed the bucket of water from the floor and poured it over my head. The cold water was like being doused with reality. My eyes snapped wide open, and the gravity of what was going on came full front. Mike had died, and my biggest fear had been realized. I was helpless. There was no one to call, no doctor or paramedics to come save him, no police to come and protect us. I was living in modern-day America, and I had to push my neighbor's dead body home in a grocery shopping cart. I stood in the shower for a while, thinking about what all those things meant, wondering if this was a temporary jaunt in the Twilight Zone, or had something changed within our society forever. Without vehicles, without phones, we'd been cut off from the rest of the world. It was like we'd been marooned on an island and left to fend for ourselves. I wanted to know what was going on. I needed to know what was going on. After a half hour, I got out and threw on some gym clothes. I headed out to the kitchen where David and Charlie were up eating breakfast, and Melinda was wiping the counters down, probably trying to keep her mind busy. "Alistair get up yet?" I asked. "He's still in his room. And that cart is still on the porch." I nodded, knowing exactly why she'd told me that. It was something I had to deal with, but I first wanted to check on Alistair. I gave David and Charlie a kiss on the head. They smiled and went back to their intense chat about what video game they'd play first, once the power was restored. At least they hadn't been affected by all of this madness. They still had hope. After that, I headed to Alistair's room and tapped on the door. He made some sound of acknowledgement, and I walked in. He was lying on his back, staring up at the ceiling, pondering the meaning of life, most likely. "What are you up to?" I asked. "Just chilling. Zach's dad died?" I frowned and took a seat on the end of his bed. Like I thought, death would be the topic of conversation today. "Yeah, how'd you know?" I replied. "Saw the cart and all out the window. I've never seen a dead body." "Me neither." "What happened?" "Some bad people at the grocery store." "Scared people?" he corrected me. "What?" "Scared people. They probably weren't bad before all of this. They're just scared, and that makes them dangerous." I looked at him and smiled. Wise beyond your years. You gonna be okay?
Yeah, just sucks for Zach and Max.
It does, but they're young. Kids are really resilient at that age. Alistair grunted and shook his head.
Why do people always say that?
Say what?
They're young. Like that's a good thing.
Doesn't that make it worse?
The older you get, you expect your parents to die and you have a lifetime of memories with them. If you lose them as a kid, you might forget them.
You'll never forget your parents. But sometimes not being able to fully comprehend something is a blessing in disguise. Like you right now. You're aware, you know what happened, and it bothers you. Your brothers don't have a clue, and in that they're happy because to them, nothing bad ever existed.
Dad, we can't live in the fairy tale forever.
No, but you should try. With that, I gave him a hug and told him I loved him. Alistair and I had a special bond, and I was happy that I was able to talk to him in ways that I never could with my own father. I guess we strive to fix the issues from our childhood once we become parents. The idea of that gave me hope. As I closed the door, the grim reality of life returned. I still had to deal with today and everything that came with it. I walked outside and stopped on the porch. Melinda must have dragged the cart up a few steps and tried to keep it out of sight. I knew that had to be hard because the metal frame gleamed with Mike's dried blood. Fuck, I grumbled. It was like I was reliving that moment all over again. The vivid images of Mike pleading for help rushed to the front of my mind. I shivered as goosebumps erupted across my arms and wondered how long it would haunt me. Cringing, I started sifting through the contents of the buggy. The lunch meat was bad, so I threw that out first. Then I started grabbing items that hadn't been showered in blood. The more things I moved around, the more blood poured from the bottom of the cart and splattered onto the porch. Without running water, I was forced to use some of the water jugs to clean everything off. Although I had a generous amount of water stored in my house, that was one of the things you could never have too much of. As I cleaned off the last of the cans and set it down near the front door, I heard what sounded like a semi-truck. A bit of hope rose in my chest as imagined it was the power companies or first responders finally making their way out. I started toward the steps, but as I made my way down, I dropped to the floor and covered my head. An explosion suddenly shook the air and my eardrums popped. I could feel the wave of air rush past me. Recovering, I jumped up and ran to the sidewalk. I peered down the road toward the gate and stopped in shock. Holy shit! Chapter 9. The Welcoming Party. I stepped to the side as the heavy armored vehicle slowly wheeled past me. Behind it, rows and rows of troops trotted at a moderate pace. They were all dressed in sand-colored fatigues, with rifles at the ready. What the hell was that noise? Melinda's words fell short as her eyes found the small army outside. I looked back at her with wild eyes. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I felt frozen with shock and fear. We needed help, but not this. This was an occupying force. I felt like a small child watching the army roll into Baghdad.
Over there!
I heard someone behind me call out. I turned, and there was a middle-aged man heading my way. Like the other soldiers, he was dressed in fatigues, but his rifle was slung over his back. He had another 5 troops with him, following like handmaids or something. "Sir?" he shouted before he was close enough to talk in a normal voice. "Yeah," I replied casually. Then I considered how strange I must have looked with a blood-stained shirt and a shopping cart on the porch behind me. "My name is Captain Swansky," he said, and extended his hand. I reached out and shook it, then he looked me over. He tried to hide the surprise in his face, but I already knew what was coming next. "What happened here?" he asked. "My neighbor was murdered yesterday," I admitted, reluctantly. I prepared myself for the lengthy interrogation that I knew was coming. I prepared to take him next door into the garage to the body. I didn't know how I could talk myself out of what would happen next, but I was ready to take the blame. But he didn't press me any further. No questions or even second looks. He shook his head like he completely understood, and that made my spine chill. "How many residents are in this community?" he continued. "I don't know. Are you guys with the National Guard or something? Did they declare some kind of disaster?" "Not quite," he replied. "I need to speak with your community leader. We need to round everyone together. Is there some sort of town hall or meeting room?" "What? What the hell are you talking about?" I didn't mean to come off so rudely, but the entire thing took me a bit by surprise. There was a freaking military force parked on my street, and it suddenly dwarfed every other problem I had. "What's your name?" he asked, with a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Randall," I replied. "Well, look, Randall," he began. "Sir," another soldier called. He approached the captain and saluted, then extended a clipboard with a stack of papers. 162, sir. We double-checked. No meeting hall." "Very well," the captain told him. "We'll have to go door to door. Lieutenant, move them out." "Yes, sir," the lieutenant said, as he saluted, then turned on his heels. Swansky let out a long breath, then turned back to me. "Randall, I'll have to ask that you stay inside. Someone will be by shortly with more details." "What? Stay inside? What the hell is going on?" "Someone will explain shortly. I have to ask for your safety, though, that you and your family remain in your residence. Is that understood?" I wanted to protest, but the captain had the type of face that you didn't argue with. He had dark eyes and thick brown eyebrows that created a shadow effect. I suspected that even his smile looked like an ill-wishing scowl, and I didn't want to be on his bad side this early. "I'll wait here," I replied, "but I want to know what's going on." Swansky nodded, then headed back out into the street. I watched him for a moment, feeling a nervous apprehension. I'd been waiting for power companies and emergency workers, but instead, an occupying force showed up. Something really bad was going on, and I was starting to doubt that things were going to go back to how they were. "What was that about?" Melinda asked as I ushered her back inside. Once the door was closed and locked, I pulled her into the living room. We both had a seat on the couch, and I leaned back and let out a long, rattled sigh. "We have to get out of here," I said, after I collected my thoughts. "What was that out there?" "I don't know. The military, National Guard maybe, I'm not sure. Something wasn't right with that guy, though. And he was asking how many residents were here. Makes sense if they're trying to account for people. Randall, you think everything is some kind of conspiracy." "Melinda, they didn't come with food and water. They came with fucking tanks and guns." "Keep your voice down," she warned. "I don't want the kids hearing you." "Something is going on, and I don't think it's safe to stay here." This feels wrong. Feels like we're in some third world country all of a sudden.
Even if we could leave, Randall, where would we go? The cars don't work, and you don't have any clue what's going on out there. The last time you left...
She stopped herself and covered her mouth.
I'm sorry.
I frowned and lowered my head. I don't know, Melinda, but I'm worried. We need to get out of here and find out what's really going on. We could make it to the news station or take one of those boats in the harbor and just get the hell out of here. Melinda started to respond, but a knock at the door cut her off. We looked at each other, and her eyes reflected mine. Surprise and fear. I gave her a weak smile, then got up and walked to the door. The knock sounded again, this time more urgently, and I wanted to grab my family and run off, rather than open it.
I'm coming,
I said. Swallowing, I unlocked the door and cracked it. Greg was standing on the porch looking nervous and scared. Without a word, he rushed inside. I closed the door behind him, then turned around. Everything okay?
Did you see what's going on out there?
He asked with a trembling voice.
You mean with the army or whatever?
They're taking people.
What? I snapped and looked back at Melinda.
You heard what happened to Mike, right? I can't believe it, man.
He lowered his head and seemed lost in his thoughts for a moment.
I was there. Holy shit. I'm sorry, man.
He sighed and rubbed his hands across his face.
Fucking Mike. Can't believe he's gone. Wait, you told them that? They know you were with him? They're gonna come here, they're gonna take you too.
Greg, chill out. What are you talking about? At this point, Greg was looking around the house with crazy eyes and waving his hands hysterically. He looked like a madman, and I can tell he was on the verge of completely losing his shit.
They went to Mike's house. Took them all.
Well, Mike's dead. They had to do something. And they probably took his family to help them.
George was fighting them. Jennifer and the kids were screaming like hell. That doesn't sound like help to me.
I twisted my face in surprise. Swansky didn't seem all that interested in what had happened to Mike when I told him about it.
Who?
Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Greg froze, then started searching the house for a place to hide.
It's them,
he said frantically.
They can't find me here. I have to go.
Greg sprinted through the house to the sliding glass door. He yanked it open and rushed through the lanai into the backyard. Tripping over the toys, he darted through the hedges and vanished. I stared after him for a few minutes to make sure he was gone, then headed to the door. He was right. I opened the door and Captain Swansky and a few of his men were gathered on my porch.
Do you mind if we come in?
He asked. I looked them over as if I had any choice in the matter. Grunting, I nodded and stepped to the side. The captain and his men stepped inside, and I led them to the living room where Melinda was still sitting.
This is your wife?
He asked. Yes. So what's going on? He didn't answer immediately. He walked toward the back window and stared out into the yard. He seemed to be searching, and I could tell he was the type of man that was used to finding what he looked for.
Captain,
I said with a slightly raised voice,
what is all of this about?
He turned and came back to where we were sitting. He took a deep breath and sat down in a chair across from us.
Do you people have any clue of what's going on?
I laughed, even though I didn't mean to.
No, that's what I'm asking you,
I replied.
People are looting stores, killing people.
We have no phones, no electricity, no water. And then the army shows up. No, I don't have any clue what's going on. The captain looked tired. I could see the strain in his eyes along with broken red lines that webbed across his pupils. He looked weighed down with his thoughts of things I wasn't aware of. "Civil unrest is just the tip," he said in a labored voice. These weather anomalies are only going to get worse." "Weather anomalies?" I asked. We were supposed to be ahead of it all. Evacuations and the plans we made should have worked. Should have kept them safe. He was talking to himself, staring straight ahead with unfocused eyes. It was like he'd forgotten he was in my house. "They weren't safe, and now we have to do this. Things will only get worse if we don't do this." "Do what?" I asked. His face hardened, and his eyes focused as he stood up. He shook his head from side to side as if to rid himself of the bout of empathy he'd just had. "We are here to maintain order, to keep the peace and ensure that nothing happens, that nothing else happens. Soldiers will be stationed at the gates as well as at the posts along the streets. Stay in your homes as much as possible, and we'll sort this thing out." "What about the weather?" I asked again. "That'll be all, Randall," he said, and then walked out of the door with his guards. Chapter 10. Occupying by Force. "What do you think they want?" Melissa asked, as we sat at the dining room table. "I don't know, to keep everyone in check. It's martial law, I guess. I mean, after what I saw at the store, it's not that hard to believe." I pushed around the sliced hot dog in front of me and rolled it through the ketchup. This was the 5th day in a row that a grilled hot dog and corn on the cob was dinner. I guess it could be worse, but my stomach missed the disastrous taste of fast food. "You hear that?" Melissa asked, and broke me out of my McDonald's nostalgia. "What?" As soon as I asked, I heard a faint scream outside. I waited, straining my ears, and then I heard it again. "Sounds like it's across the street," I said, and stood up. I glanced at Melinda, then started toward the door. As I got closer, 2 more screams rang out. Then a man shouted something I couldn't make out.
"Dad, what is that?"
Alistair asked, and poked his head out of his room. "I'm not sure. I'll be right back." I stepped outside and immediately saw the source of all the noise. Across the street, our neighbors, Sue and Debbie, the 2 nurses, were wrestling with one of the soldiers. 2 more soldiers were standing on the sidewalk watching them with mild interest.
Calm down.
The soldier said, and held Debbie's wrist while he kept Sue at bay with his outstretched hand.
"We're not going anywhere,"
Debbie screamed.
"You can't just make people leave their house." "Ma'am, it's not safe. For the love of God, Jackson, just throw the bitches in the truck and let's get moving already,"
one of the soldiers on the sidewalk said. He was a short guy, with a foul look on his face and slicked back red hair. Jackson waved him off.
"Ma'am, please, I'm trying to help you. We're trying to get you to somewhere safe. Get off her,"
Sue yelled and jumped on Jackson's back. The other soldier had seen all he could take.
"Hey!"
he shouted. Jumping forward, he grabbed Sue by her collar and yanked her to the ground. She landed flat on her back and let out a rattled grunt. Her head smashed into the concrete, and she reeled across the floor in pain.
"Calm down,"
he shouted, and brought his open hand crashing down on Debbie's face. She screeched, then dropped to her knees in tears.
"Jesus, Tolbert, what the hell was that for?"
Jackson asked as he straightened up.
"These crazy chicks need to get a grip. I told you we don't have time for this."
He grabbed Debbie by the hair and pulled her up. Sue was still trying to regain her senses, and he didn't seem to pay her much attention.
"You're gonna get your shit and come with us. Do you understand that?" "Hey!"
I yelled as my feet took me forward.
"What the fuck are you assholes doing? You can't treat people like this."
I had spouted a mouthful before I even knew what I was doing. My legs shook with anger as I walked toward them, and I wasn't even sure why I was so mad.
Excuse me?
Tolbert said. I could see the unnamed soldier place his hand on the rifle that hung around his neck. This reminded me why I always minded my own damn business.
You can't beat people. This ain't Iraq.
I shouted, hoping my loud voice would at least gain the interest of a few witnesses.
You better go back inside before I show you just how we treat people in Iraq. That's enough, Tolbert. We'll come back later,
Jackson said, and stepped in between us.
No. These ladies are gonna pack up and we're gonna finish our job. And this dickless asshole,
he nodded at me,
he's gonna go back inside before I shove a boot up his ass.
What size do you wear? The question left my mouth before I could swallow it back. The soldier gripping his rifle cracked a smile, and Jackson laughed. That only made Tolbert all the more angry. He let go of Debbie and steamed toward me. Biting his lower lip, he grabbed me by the shirt collar and pulled me forward. I could smell the stench of onions and cigarettes on his breath.
Look, you little fuck,
he growled.
Sergeant!
Swansky shouted from behind me. Tolbert dropped me and snapped to attention. As I caught my breath, I turned around and found the captain gazing at me with a beet-red face.
What the hell is going on here? Sir, nothing, sir.
Debbie clambered to her feet and then dove at Tolbert.
You piece of shit,
she screamed. Jackson wrapped his arms around her shoulders and held her back. Sue was still trying to gather herself, and I was trying to make sense of the whole situation.
Randall, please forgive my men. They tend to get a bit overzealous,
Swansky said.
This business makes us all a bit restless.
And what business is that? I asked accusingly. Swansky squinted his eyebrows and shot me daggers.
You can return home now. This won't happen again.
He stepped toward me and brought himself to his full height. I wanted to punch him, but I knew that would end bad for me. Grinding my teeth, I cast one more dirty look at Tolbert and then headed back to my house. Chapter 11. De oppresso liber. Days passed with Captain Swansky and his men monitoring us like we were in prison. No one was allowed to leave the neighborhood, and we hadn't heard anything else about what was happening outside. It was disturbing how quickly people learn to tolerate, even accept oppression. It's little battles that are lost daily, and you never even notice how far you've fallen until you've lost everything. More families had been taken without a word, including Jake and Trent. It seemed completely random, but I knew there had to be more going on. Every morning I wondered who would be the next person to vanish. Greg and I had begun to have secret meetings late at night to discuss what news, if any, we'd learned that day. Normally it was nothing, but sometimes we'd manage to piece together enough to paint a pretty grim picture of what the world had become.
Eddie heard one of the troops talking.
Says he thinks they'll be leaving soon, Greg said, as we sat at my dining room table under dim light.
What does that mean? Can't mean anything good. He just said he heard them say they'd be moving out.
And what about the people that were at the gate?
Gone. They didn't let them in, and I don't think they were too nice about getting rid of them. At least that's what I heard.
Rumors and he said, she said is what we'd been reduced to, but at least it was something. The military wasn't all bad, though. They provided food and water, and even had a few gas burners that allowed us to cook actual food. But things weren't getting any better, and I was still pushing the agenda to leave. We wrapped up our secret meeting, and Greg snuck back home. After that, I checked on the kids and locked up and went to bed. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of drums beating at the door. Melinda was already wide awake, staring around with crazed eyes and rambling on about something I couldn't immediately understand. "Go check the door," she said again, and her words finally made sense. I crawled out of the bed and stumbled toward the door. The knocking hadn't let up, and I was starting to feel a chill creep down my spine. It was a frantic sound, like someone was trying to get in.
"I'm coming,"
I yelled. A little annoyed, I yanked the door open. Greg was standing there with a crazy look in his eyes.
"They left,"
he said. "What?"
"The military. They left. Every last one of them."
I scratched my head and stepped onto the porch. I didn't see any soldiers, so I ventured further out and walked down the steps. I stopped in the street and looked from side to side. When did they leave?
"I don't know, but they're gone. They packed up everything. I checked outside of the gate. There's not a sign of them anywhere."
Greg was right. There wasn't a troop in sight, and all of their equipment and vehicles were gone. I should have been happy they'd left us, but it made me wonder just what could have occurred that caused them to pack up and leave town. "I don't think it's a good thing," I said to Greg.
"Who knows?
I didn't like them around here, that's for sure.
A bunch of guys with guns is never a good thing."
For the next few days, things did seem to get better. People were outside more often. There was less talk of doom and gloom, and the best part was the military had left all of the supplies they'd brought. But after a while, the portable toilets became full. The gas grills ran out of propane, and the pallets of water ran dry. Suddenly, we were back to scavenging, to struggling to survive, and the optimistic attitude evaporated like a puddle of water.
"It's been 3 weeks,"
Melinda said in desperation.
"We have to do something."
"I said we should leave, but you don't want to." "What else do you want me to do?" I asked.
"Why can't you just fix the car? They had those Jeeps and they worked."
I sighed. Whatever messed up our stuff didn't mess up everything. And I don't know how to fix a car anyway. We just need to get out of here, Melinda. The longer we stay, the harder it's going to be to find some safe place. We don't have a clue what's really going on out there. But the military left, and they must have had good reason.
"Dad's right,"
Alistair added. He'd just walked out of his room and was standing in the hall watching us.
"I think we should leave. This is getting scary."
I'd never seen Alistair like that before. He was normally a serious kid, but optimistic and full of bright ideas. Now he looked defeated and pained.
"I don't know,"
Melinda replied.
"I just don't know."
She huffed, then got up and headed into our bedroom. Alistair came and took a seat next to me, and we just stared out of the open window into the backyard. A cool breeze blew in, and I considered grabbing a light jacket. But the weather was so scarcely chilly that I decided to soak it in. Brown, dead leaves fell from the lone tree out back, and the wide brick wall that separated the back of our neighborhood from the highway could be seen clearly. I thought about what was going on in the world outside. 3 weeks was a long time to be cut off from everything. It was a long time to not hear the news or the ring of a phone. It was a long time to be alone.
"Where would we go?"
Alistair asked in a light voice. "I don't know. Away from here. I guess it depends on what it's really like out there."
"You think it's gotten worse?"
"Yeah, I think so."
"You think it'll ever be the same again?"
I looked at Alistair, then lowered my gaze. I never lied to him, but at the same time I knew how horrible the answer would sound. The same fear he felt, I'd been hiding for a long time. Something had happened, and I didn't think our world would ever be the same again. Beyond that, I feared leaving our house and neighborhood, but I'd rather know what's waiting around the corner. Staying there was just avoiding reality and dying slowly. Alistair, I don't know. I hope it will. But the more I see, the more I feel like we may have reached a point where there's no going back. Alistair frowned. He nodded his head slightly and took a deep breath.
Me too. Dad?
Charlie suddenly shouted. I jumped up and sprinted toward their room. I almost tore my ACL whipping around the corner, but I came to a stop in their doorway with Melinda right behind me.
Well, what's wrong?
I huffed.
My iPad. It's working,
he said in excitement.
What?
I reached out and grabbed the little silver tablet. The light in the corner flashed, and then something blinked across the screen, and it went off. I glanced at Melinda with excitement in my eyes.
Is it working?
Melinda asked.
I think it was,
I said, as I depressed the power button over and over with no success.
You broke it,
David shot.
Shut up, David.
Charlie, what did you do to get it to work?
Nothing, it just started working.
Shaking my head, I handed the tablet back to him. Let me know if it happens again.
Randall!
Greg's voice shouted from the front door as he hammered it loudly.
What now?
I grumbled. I left Melinda with the kids and ran to get the door. As soon as I opened it, Greg bolted inside, nearly knocking me over. What the hell is wrong with you?
People,
he huffed as he tried to catch his breath.
Guns. They got guns.
Confused, I bent the blind on the front window and glanced outside. Several men armed with hunting rifles and pistols were trotting down the middle of the road. They looked like they were trying to imitate a military patrol, but it was obvious they didn't have the training.
Holy shit,
I mumbled and shuffled backward. What's going on? Melinda asked from behind me. I put my finger to my mouth, then locked the door. Melinda gave me a confused look and tilted her head. I grabbed her by the arm and moved further into the house as I looked at her with an intensity that I hope she comprehended.
There are people with guns outside. Not soldiers, just people,
I whispered.
Yeah, some kind of militia,
Greg added as he found his voice.
We need to go. We need to go now,
I said. Melinda shook her head from side to side and started to say something. The crackle of a gunshot sent her diving to the floor with a high-pitched yelp. I took off running toward the kids' room. They were sitting on the bed trying to get their iPad to work again. As I stormed through the door, I dove and tackled them both to the ground. Charlie let out an odd-sounding chirp, and David laughed and started punching me like we were playing a game.
Guys, be very quiet, okay? Hide and go seek?
David asked with an excited grin.
No, this is serious. Bad people are outside. Be very quiet and follow me.
Their faces changed, mirroring my concern. I dropped to all fours and they did the same. We crawled across the floor as quickly as we could until we were back in the living room with Melinda and Greg.
Did you hear that?
Alistair asked as he came sliding around the corner.
Get down!
Another gunshot shattered the air and then screams followed. They were close, no more than a few houses away. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew we needed to get out of the neighborhood and fast.
Melinda, we're leaving.
Grab their bags and load up as much from the pantry as you can. Alistair, help her, I said in an urgent voice. Greg was still cowering on the floor, looking terrified. Reluctantly, he pushed himself up to all fours and looked over at me.
Where are you going?
He asked. Away from here.
I'm coming,
he replied. I nodded, then rushed to the closet to grab my bug-out bag and anything else I could cram into it. My hands trembled with panic as I tried to yank down the zipper. Then I reached inside and pulled out the small metal gun safe at the bottom. Moving quickly, I opened it and grabbed the black pistol inside. I stared at it, wishing I'd gone to the gun range or at least watched a YouTube video on how to use it. I'd always assumed the internet would be around. Who knows how the world got along before it? But that was a question for another day. I grunted and crammed the gun into my waistline.
Hurry up!
Greg called. Rushing, I stuffed more water and metal rations into the orange and gray nylon. Then I tied up the tent I'd purchased at Walmart and slung the entire thing on my back. I stood there for a moment. It was funny that the few supplies I'd bought after watching some doomsday movie were now going to decide if I lived or died. The idea of a world where simple things like running water or electricity didn't exist previously stood at the far reaches of my unconscious mind. Now, this was my reality, and accepting that became the most sobering moment that I could remember. I'd told myself a lie my whole life. We all had. We'd built our cities and highways, giant cascading statues of steel. We'd connected the far reaches of the world with technology, able to send messages across the globe in the blink of an eye. We'd created a central nervous system for all humans, a knowledge repository so vast that it could only exist in space. And through all of that, we'd forgotten how to live. That was my fear. That I would take my family into the unknown and let them die. That after years of fast food and comfy chairs and computers, I wouldn't be able to provide the basics. That we'd die of thirst or starve to death because of my ineptitude, because of my inability to be a man. Loud shouts and screams from outside brought me back to the moment. I shut the closet door and hurried back to the living room. Melinda was already there, trying to comfort David and Charlie. They were terrified. And while they couldn't completely understand the danger, they were perceptive enough to know that they should be afraid. "It's going to be okay," Melinda said over and over. "We are going on a mission," I started. "I need you guys to stay close and be very quiet. When we run, you run. When we stop, you stop. You guys understand?" They both nodded. I looked at Alistair, and he stared back at me with an intense resolve on his face. I was impressed. He didn't break easily. "Ready?" Melinda asked. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and everyone froze. Melinda looked at me with a fear in her eyes that coiled around my neck and squeezed. She wrapped her arms around the kids and lowered to the floor. "If you're in there, come out now or we're coming in," a deep-barreled voice shouted. The door shook as they beat on it again, and then the knob began to rattle loudly. My hand drifted to the pistol stuck in my pants, and I swallowed the fear at the back of my throat. "Go through the back," Greg suddenly said. "What?" "Take them through the back and over the wall. The drop is only 5 feet or so on that side. I'll get rid of the guys on the porch." I looked out the back window and stared at the tan brick wall that spanned the length of the neighborhood. Because of the incline at the back of the house, it was only 2 feet to stand on top of the wall, but it dropped off to ground level on the other side. "Are you sure? What are you going to do?" I asked. "Yeah, I'll ditch them. Give them what they want, and I'll meet you on the other side." The door rattled again and started to buckle as the men outside began to kick it. I grabbed Melinda by the hand and smiled. "Go now," Greg grunted through gritted teeth. "Be safe," I told him and patted him on the shoulder. Then I turned back to Melinda and the kids. I could see the fear and trepidation written in tears on their faces. I could also see the trust they'd put in me to get them through whatever was going to happen. They had their bags strapped tightly on their backs, their running shoes laced up and their jackets pulled snug. I looked back around the house, and deep inside I knew it would be the last time I was there. A lifetime of memories lingered in the halls, and I felt like I was leaving a piece of me behind. I took a deep breath and summoned all the resolve I could find. I was at the edge of a great decision, a journey that would test our will to live. I could only hope that we were ready. With more fear than bravery, I turned toward the back door. I reached out for the handle and nodded at Greg. Staring back at my family, I managed a half smirk and then wheeled myself forward and growled, "Let's go!" Chapter 12. The Getaway. I ushered David and Charlie up the slight hill, and we stopped next to Alistair and Melinda. I leaned over and stared down the side of the wall. Greg hadn't been that off, but the 7-foot drop to the ground could mean a sprained ankle, which was something I didn't need. "I'm going to lower you down first, Alistair, and then you can help everyone else," I told him as I laid my bag in the grass. Alistair smirked, and before I could do anything else, he scaled the wall and landed softly on the other side. I cut my eyes at him, then grabbed Charlie and started to lower him down. After that went David, and then I prepared to help Melinda over the wall. Suddenly there was a loud shout from the front and then a series of gunshots. Melinda screeched and tried to catch herself, but her grip loosened and she slipped from my hands. "Melinda!" I yelled. She tumbled backward as I lunged forward, grasping empty air. Alistair quickly moved toward the wall with outstretched arms. He caught her, and they both flopped into the grass and rolled over.
We're okay,
he shouted. I took a sigh of relief, then turned my head toward the crackling gunfire. There were more shouts and screams, then a staccato of exploding bullets. Then there was silence. I waited for what felt like hours, hoping, wishing that Greg was okay. I could still feel the sting of Mike's death, and I couldn't take another. The feeling of responsibility weighed me down like sandbags, like I was sending men to die for my own agenda. Come on, I mumbled hopelessly. With a remorseful sigh, I grabbed the bags and tossed them over the wall. Then I looked back one last time out of desperation. Guilt swelled in my throat, and I choked before swallowing it down like bitter poison. I stared down at Melinda and frowned, shaking my head from side to side. I threw a leg over the wall, then paused.
Randall!
Someone called. I whipped my head around, and Greg was running down the side of the house with a greedy smile on his face. I felt my shoulders loosen and my chest expand freely. I'd never been so relieved in my life.
What the hell happened up there?
I asked as he made it to the wall. He had a bag on his back, and his hand was pressing on a bloody wound on his shoulder. He laughed and climbed up on the top of the wall next to me.
I'll tell you later, we need to go,
he replied, then slipped off the wall and landed on the other side. Feeling a bit of my anxiety creep back in, I followed after him. I landed awkwardly but managed to recover without breaking anything. I shot an exhausted glance at Alistair, then straightened up and grabbed my bag. Melinda and the kids had already strapped up and were ready to go. They were staring around anxiously, watching the road like some evil force was about to manifest in the middle of it. "Let's head across the street. We need to get the hell away from here," I said, and turned to Greg.
Are you okay, man? Yeah, I'm good. One of those bastards shot me in the shoulder, but no biggie. It barely hurts.
I looked at him skeptically, but I didn't have time to argue with him. I could hear the group of bandits starting to move around toward another house. I nodded my head at the highway, and we got moving. We quickly crossed the desolate street and ran past an abandoned church. There wasn't a sign of life anywhere. Everything looked eerie, magnified by the long stretch of empty road. But I didn't have time to ponder on that. We were running for our lives. We moved into the forest that I'd driven past hundreds of times. It was a collection of oak trees and tropical plants that grew thick in some sections, but for the most part it was manageable. If we avoided the rattlesnakes and coyotes, we'd be all right. The cool weather was nice. Normally the mosquitoes would be swarming all over the muggy, damp area, but falling temperatures had driven them away. It was a little after midday, and I figured we could get deep enough into the woods to make camp without being seen. Our best bet was to stay hidden. I'd been camping a few times before and felt confident in my ability to survive off the grid for a day or two. Charlie and David were starting to come around. This was turning into more of an adventure for them than the reality of struggling to survive. They talked and sang little songs as we walked, which lightened the mood a bit and gave me an optimistic feeling. Alistair didn't share in their childish utopia. He scanned the path in front of us like a hawk, snapping and turning his head with every sound. He knew enough to be scared, and for once I wished he was still consumed with the kind of ignorance that only a kid could have. Thin branches and dry grass crackled with every step we took as we pushed our way further and further into the undeveloped land. Birds and insects whistled in high pitches like a nature soundtrack. Other than that, it was a silent journey, a time for me to think and clear my head. Maybe this was the way things were supposed to be all along. Humans had spent too much time cooped up in houses and hidden behind desks. We were meant to be out in nature, and even though I was afraid of how we'd get along, I felt I belonged out here. Once we'd walked for a while or so, there was enough trees behind us and the road. Besides that, I was certain if we went much farther, I wouldn't be able to find my way back out. Dropping my bag in a small clearing, I turned back to Melinda and said, "I think we'll stop here." "Good. My legs hurt," she replied. Greg groaned and dropped his gear as well and moved his arm around a bit, like he needed to make sure it still worked. The kids took a seat on top of their bags, and Melinda gave them a bottled water and some chips. Alistair stared off into the thicket like a hunting dog. If it were possible, he seemed more concerned about our bleak future than I did. "What the hell happened back there? I heard shooting." I turned to Greg and asked. Greg grinned, but even through that I could see the pain in his face. At a quick glance, the wound didn't look that bad, but he was sweating more than any of us, and his skin looked like it had lost some color. "I made it back to my house, picked up a few things," he started. "Told the guys they could have everything inside. Then they wanted my bag. We got into a bit of a tussle. One of them shot me. But I'm all good." "Yeah, you need to take care of that. Let me clean it up and put a bandage or something over it." I reached into my bag and pulled out the bottle of disinfectant I'd gathered from the store. I twisted off the cap and tipped it toward his arm. He jokingly slapped at my hand. "Nah, that's gonna sting. Trust me, I'm good. It's not even bleeding anymore." "Look, man, I'm no doctor or anything, but if you haven't noticed, it's not like we can just head to a hospital. If that gets infected or something, and did the bullet even come out?" I'm fine, man. I really am. I gave him a skeptical look, but let it go. He was a grown man, after all, and who was I to be giving any kind of survival advice? My knowledge came from shit I saw on the Discovery Channel. We're going to camp here and then head out in the morning, I said, and started to unroll my tent. It's kinda early, isn't it? Greg asked. Yeah, but I don't want to be stumbling around the woods in the dark. We can start early tomorrow and get going. And where exactly are we going? I've been thinking about that. With guys like we saw back in the neighborhood roaming around, I don't think it's safe to be near the roads. I don't have a clue what's going on, but the safest place has to be MacDill. The Air Force Base? Alistair asked. Yep. Those military guys from earlier knew something. And if they packed up and left, we should probably follow them. How are we going to get there? Melinda chimed in. It's got to be at least 30 miles, and David and Charlie can't walk that far. I smiled and held back for a moment. My genius plan was about to be revealed, but it felt kind of good being the mastermind behind everything. Melinda gave me a look and huffed. I winked at her and then cleared my throat. The harbor, I finally said. What harbor? Greg asked, as if my plan was the dumbest thing he'd ever heard. Any harbor. Shit, there's tons of them. We moved out here for the water, and there's boats everywhere. The base is right across the bay. Wouldn't take us more than an hour or two to get there. You couldn't fix the car, Randall. How the hell are you going to get a boat to run? Melinda jabbed. We take a sailboat. There's tons of them moored less than 4 miles from here. And who's going to sail it? What? I asked, and looked at her with squinting eyes. A sailboat, Randall. They have sails and things. Who's going to operate that? It's not as easy as it sounds, and if you screw it up, we all drown. I felt the air whistle from my chest as I slumped my shoulders. As simple as it was, I hadn't thought of that. And I sure as hell didn't know how to sail a boat. But how hard could it be? Look, Melinda, if that's our only issue, then I say we've made out. They're killing people back in our neighborhood. I'll take my chances in the water. I'm hungry, David suddenly announced, which was immediately echoed by Charlie. I'll get the tent up, you figure out dinner, I said, and looked at Melinda. Well, that's easy. We're going with lasagna or chicken and mashed potatoes, she laughed, and held up a package of freeze-dried food. Winking, I turned around and grabbed the tent. Alistair started unpacking the poles, and Greg grabbed his own little pop-up tent and went to work. An hour later, Greg was relaxing inside of his tent, and me and Alistair were still trying to figure out which part was the floor. I thought you had instructions for that? Melinda asked. Yeah, well, we were kind of busy rushing out of the house from the damn murder brigade, so I didn't grab them. Don't get mad at me. It's not my fault. And dinner is ready. Melinda had used our little gas burner to heat up some water and make an edible version of chicken and mashed potatoes. The kids must have been starving because they ate 3 helpings each and licked the flimsy plates when they were done. After that, me and Alistair went back to work on the tent. We managed to sort out the floor, but the poles were another story. Every time we set one up, another fell over. Need some help? Greg asked with a grin. Don't you start shit, too, I replied. He shrugged, then winced. Suit yourself. Ignoring him, I went back to work. I was determined to get the tent up without outside intervention. Besides, I had a lot of faith in Alistair. He had a knack for things like this. What do you think? I asked him. I think it took you too long to ask me for help. Well, now I am, so you want to take the lead on this or what? Alistair smiled. He grabbed a few poles and started arranging them around the flooring. Then he threaded them through some loops and grabbed the string. 20 minutes later, we had a fully functioning tent. David and Charlie crawled inside just as the sun started to set. Within minutes, they were snoring loudly while the rest of us sat around outside. I used the flint rock in my bag and knife to start a small fire. The temperature wasn't unbearable yet, but it was cool enough that a fire would make it comfortable.
Do you think someone will see it?
Alistair questioned as he stared into the flames. I looked up at the canopy of trees and billowing smoke. If they were looking for it, but it's a full moon, and I don't think those guys are worried about us any longer. What do you think is going on? Melinda asked. With a huff, I gazed into the flickering orange waves and thought about my answer. Everything was speculation at this point, and the only thing that I knew was that I was missing the comfort of my own house. Terrorist attack, I replied, unoriginal but certainly on the high list of probabilities. The captain had brought something up about the weather, but that just didn't seem to fit. Storms were as much a part of Florida as sunshine. Anarchy and total power loss, on the other hand, were new.
You really think so?
Greg asked. I nodded and poked at the fire with a stick.
What else could it be? Hell, civil war, alien invasion, giant meteor, the list goes on. Climate change,
Alistair added. I gave him a sideways glance and shrugged.
How's the arm, Greg? I told you I'm fine. It's a little stiff, but I'm good.
Well, I say we get to bed and get moving early morning. By this time tomorrow we could be in real beds.
Wishful thinking, but I am tired,
Greg replied. I rolled my eyes and then put out the fire and packed up. We said our good nights, then we all headed to bed. Along with Melinda and Alistair, I crawled into our tent with David and Charlie. It was pretty large, with dividers that broke it into 3 rooms. The floor wouldn't be as comfortable as a bed, but we had some comfy sleeping bags that would be put to good use. The cooling air was perfect. Crickets chirped a melodic melody, and when combined with the stress from the day, it didn't take long before I was out cold. The next day, Melinda woke me up before the sun. Groaning, I slipped out of the tent and stretched. My back ached, and I quickly realized a sleeping bag and uneven, rocky soil was no substitute for a place to sleep. I started breakfast, she said, and pointed toward a pot steaming on the gas burner. Oatmeal. I smiled.
I could get used to this.
I can't. Sighing, I gave her a hug and rubbed her shoulders. How are you doing? She looked back to make sure the kids were still sleeping. I'm scared. Real scared. Saying it'll be okay sounds too cliché. But we'll be all right, whatever is going on. We'll be all right. We'll stick together and get through this. Melinda started to cry, and I pulled her head into my chest. It broke my heart. I knew there was nothing I could say or do to comfort her. For the first time, everything she feared was legitimate and even worse. I was just as scared as she was. What are we going to do, Randall? Where is everyone? What is going on? I don't know, babe. We're going to get to the base and figure it out from there. She wrapped her arms around me and squeezed. I could feel her heart hammering in her chest and her hands quivering as she gripped my sides. I thought help would come. I thought they'd send someone, she sobbed. With a grimace, I wiped the tears from her face and kissed her forehead. It pained me to see her that way. All I could do was keep telling myself that things were going to work out.
I'm hungry,
David called out as he shuffled from the tent. Melinda wiped her face, then put on the smile that worked like glue in tough times. She grabbed a bowl from the bag and started to fill it.
We're having oatmeal for breakfast, and I don't want any complaints. You better eat it all.
Oh, Mom,
David protested.
Not another word.
Alistair and Charlie woke up a little later and were just as pleased as David with their breakfast choices. They grunted and groaned, but hunger was an amazing thing, and even the most unappetizing food didn't stand a chance. After eating, we started to pack up things, and I decided to check in on Greg. I was all for sleeping in, but if we wanted to make it to the base by nightfall, we needed to get moving.
Yo, Greg,
I called from outside of his tent.
Time to get up, man.
When he didn't respond, I unzipped the cover and leaned in. He was lying on the floor with his sleeping bag thrown to the side. His shirt was hanging off and beads of sweat covered his skin, even though it was in the low 70s.
Greg,
I called and gave him a nudge. He groaned and rolled over.
Rough night?
I asked.
You could say that.
Well, if you're up to it, I'd like to get moving.
Yeah, give me 10.
I nodded and headed back outside. True to his word, 10 minutes later, he was dressed and packing up. He'd pretty much drank down a bowl of oatmeal and was looking like a new man. With our bags zipped up and food in our bellies, we left our little camp behind and started our journey into the unknown. It was funny how a new day could make everything seem better.
It's gonna be risky crossing 41,
Greg said, as we pushed through the twisted branches. I figure we'd keep cover in the woods a little while longer and cross over where it thins out. Greg sniffled, then shook his head in agreement. We'd only been walking for a few minutes, and he was looking like he was recovering from a hangover.
You look like shit,
Melinda told him. Shrugging, he laughed.
You just noticing?
Mom can be a bit direct. She doesn't understand the meaning of subtle,
Alistair said, in a nonchalant tone.
Find me a woman that does,
Greg replied. As we trudged through the woods, my stress started to fade. Things almost felt normal. Felt like this was something we should have been doing all along. The sky was clear, the weather was nice, all things considered. It was a good day. My feet crunching over the dead leaves became a cadence. I fell into the rhythm and burned through the distance like I ran marathons for a living. It was easy to zone out and let my mind wander. At times I'd give the boys a ride on my neck. They were keen to complain about how tired they were, and it was easier to carry them than deal with their whining.
All right, that's enough,
I groaned and let David down. He complained that he hadn't ridden long enough, but my shoulders ached. He was a dense, heavy kid, and unlike Charlie, I felt every step I took with him on my neck. For the next hour, we pushed through the clustered forest in silence. I led the way, breaking branches and clearing a path so David and Charlie could pass. Even with the cool weather, it was grueling work, and by midday my shirt was drenched in sweat.
Time for a water break,
I declared, as I stared up at the sun. We found a fallen tree and used it as a bench. The kids took a seat and gulped down an entire bottle of water each, then finished off a bag of chips. It made sense to go ahead and let them eat all the perishable food as soon as they could. It wouldn't be long before all we had left was MREs. David and Charlie were doing well for the amount of distance we'd covered. I was impressed, even though I'd carried them about 50% of the time. I already knew Alistair wouldn't have any issues. Greg, on the other hand, was breathing erratically and hadn't stopped sweating since he'd woke up. "You gonna be all right?" I asked Greg, and offered him a bottle of water. He grabbed at it and poured half of it over his head. After swigging the rest, he looked up at me and shrugged. "I'm good, man. Just got a bit of a fever, nothing to worry about." "You keep saying don't worry, but you keep getting worse." "It's got me worried, Greg. We need to do something about your arm." Greg stood up. I'm sure to make some over-the-top gesture about his great health, but he never got the chance. The sound of a woman screaming ripped through the air, and I spun around. "It's coming from the road," Greg said. I turned to Melinda. "Stay here." Chapter 13. What the world has become.
Quick! I'm bleeding!
I slipped through the trees with Greg right behind me. Moving as quick as I could, without making a ruckus, I clawed my way toward the shouting. The screams grew louder and louder the closer we came, and whatever was happening, I could tell a great deal of pain was involved. I stopped short of the road where I was still covered by the thick foliage. Silently pushing the branches out of the way, I looked out to the street. There was an older, brown pickup, pulled off to the side, still running. A half-naked woman was scampering away while 3 men laughed and kicked at her.
No, please, no.
The woman shouted. She was wearing a torn white t-shirt and underwear. Her face was bloodied and bruised, and her knees were scratched up. From what I could tell, she was probably in her early 30s and kept herself in good shape. Up until now, the men were an assortment of shady-looking characters. They were all heavy-set and looked in dire need of baths. One was dark-skinned with thick curly hair and meaty hands, like a construction worker. The other 2 looked like twin brothers. Both were beet red from the sun, with brown, buzzed hair and thick, graying beards.
What the hell?
Greg mumbled. One of the brothers bent down and grabbed the woman's leg. He pulled her back toward the truck as she kicked and screamed hysterically.
No, not again. Please just let me go.
She yelled.
Shut up, bitch!
The man spat back. The darker man lunged forward and smacked her across the face, then grabbed her other leg.
It's my turn now, Henry!
He shouted and pushed the other man away. Flashes of Mike came to mind. The brewing guilt in my stomach started to boil, and I lowered my head. I couldn't believe this was happening again. "We have to do something," I mumbled, although I wasn't sure what we could possibly do. I motioned to stand up, and Greg grabbed my arm. "You're gonna get us killed," he grunted. "She's gonna get killed," I retorted. "If you go over there and the 3 of them kick our ass, what do you think is gonna happen next, huh? You think they won't find your little family waiting back there? Do you think Alistair will stand a chance when he tries to protect his mom? And what do you think they'll do with the little ones? Best case, they're left in the middle of the woods alone." He painted a pretty sullen picture. A picture that I hadn't come to accept until then. Sticking your neck out trying to play the hero would only end bad for the people you loved. I had too much to lose, and I had to make sure I looked out for my family first. But it was hard to watch and even harder to swallow. I didn't even know the woman, but I knew women. She was someone's wife, someone's mother, someone's daughter. And where were the men that were supposed to protect her?
Please stop,
The woman said in a faltering voice. The man slid between her legs and thrust himself forward. The woman grunted and cried, but had no more energy to offer any real resistance. With an animalistic grunt, he ripped her t-shirt completely off, then grabbed her behind the head and pulled her forward. Kneeling there, behind the cover of the trees, I felt like a coward. I felt empty. Like I was just as bad as the men that were raping her. I couldn't believe the world had been reduced to this in weeks. I hadn't realized how fickle the constructs that man had built were. It took nothing for them to fall apart. Nothing for us to lose our morality and return to the caveman that only knew one law: take what you can. From behind those trees, I saw the fall of humanity. I saw the end of the world and felt broken pieces of my own beliefs crumbling to sand. I saw what we were truly capable of. I saw mankind's deconstruction. "Let's go," I whispered. The woman had fallen silent, and now the only sounds were the grunts and groans of the man entering her, over and over. It was a sickening noise, and I could feel the little bit of food in my stomach rumble toward my throat. With shame in my heart, I turned and headed into the forest. Once we made it back, I could see worry written across Melinda's face. I was so happy to see her, I rushed forward and squeezed her in my arms.
What happened?
She asked. Nothing, I replied and let her go. I looked in her eyes and smiled. Nothing to worry about. That lie took a toll on me. I could feel physical pain as the words left my lips. That woman was most likely going to die. She'd probably be raped for days, then murdered or left to the elements, and I didn't even have the honor to admit that she was there. That was a lot of screaming for nothing to worry about. Melinda continued to press me. Were there people out there? How many? Was everything okay? I looked past her and stared at Alistair and then David and Charlie. Seeing their faces brought everything into perspective for me. At least I felt like it did. I'd made the right choice. Everybody here is safe, Melinda. That's what matters. We need to get moving. Chapter 14. There are only hard choices. I had severely overestimated our ability to move through the twisted trees and underbrush, or just how far we needed to go. We were now coming up on our 4th day in the woods and still hadn't made it to the narrow part of the highway to cross. Our water was running low, and Greg looked like he needed an emergency room. I was starting to fear that the next morning he might not wake up. Hopefully this is our last night out here, I said, as me and Alistair set up the tent. We were in a small clearing we'd made with pocket knives and elbow grease. The sun had already vanished and the dull haze remained that preceded darkness. That didn't matter much. We'd become pros at pitching a tent. And I was certain we could do it blindfolded.
Dad,
Alistair started.
you've said that every night. I think we might just become permanent residents of the forest. Woodland creatures.
I laughed and shook my head. It was good to see some of his sense of humor had survived all of this. I oftentimes sat up at night wondering just how much of his innocence would be lost before we found some kind of normalcy. After a quick dinner and what we considered a ration-sized bit of water, we tucked in for the night. David and Charlie were starting to get used to tent life and were taking up much more room than was needed. It didn't really bother me that much, though. I liked keeping them close. The next morning we woke up early, hoping to cross the highway before the sun was fully up. I knew we were close, and moving through the fog at dawn was probably the safest way to travel. While Melinda fed the kids breakfast, I handled the unpleasant task of waking up Greg. He had a thing about being disturbed and normally met intruders with whatever item was in arm's reach. The last morning I caught a boot to the side of my face for my troubles. "Greg," I called from the front of his tent. "Time to hit it." I waited a few moments for an answer. When he didn't reply, I poked my head inside, then entered. "Greg." A low moan was his response. With barely any light, I felt my way toward him and found him stretched out across the floor. His lips were cracked and chapped, and his skin was icy to the touch, although he was covered in sweat. "Greg. Greg, can you hear me?" His chest barely rose and fell, as if he could hardly draw breath. Reaching across the floor, I grabbed his bag and pulled out a water bottle and a rag. I wet it, then wiped it across his face and tipped some of the water into his mouth. He gagged, and the water trickled down the side of his cheek. "Don't you do this, Greg," I grumbled. "Not now." His eyes were glossed over, and he seemed to be staring at nothing. His mouth was cracked, and he exhaled a weak, shallow breath every few seconds. I reached across him and pulled back the bandage he'd wrapped around his shoulder. The smell alone almost made me vomit. The wound was nearly black, with crusted pus and swollen skin surrounding it. It looked like it belonged on a corpse. "Greg, what the fuck?" I snapped at him. "I told you this needed to be looked at. I told you it would get infected." He didn't respond. If anything, his breathing slowed a little. "You have to clean this, you hear me?" "Fuck. I'll be back." I turned around and headed for the door. As I stepped outside, Alistair almost ran over me, and from the look in his eyes, I knew something was wrong. "Someone's coming," he said urgently. I rushed toward Melinda, and she'd already started packing up things and getting the boys ready to move. "That way," she pointed. I don't know how far, but I could hear them talking when I was throwing out trash. I tried to hide my expression, but Melinda knew me too well. My face said it all, and she started to press me for answers. "What's going on?" she asked. "Who are they?" "I don't know." "Randall?" "I don't know," I replied. They could be the guys from the road the other day. "You said that was nothing." Just stay with the kids. Be ready to go," I said, then grabbed the pistol from my bag and headed deeper into the woods. I followed the direction she pointed in, and I could hear faint voices after only a few steps. After about 50 yards, I stopped and stooped down. A group of 5 men with rifles were barreling through the forest, not worried about hiding themselves. They moved quickly but clumsily through the branches and twisted vines. With a deep breath, I moved a bit closer, hoping to make out what they were talking about. I army crawled across the leaf-covered floor, then tucked myself behind a patch of palmetto bushes.
"You really think they survived out here for this long?"
one of the men said. He was dressed in hunting fatigues and wearing a red hat.
"They had food, they had water, they could live out here. We need to find them."
Another man declared angrily.
"If we don't, we ain't gonna survive out here."
I could feel my heart jump. "Fuck," I grumbled. As quickly as I could without making a sound, I ran back to our little camp. Melinda had a terrified look on her face, and she had every reason to. "It's the guys from the neighborhood. They're looking for us," I told her.
"What? Why?"
"I don't know. But we have to go now."
"What about Greg?"
I'd been waiting for that question, and I still didn't have a good answer. Greg needed a doctor, or he was going to die. There was no way around that. And there was no doctor. "Take the boys and head that way," I pointed. "I'll get Greg. Go and be fast. I'll catch up." For once in her life, Melinda didn't question me. She gave me a kiss, then grabbed Charlie and David by the hand and led them off in the opposite direction. Alistair hung back for a second. I smiled at him and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll catch up. I promise. You keep your mom and brother safe." He gave me a skeptical look. "I'll catch up," I reiterated. He nodded and then gave me a hug. I hugged him back and told him I loved him. He said the same, and then with a pained face he ran after Melinda. Sighing, I headed back into Greg's tent. This was a moment that I'd been fearing for the last few days. The moment when he'd no longer be able to keep up with us and I'd be forced to make a decision. Him or my family. I'd hoped the decision would come much later, but as fate would have it, my hand was forced. "Greg," I called. "Greg, bad guys are coming. They want to hurt us, and we can't stay here. We have to move fast, but I can't carry you and keep my family safe." I paused and took another long breath. If you can move at all, say something now." He didn't respond. Just the same slow, shallow breathing. It sounded like a can rattling around on an empty street. It sounded like the whispers of death. Why was I always here? Was it my sentence to be a witness to people dying until my time had finally come? What had I done to deserve this? It sounded insane to even question it. Why complain when I was still here? Why should I pity myself when others had lost their lives? But I knew why. There were things worse than death, and one of those things was seeing death all around you and not being able to stop it. I didn't want to be around death any longer. "Greg," I called again, with more desperation in my voice. A harsh exhalation was his reply, and it chilled my bones. Greg was gone. His body just didn't know it yet. He would join the growing list of unfortunate souls whose paths had crossed mine. I stared at his pale face with sadness in my heart. He'd sacrificed his life for my family. If it wasn't for him, we'd be dead. And now here he was, taking his last breaths in the middle of a forest. I probably would have stayed there a little longer and gave him more chances. But I heard breaking branches and rustling leaves. Then I heard men's voices. My decision had been made. I grabbed Greg's bag and gave him one last look. Then, grunting, I turned and rushed out of the tent and left him behind to die. Chapter 15. 1 foot forward. I ran through the twisted branches as fast as I could. In my panic to get my family away, I hadn't thought about how you could get lost just 10 feet into the tangled forest. Now, I had no idea where they were, even less of an idea on how I was going to find them. I fought against the urge to yell for them. I knew the men had to be close, and that made me think of Greg. What would they do to him once they found him? Was he already dead? The guilt was starting to slow me down. I'd not only left him to die, but to get tortured and murdered. The sun had started to rise and burn off the fog from the forest floor. My visibility improved, but all I could see were the gnarled branches of oak trees. After nearly 10 minutes of running, I slowed down and leaned against a massive tree. I took some water out of my bag and gulped it down, then wiped my face with the back of my hand. I looked around the wooded maze for signs, for any trace of where my family might be. "Come on, guys," I mumbled to myself. With a deep breath, I straightened up. I adjusted my bag, then took off at a jog the same direction I'd been going. I ran for several minutes until the trees started to thin. The naked branches faded, and the sky came through like a game of peekaboo. Slowing down, I came to a stop in a clearing and stared to the heavens. It was a dull winter day, with long drab clouds floating across a gray background. The sun was hidden behind the murky swirls of sky, and a single blackbird sailed overhead. A cool wind shook the skinny branches above me. They rustled together, making an ominous noise. I squinted and stared at them, completely missing the sound of footsteps coming up behind me.
Don't move!
A man suddenly shouted. I paused and felt my heart crawl into my throat. A million different thoughts rushed through my mind, and my head swam in confusion. I should have known the dangers of my new reality were always there, always waiting to catch me with my guard down.
I don't want any trouble,
I replied.
I'm just Shut up!
The man snapped. I felt the barrel of a rifle push up against the back of my skull. The icy, rigid metal tickled like death and froze my insides.
Don't you move,
he said again, and pushed the rifle harder. Clenching my fists, I waited in silence, wondering what would come next. Did he just want my stuff? Were there more people out there, or would he just shoot me and leave me to die? I couldn't let that happen. Melinda and the kids needed me, and somehow I had to make it back to them.
What do you want?
I asked. He jabbed me again with the rifle, and I grunted. Right then, I decided if I was going to die, it wasn't going to be with some asshole shooting me in the back. If I was going to die, I planned to put up one hell of a fight. Moving slightly, I slid my hand up my leg and wrapped my fingers around the pistol I had tucked in my waistband. I immediately felt a sense of power and grinned at the poor bastard's stupidity of thinking he was the only one armed.
What the hell are you doing out here?
He snarled.
Same as you, idiot,
I said sharply. I could hear him adjusting his grip on the gun, and I seized the opportunity. Spinning around, I brought one hand across the barrel and smacked the rifle to the side. My other hand withdrew my pistol, and I leveled it at the man's head.
Don't move,
I growled. The man paused and stared at me defiantly. He seemed to be measuring me, wondering if he could get away with charging the few steps and taking me to the ground. Wondering if I was the type to shoot and ask questions later, or if I'd freeze at the moment when it mattered. He was a dark-skinned guy with a nearly bald head. He had a hefty build about 6 feet tall, and his ashy fingers trembled as they clenched the rifle that hung at his side. That's when I realized he was just as frightened as I was.
Who are you?
I asked in the roughest voice I could manage. He didn't respond. He just glared at me and tightened his jaw over and over. I stared back at him and wondered if my pistol was even loaded. Stupid mistakes were going to be the death of me. And the fact that I sucked at operating a firearm was at the top of the list. A branch snapped somewhere in the distance, and I took my eyes off him for a split second. When I looked back, he was pointing the rifle at me with a stupid smirk on his face. Now we were both in mortal danger. But he looked like he knew how to use his rifle, and I wasn't even sure mine would fire.
Coran, stop! That's my husband!
I heard Melinda's voice shout.
What?
We both said in unison and slightly lowered our guns. Randall, Melinda said as she rushed to my side. With one hand, I grabbed her around the waist. With the other, I kept my gun pointing at Coran, or whatever the hell his name was.
Who the hell are you?
Babe, Melinda whispered, and I felt her hand touch the side of my face. He's okay.
He helped us. Him and his wife have a camp. The kids are there.
I huffed and continued to grill the man with a stern face. If I'd learned anything in my short time in the apocalypse, it was just that trust had to be earned. "Where are you from?" I asked suspiciously. "You live around here?" "Symphony Isles. You?" I didn't reply. I was still trying to decide how trustworthy he was. "What street do you live on?" He scoffed. 3271 Mariner's Cove. I'm sure there are a few vacancies now if you're looking.
The kids are waiting,
Melinda said. Grinning, I tucked my gun back into my pants and extended my hand. "My name's Randall." "Corin Myers," he said, and shook my hand. I followed them back to Coran's camp where everyone else was waiting. Alistair jumped up and ran to give me a hug, followed by David and Charlie. "Told you I'd catch up," I said, and patted him on the shoulder. "Randall, this is Stephanie." "Stephanie, this is Randall," Coran said, as he introduced me to his wife. She was a thin, short lady with braided hair and a soft face. She wore glasses and had a machete strapped to her belt loop. Her t-shirt was ripped and her beige pants were tucked into her boots, like she was going mountain hiking. Standing next to her was a young girl about the same age as Alistair. She had a confused look on her face, and I was sure she was having as tough a time with things as the rest of the kids were. "This is my daughter, Ashley," Corin said. I shook her hand, then turned back to Corin. "How long have you guys been out here?" They had one large tent set up in the middle of the clearing. Around the perimeter, they had a string tied to each tree with bells hanging from it. A clothesline spanned between the two branches, and they dug a fire pit that they'd obviously been using to burn trash. "Too long," he replied. "Well, there's some guys headed this way. They're not the kind you want to mess around with. You won't be safe here much longer." "Where's Greg?" Melinda suddenly asked. I lowered my eyes and shook my head from side to side. "He didn't make it," I replied. "Alistair, help your brothers get their bags. We have to get moving." Melinda looked at me and sighed. I tried to avoid her eyes. My own guilt at what I had done was enough to deal with. I didn't need her judging me, too. "Wait, where are you guys heading?" Coran asked desperately. "Far away from here," I said. I didn't want to give him too much information, and I was in a hurry to separate myself from them. "The marina," Melinda blurted out. "We're going to take a sailboat." I shot her an angry look, and she shrugged. That's a good idea," Coran responded. "Mind if we tag along?" I swallowed and bit my bottom lip. Huffing, I glanced at Melinda again and cursed her with my eyes. "I can help," Coran said. "I know a few things about survival, and I can sail. I know how to sail, too." I groaned. He'd brought up the one thing that would make me give him any consideration at all. I stared at him and knew I was going to regret the decision I was about to make. "Fine, but we have to go now," I replied. Coran smiled. "Stephanie, Ashley, time to pack up," he said, and started collecting his things. I watched him walk away, then turned to Melinda and pulled her to the side. "What is wrong with you?" "What?" she said, a little too loudly. I cast a hesitant glance in Coran's direction, then continued. "We don't know this guy. What are you thinking, telling him where we're going? We can't trust anyone." "I'm sorry, but you heard him. He can sail. We need someone that can sail." I sighed. "I hope you're right, Melinda." 'Cause if this turns out bad, you put all the kids in jeopardy. Chapter 16. Not out of the woods. So what's your story, Coran? I asked as we walked through the thinning trees. I could see the road about half a mile ahead of us, and the smell of salt water was starting to reach my nose. The changing scenery spurred me to walk a little faster, and I felt hopeful for the first time. What do you mean? Coran replied. How'd you end up out here? What's your deal? Coran laughed. You guys have those gangs in your neighborhood? Gangs? Yeah, the guys with guns and shit, taking people's stuff, killing anyone that stood up to them. Yeah, we got out the day they showed up. Well, we weren't so lucky, he said, then paused. He stared down at the ground like his mind had drifted somewhere else, and for the next few yards we walked in silence. I'd seen my fair share of horror, so I didn't press him. Reliving the nightmares of the last several weeks wasn't an easy task. They came early on, maybe 20 or so. He started again. Killed lots of folk. A couple of us, families, hid in a foreclosed house at the back of the neighborhood. We lasted for a week, then the National Guard showed up. Yeah, they came to our neighborhood too, I added. He half smiled. Well, the gangs were armed to the teeth, and they weren't about to give up the neighborhood without a fight. I mean, the place is gated with one narrow street in and nothing but the bay behind us. It got ugly, and the fight spilled to the back of the neighborhood. We lost 10 trying to get out before they bombed the place to shit. Bombed it? I asked in shock. Yeah. Guess they got their hands on some mortars. Symphony Isles is gone. He stopped talking, then looked up ahead and nodded. We were feet from the roadway, and I could see the cluster of thinning mangroves that bordered the marina. Well, those are some of the guys that were back there, the ones following us. I guess they've been after us since we left the neighborhood. Be happy you didn't have to deal with them, he replied coldly. Belinda, I called back. We're close. She came to a stop beside me and smiled. Her arm wrapped around mine, and she leaned her head on my shoulder. David and Charlie were tagging along behind her. Alistair was dragging ass, bringing up the rear, talking with Ashley. They'd taken to each other, probably figured they were the last teenagers alive. I crouched down and looked across the road. Have you seen any other people? I asked. Not really. Not since we left. We've tried to avoid people best we can, you know. I knew. It's odd, though. Where the hell is everyone? Evacuated, he replied. Evacuated? Yeah, you didn't hear? Honey, Stephanie interrupted him. This can wait. We should get to the other side, back to the cover of the trees. She was right. The forest had thinned to stubs, and we were out in the open. The memory of Mike or Greg or that poor woman on the side of the road was not far from my mind. This wasn't a good place to be. Alistair, hurry up, I shouted to him. He waved his hand at me and went back to talking with Ashley. I started toward them when a crackle sent us all diving to the ground. Panic and fear rushed through my body, and I realized we'd lingered too long. From my stomach, I looked up and stared back in the direction we'd just come. I couldn't see anyone yet, but I could hear them back there. Another shot rang through the air, followed by several more. Dirt and leaves jumped to life as the speeding metal missed its intended target. A bullet smashed into the ground a few feet away, and sprinkles of soil showered my face. Run! I yelled to Melinda. Pushing past my fear, I forced myself to stand. Alistair was a few yards away, pulling at Ashley's arm, trying to force her to run. Melinda and the boys were already crossing the street, and Coran and Stephanie looked torn between leaving their daughter behind and risking their lives to save her. Alistair, come on, I yelled. As I ran toward the gunfire, I could see flashes of the men's clothes between the twisted tree trunks. They were closing in, and pretty soon their wild shots would find their mark. They obviously weren't that skilled with a rifle, but they only needed to be lucky. "We have to go! We have to go now!" I yelled.
She twisted her leg, Dad. She can't run,
Alistair replied. Ashley groaned and pulled her leg to her chest. She was wearing a pair of low-top tennis shoes, and I could already see the swelling in her ankle.
Look, you help her across the street, and I'll distract them. Tell your mom to get to the marina, and I'll meet you guys there. Dad, we can both carry her,
Alistair replied.
Don't argue with me. Just take her.
I helped Ashley up, and she wrapped her arm around Alistair's shoulder. Alistair frowned at me, but I didn't have time to keep explaining myself.
"Go!"
I shouted. With that, I ran back toward the group of men, hoping I didn't get shot for my troubles.
"Hey, assholes!"
I yelled, and streaked off to the side. The hiss of gunfire was my answer. My plan was working. I could hear branches snapping to my right, and more gunshots rang out. I ducked my head as I headed deeper into the trees. Still running at full speed, I pulled the black handgun from my waistband. I took a few more strides, then hid behind a cluster of oaks and froze. I tried to calm my breathing as my lungs begged for air. My hands trembled, and I cursed myself for trying to play the hero yet again. Coran and his family didn't deserve my help. He'd left us to die. He'd even left his own daughter to die.
"He went this way,"
someone whispered. I could hear several footsteps, and I knew they were close. Now, all I needed was a few moments of courage. A few moments of insanity that would allow me to do what needed to be done. The sound of crunching leaves rustled a few feet away. I slowly leaned to my left and peeked around the side of the tree. All of 5 of the men were together. They were only a few yards away, heading in my direction. Cautiously, I circled around the trunk as they got closer. They walked right past me, and I stepped out behind them.
"Freeze!"
I yelled, and with shaky hands pointed my gun at their backs.
"Don't turn around. Drop your guns." "Hey now, fella, we're just out here surviving like the rest of you,"
one of the men replied. He was wearing a red and black flannel jacket and a beanie cap on his head. His denim jeans were covered in dirt and what looked like dried blood. I hoped it belonged to some animal, but from the stories Coran told, I knew that wasn't the case. The rest of the men were in camo, like they'd been hunting deer or something. They looked like the outdoorsy type, much better suited for the forest than I was, even though they'd proven that they couldn't shoot for shit.
"I said drop the fucking guns!"
I shouted again. Like a snare drum, their rifles rattled to the ground. They raised their hands slightly, and then the man in the jacket slowly started to turn around.
"Calm down now. We don't want anyone getting hurt,"
he said. I glared at him, trying my hardest to look menacing. My arm shook violently, and I thought I'd either drop the gun or accidentally shoot him.
"What do you guys want? Why are you following us?"
"Where are the rest of your people?"
he asked, and took a step toward me. I jabbed the gun out and rocked backward.
"I said don't move. I'll fucking shoot you, I mean it."
"Parker, you're gonna get us killed,"
one of the other men said. He was wearing fatigues and a red hat. Out of all of them, he looked like he wanted to be there the least.
"He don't want to kill anybody. Ain't that right?"
Parker said.
"I'll shoot you. I swear to God I will."
I snapped at him.
"Whoa, take it easy, man,"
he said, lowly, but kept moving forward. I stepped back again and stumbled a bit on the root of a tree. Parker lunged at me as I recovered. I jumped back just out of his reach and squeezed the trigger. He grunted and crouched to the floor with closed eyes and clenched his fists. But instead of a gunshot, I was only greeted with an empty clicking sound. Parker opened his eyes and glared at me in surprise. I pulled the trigger again with the same result. Then again and again, fear choked me and my breath got stuck in my throat. Parker straightened up and smiled from ear to ear. Laughing, he said,
You even load that thing? You even know how?
I looked down at the gun with a confused face. I'd put too much faith in a piece of useless metal. Parker smacked the gun from my hand and brought his fist crashing against my temple. Disoriented, I staggered, then fell back on my ass. I blinked wildly, and stars exploded in front of my eyes. It felt like my head had been slammed in between a door.
You're in trouble now.
One of them said, and they all started to laugh. Their cackling hoots and jeers sounded like a swarm of bees. A swarm of killer bees zipping around in excitement before they delivered a swift and painful death. Someone moved closer and stopped. With blurry vision, I tried to make out the figure standing over me. Their face came within inches of mine, and they started to speak.
We're gonna find the rest of your party.
Parker's voice said, deliberately,
That woman. We're gonna fuck her good. Probably keep her around for a while, till we get tired of her. Then who knows? The rest of them we're gonna kill slow.
real slow, he finished in a low, raspy voice. No, please, no, I pleaded. Chapter 17. March to the Marina. I begged Parker to let me go. I offered him everything I could think of, but he was an evil, vile bastard. His entire group didn't want anything more than to cause destruction and pain wherever they went.
Whatever you got, we're just gonna take. Ain't no sense in bargaining with a dead man.
Parker said, please, just let me go. You don't have to kill me, you don't need to.
Hell, we want to. This is what we do, boy. Don't nobody ever have to kill, but it sure as shit feels good.
Parker started to laugh, then a hiss sizzled the air and ended with a thud. His heckling fell silent and something splattered all over my face. Blinking, I wiped at my eyes and realized it was blood and brain fragments.
What the fuck?
The rest of the men started to shout in unison. They quickly grabbed their rifles from the ground. But before they could even raise them, 2 more hisses whizzed through the air and 2 more bodies fell.
Shit! Holy shit!
One of the other men yelled as he spun around with no plan. My head was still swarming, but I managed to stand and attempted to collect my bearings. There was a large tree to my right, and I awkwardly stumbled to it. I fell against the raspy bark and then looked back toward the rest of Parker's friends. There were only 2 left, and they were turning from side to side, trying to find the source of the gunfire. One of them stopped and looked at me. His face was gaunt, and his eyes trembled with confusion.
Where the fuck are they?
He asked and pointed his rifle. Before I could respond, 2 crackles erupted in my ears and both men fell dead. I breathed a sigh of relief before I realized whoever was doing the shooting might be shooting at me as well. Grunting, I dropped to the ground and didn't move. I waited quietly, hoping my silence would keep me hidden. Minutes ticked by, and I thought I might be in the clear until I heard a footfall and a twig snapped a few feet away.
You can get up now.
A voice called. I lifted my head and braced myself. With clenched teeth, I pushed up to all 4s and opened my eyes. Coran was standing in front of me with a half grin on his face.
Jesus,
I said and huffed, blowing out what felt like years of anxiety.
I thought you left. Nah, just had to get the ladies and the kids tucked in first.
Who the fuck are you? I asked, and looked around at the scattered dead bodies. He shrugged and offered me his hand. Come on, we gotta get to the marina. I took his hand and stood up, then dusted off my pants. Coran walked off, then grabbed my handgun from the dirt and held it out to me. I took it and reluctantly tucked it back into my pants.
I can help you with that if you want. You know, teach you to use it. You're gonna need it.
Sure, I replied.
Are you good to move? The others should be at the marina by now.
I nodded and we took off toward the road. He kept the pace slow at first. He was watching me cautiously. I guess he thought the blow to my head was worse than I let on. I felt fine, but who knew how long that would last? I'd been doing more physical activity in the last month than I had in the last 10 years of my life.
What were you talking about earlier?
I asked, as we walked across the road and headed toward the mangroves.
About what?
Evacuations.
Oh, that. As far as I know, all of Hillsborough County was evacuated. The storm surge was supposed to be over 20 feet out here.
So what the hell happened?
The power outage. Well, the EMP. Things got dropped. Signals got crossed, and a few neighborhoods here never got the memo. That's why the National Guard came. I don't know what happened in your neighborhood, but they came to evacuate us.
I didn't immediately respond. I let his words sink in as I tried to make sense of what I'd seen and what he was telling me.
They're just around the bend,
he said and pointed.
Your family.
Thanks, I replied. He nodded. I mean, for everything. For back there with, thanks. I didn't think I was going to see my family again.
Don't mention it.
So, how do you know all of that? How do you know it was an EMP?
I used to be military.
That makes sense. Coran laughed.
Nah, not like that. I mean, I was Navy. Handled communication systems on a ship. But they taught me how to shoot and a few things about surviving outdoors.
You said you used to be military.
Yeah, I'm a contractor at the base now. Well, I guess I was a contractor at the base. The day all of this shit started, I was at work. I shouldn't really be telling you this, but I guess it doesn't matter now anyway. That crazy lightning storm that happened set off CHAMP.
CHAMP?
Yeah. It's a non-nuclear EMP system the Air Force has been working on with Boeing.
That shit is real?
Yeah, still in the testing phases. But the storm set it off. Not everything was impacted, but being we're so close to the base, we got the brunt of it.
That's crazy, I said, and rubbed my hands across my face.
There they are,
Coran pointed. We'd made it to the nature preserve that ended at the marina. Melinda, Stephanie, and the kids were sitting on a bench facing the water. Alistair and Ashley were a few yards away having what looked like a serious discussion.
Looks like a few boats survived the storm. We're in luck,
Coran said. I took a deep breath, then headed toward my family.
Belinda,
I called. She stood up and turned around. A smile spread over her face, and she waved. I waved back, then suddenly felt the earth shift beneath my feet. The sensation was unfamiliar. I felt like I was standing on a beach ball trying to balance myself. Like I was walking on a treadmill that was on top of a merry-go-round inside of a crashing airplane.
What the hell is going on?
Coran shouted. To our left, the ground split open and a stream of searing hot gas belted into the air. Ahead of us, the water in the bay started to whip up from left to right, crashing up against the dock, sending a salty mist toward the sky. A loud grumbling echoed in my ears, and I fought to stay upright. Every step I took toward my family seemed futile. The ground crackled and splintered, sending me stumbling backwards. The loose sand shifted and became a conveyor belt of death as the earth swallowed everything that fell into the cracks. Watching the floor rip apart, Steve suddenly came to mind. This couldn't be happening, but it was. I was watching it with my own eyes, and I still couldn't believe it. He had been right all along, and I dismissed him. But I couldn't deny it now.
Earthquake!
I screamed at the top of my lungs. Chapter 18. We will survive. I'd never felt so helpless in my life. They were right there, close enough to throw something at, but I couldn't make it to them. My family needed me, and the very earth was trying to tear us apart.
I'm coming!
I yelled. Melinda looked mortified. Tears streamed from her eyes as she grabbed the kids and tried to balance across the shaky boardwalk. I leaped over the cracks in the ground, recklessly trying to make my way toward them. Every time I got closer, the ground would splinter and crack, sending me in a different direction. With a loud snap, half of the dock cracked in half and plunged into the water. Melinda let out a shrilling yelp and ran toward the rocks on the far side. More of the dock split apart and disappeared beneath the churning tide. Then, as sudden as it started, the shaking stopped. The ground grew still, and buckled sheets of rock came to rest on one another. I gathered myself for a moment and stared around in shock. The marina looked like a war zone. Smoke plumed from giant fissures, and boat debris stuck up from the sand like blades of grass. But all was still, so, without a second thought, I rushed toward Melinda and the kids.
Are you okay?
I asked, as I grabbed her by the shoulders. I'm fine. I looked at the kids and gave them each a hug. David and Charlie had wild looks on their faces, but they were unharmed. Alistair looked more amazed than anything else, and Ashley stared off toward the water.
I guess we do have earthquakes now,
Alistair said with a grin. I shook my head at him and cut my eyes.
Ashley?
Stephanie cried out as she pulled her daughter into her arms. Ashley scoffed and let out a grunting noise. Coran stopped at their side and wrapped his arms around the both of them.
I thought I was going to lose you guys,
he said. I looked around at the fractured landscape. Giant cracks and crevices riddled the ground like scars. The sidewalk was warped, and at places pushed together so the concrete rose into the air like a tent. It was hard to believe we'd been in the middle of it all and were still alive. The bay had calmed down, but the marina was trashed. Boats that were previously tied to the dock had been ripped away and crushed. Many of them were slammed into the seawall and were now slowly sinking.
It was just a tremor,
Coran said. We almost died, I retorted. That wasn't just anything. We need to get out of here.
Well, your sailing plan might be out of the window.
I looked around at all the demolished boats and sulked. Not sure we want to be on the water after that anyway, Coran laughed.
I don't want to be on the land.
Dad, Alistair called. He'd walked down the remainder of the boardwalk and was staring out into the water. He waved his hand at me and then pointed at something nearly half a mile out.
Will that work?
Out in the water, floating like a beacon of hope, was a 30-foot catamaran. It was white, with blue stripes down the hull and bright yellow sails. A small motorboat was tied behind it and bobbed gently in the swaying water.
I'll be damned,
Coran said excitedly.
Can you sail that thing?
Oh, yeah, I can sail that. I smiled and felt a bit of relief, then realized we still had to get to the boat. Staring into the gray water, I frowned and looked back at Coran.
We're gonna have to swim to it.
Yeah, I figured that much.
You okay with that?
I nodded. I wasn't sure I had a choice. My limited sailing experience told me it would take at least two of us to get the boat moving. I turned my head and gazed back at the demolished marina. My eyes rested on a small building that had buckled and caved in on itself. It was possibly moments from collapsing to the ground completely.
Fuck,
I grumbled.
what is it?
Coran asked. The guard station. I groaned and pointed at the crumbling remains.
The keys to our plan are in there.
Shit, Coran replied.
I'd really like to get out of here before something else happens.
I'll take Alistair and try to find the keys.
Okay, I'll see what I can scavenge from the boats. We're gonna need gas to motor back to pick up everyone.
What about us? Melinda asked.
Ashley can stay with the kids,
Coran said.
You two can help search for supplies.
Be careful, I added. If it looks too dangerous, just leave it.
I don't need you falling into one of these trenches.
Melinda smiled and I gave her a kiss on the forehead. I turned to Alistair and raised my eyebrows.
You ready, big guy?
He shrugged, which was about as optimistic as he got these days. I took it as a good sign he didn't outright refuse to join me on my treasure hunt.
All right, I'll start with the boats that haven't sunk. Let's hurry up. The weather isn't looking too promising,
Coran said, then headed off. With Alistair following, I cautiously made my way toward the guard station. A lamppost that once stood next to it had been knocked over by the earthquake. It smashed through the roof and flattened part of the rickety structure like matchsticks.
How do we know which keys belong to which boat?
Alistair asked. I grinned.
We don't. But they were doing some renovations over here for the park. Only 10 or so boats were being kept here, so we'll just take them all. The hard part is going to be getting to the keys.
I bent down and tried to lift a panel of boards that had once been the wall to the station. Straining, I pulled as hard as I could, but it didn't budge.
You could have helped,
I said, and cast a glance at Alistair.
Dad, all of us together couldn't lift that, but I think I can fit in that gap.
The way the station fell, two of the walls collapsed on one another, creating a tunnel to what remained inside. The problem was it looked like it was all going to come crashing down at any minute.
Yeah, that's not a good idea, Alistair. If you get in there and it falls over, there's no way for us to get you out. Well, you can't fit, and it looks like that's our only way in. So it's that or stay here, Dad. And I don't want to stay here.
I groaned and took a deep breath. He was right, but I still didn't like the idea. With my foot, I pushed against the outside wall, and it seemed to hold. If he was quick, he might just survive. I looked up to the darkening sky. Thick black clouds were starting to collect over our heads, and I realized the weather may keep us here longer than we wanted anyway.
All right, hurry up. If you don't immediately see the keys, get out of there and we'll try something else. I'll be fine, Dad,
Alistair replied. He dropped to all fours, then stuck his head into the little gap between the propped-up walls. Army crawling, he slid forward like a snake until only his feet were sticking out.
You okay?
I asked.
Yeah, just had to move a few things,
he called back. Seconds later, he vanished inside, and I could hear things rustling around. I balled my fists together, trying to fight off my anxiety. Every passing second felt like an eternity.
Dad!
He suddenly shouted. I jumped out of my skin and then dove to the ground and crammed my head into the narrow gap. A box met my face, and I stopped.
Take this,
he said, as he tried to shove some supplies back through the hole. With a breath of relief, I straightened up and pulled the box out. It was stuffed with flares, a pair of binoculars, and 2 black and yellow radios.
What about the keys?
I called to him.
Just get those and get out. But there's tons of stuff in here, Dad,
he called back and pushed another box out. This one had waterproof coats in it, a parka, and a few life preservers. I couldn't lie. We probably needed everything that was in there. But the guard station wasn't going to stay propped up like that forever.
That's enough, Alistair. Come on out. Okay. I got all the keys.
I could hear him moving around to crawl back through the opening. Suddenly, the ground started to shift again. I lost my footing and fell back, rolling over a pile of rocks. The tremor lasted only seconds. But in that time, the light pole slid further down the roof, and the entire building collapsed.
No!
I shouted as a gust of sand and debris pelted me in the face. I jumped to my feet and ran forward, yelling,
Alistair! Alistair!
A cloud of dust hung in the air, and I swiped my hands wildly, trying to fan it away. Once it finally cleared, I saw Alistair's legs sticking out from the pile of rubble that was once the guard station. Oh my God! I groaned in pain. But before I took another step, he pulled his head out and rolled over. With a smile, he stood up and brandished a handful of keys hanging on multicolored floating keychains.
Ha ha! I got 'em all!
He laughed. Are you insane? You almost died.
I'm fine, Dad. Let's go.
I looked at him for a moment and repressed the urge to smack him in the back of the head. Grunting, I snatched the keys from him and then headed back toward the pier. You guys okay? Melinda asked as we approached. I thought I heard you screaming.
It was nothing,
Alistair quickly answered. I gave him a dirty look and turned back to Melinda. You find anything? Some clothes, a couple of pocket knives, and a few gas cans. Same here, Coran added. With our scavenging complete, we gathered everything on the pier. It was a nice-sized pile of treasure. Probably would have been more if the place hadn't been destroyed minutes earlier. Sighing, I dropped my hiking bag and sat down at the edge of one of the planks. I started to untie my shoes and looked back to Coran. So, how are we going to do this? I asked. Well, we swim out, climb aboard, and drive the boat back here, he replied, then smiled. That easy, huh? Yeah, it really is. I'm going to take one of those plastic gas containers with me just in case the tank is empty. But with it being in the marina, it should be full. Here, I said, and handed him 5 of the keys. No sense in one person having them all. We'll be fine, he replied, as he stuffed them into his underwear. I pulled my pants off and laid them in a pile with my shirt and shoes. The cold air sent goosebumps up and down my arms, and I stared down at the water and shivered. How cold do you think it is? 60s, maybe. Swim fast and you'll be fine. Yeah, swim fast, I echoed. The water splashed up against the dock, and salt sprayed my face. I shuddered and regretted the entire idea of getting a boat. Damn it, Coran groaned. I followed his eyes out into the water. The sailboat was nearly a mile away now. What we hadn't noticed was the wind and the outgoing tide. It'd be great for sailing, but we needed to get the boat first. Let's go now, Coran said. It's only going to get further away. With that, he jumped into the water and started to breaststroke through the waves like Michael Phelps. I groaned and hesitated for a moment. A half-mile swim was pushing it, and now it was almost twice that. But, like he said, it was only getting further away. Wish me luck, I said, and winked at Melinda. She smiled and blew me a kiss as I dove into the frigid water. It hit me like a block of ice. Either Coran was crazy, or 60 degrees was much colder than I imagined. Either way, the shock on my body was like being electrocuted. I seized up as I sank into the murky depths. My mind forgot everything, including what water was and that I couldn't breathe it. At least a gallon of the sea found its way down my throat. I choked and flailed my arms helplessly. The sensation of drowning finally awoke my senses, and I kicked my legs with desperation. I could feel the cold darkness pulling at my toes. Every thrust pushed me farther away and closer to life. As I broke the surface, expecting a lungful of air, a wave smashed into me and pushed me back under. At that point, I lost all logic and panic took over. I ineffectively clawed at the water as an undercurrent pulled me down. More of the icy salt water found its way into my mouth and my vision darkened. I gagged and swallowed the sea in an attempt to drink my way out of the ocean. But I couldn't escape the reality of what was happening. I was going to die. I overestimated myself, and now I'd pay with my life. The cold water was swallowing me down, and every attempt I made seemed useless. My head broke the surface again momentarily. I managed to take a quick breath before a piece of broken dock slammed into the side of my face. I felt a sharp pain and an intense, icy burn. Then, blackness consumed me. Chapter 19. Between the devil and the deep blue sea. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but I awoke to cold and darkness. My head bobbed around, and I realized I was still in the sea. Frozen hands gripped my shoulder and pulled me across the churning surface. I sucked in cold air and coughed out the salty death. With every breath, my head cleared a little more, and life returned to my limbs. I felt my feet brush up against a cluster of rocks. Jagged barnacles clawed at my skin, claiming their own piece of me. As we moved further up, the water released me, and under my own weight, I collapsed.
Can you stand up?
A voice asked.
Alistair?
I said in surprise, and wiped my face and tried to focus.
You almost drowned,
he replied in a serious tone.
Randall!
Melinda shouted as she rushed to the edge of the shore. I stood up and started to climb up the rocks to the beach above. Alistair kept a close eye on me, following me with every step. Once I reached the top, I flopped and rolled onto my back.
Are you okay?
Melinda asked and dropped down next to me. My head bellowed in pain, but that was superficial. I stared up at the swirling gray sky and felt another sensation I wasn't familiar with, a sensation that had nothing to do with my physical injuries.
I'm okay,
I replied with a scratchy voice.
That gash looks really bad,
Stephanie declared.
It's gonna need stitches.
I looked at her and nodded. With a deep breath, I sat up, then nausea hit me like a semi-truck. Leaning to the side, I gagged and then puked up a shower of salt water. Melinda patted my back and whispered, "It's okay," in my ear. But I knew it wasn't okay. I dropped my head and let my face crash into the sand. Lurching forward, more water spewed from my icy lips. I gagged and hacked up the ocean. My stomach twisted in pain, straining and contorting with every convulsion. I stayed in that position until the sickness passed, then I wiped my mouth and sat up. "Where's Karan?" I asked, and looked back out to the water.
He made it to the boat,
Stephanie replied, and I could hear the judgment in her voice.
Did one of his keys work?
She shrugged and pointed out into the sea.
He's on his way back.
I sulked and lowered my head. It was strange that at this age I could still feel embarrassment, but the shame of my failure burned to my core.
"Dad, get up,"
Alistair called. He reached out his hand and I took it. Grunting, I pulled myself up and balanced on wobbly legs. I gripped his shoulder for balance and blinked my eyes wildly.
"You okay?"
"Yeah, I'll be all right." The wind died down and the water seemed much calmer than it had been when I was fighting for my life. Karan motored the sailboat toward the remaining piece of the pier and waved at us with a gleeful face that felt like a punch in the chest.
"Let's go."
I grumbled. Coran was able to pull the boat a few feet from the dock with ease. He ran along the side of the hull and tossed a rope out.
Tie this to something. Make it tight,
he shouted. I took the rope and looped it around one of the massive beams. Then we gathered all the bags and started to toss them to Coran. After that, I helped David and Charlie onto the little trampoline webbing up front. Melinda and Stephanie went next, followed by Ashley and Alistair. I boarded last and untied the line before I jumped in. I pulled the rope with me and then leaned back to catch my breath. My head still felt groggy, but my pride hurt much more than that.
Hey,
Coran said, as he grabbed my arm to help me steady.
Don't worry about earlier. That could have happened to anyone.
I hung my head in shame and snorted in agreement. Coran stared at me, then gasped.
That looks pretty bad.
Stephanie found a medical kit in one of the other boats. You should let her stitch that up before we get moving. I touched the side of my head and felt the warm blood as it trickled freely.
Yeah, I guess.
Stephanie was all too eager to play doctor with my face. I had no idea how painful 7 stitches could be without anesthetic. I felt every stab and tug of my skin like she was trying to peel my face off. Once she finished, she doused it with antiseptic and cold seawater that hurt just as bad as the stitches did. She said it should heal nicely, and according to Coran, she'd been a nurse in the Navy.
So, how do we get this thing moving?
I asked Coran, and found myself a seat on the back deck.
Well, the wind died down, and I don't want to try motoring all the way to the base. We might need the gas later. So for now, we wait.
It didn't seem like much of a plan, and I didn't like the idea of being anywhere near the unstable marina. But what did I know? I didn't have a plan of my own, and I'd already proven how inept I was at surviving on the sea. So, for the time being, Coran was our captain. Melinda took the kids inside, then raided the kitchen. All of the electronics worked on the boat, including the stove, which was a serious benefit. She found the pantries were stocked with food, and there was a deep freezer full of meat.
I'm cooking. Any requests?
She asked.
Spaghetti,
David shouted. No one objected, so spaghetti it was. Melinda started cooking, and I spent my time rummaging through the boat. I found flares, more clothes, and a logbook that detailed the last trip the boat had been on. I took a seat on a pillow and started to thumb through the pages. They'd sailed to Miami, Fort Lauderdale, even took a trip down to the Bahamas once. It was a lifetime of memories committed in ink. The log was pretty detailed. I surmised the owner's name was Chuck, and it seemed like he had a thing for parties with college girls. He even listed his various bedroom conquests and what he liked about each one of them. Juxtaposed next to those entries were trips he'd taken with his wife and family. Some of them were only days apart. I guess nothing was ever as it seemed. As I closed the book, a picture fell out, and I picked it up. There was a group of 4 men with sunburnt faces and shades on. They were holding a mai-mai and grinning from ear to ear. I flipped the picture over.
Had a blast in the Keys, Chuck. We'll have to do it again.
The note was scribbled in the center. It was crazy to think that Chuck and whoever had written the note were probably dead now. Hell, for all I knew, everyone in that photo was dead. Life was fickle like that. I guess it had always been, but now it was just right in my face. The smell of fresh food ripped me from my thoughts. I set the book down and made my way to the kitchen where Stephanie was arranging plates. It was the first time in weeks we'd had real food, something that hadn't been freeze-dried and packaged away for years.
I could get used to this,
Coran said, as he swallowed a mouthful of noodles.
All we're missing is some lobster,
I joked. I promise you, Randall, no matter how hungry I get, Any lobster you find is all yours, Melinda said with a smile.
Remember you said that.
Alistair and Ashley sat away from everyone. They whispered to one another and shot suspicious glances in our general direction. Corin huffed.
Those two need to join the group.
Let 'em be, I retorted. It's got to be hard to be a teen in all of this, stuck in between two worlds. It's good they can talk with each other.
I guess so. The apocalypse can bring out the loner in anyone.
I shrugged. I didn't see it that way, but everyone had an opinion. Alistair had been away from his phone, his TV, and his game for I didn't even know how long. Interaction with another human his age was a good thing as far as I was concerned. After everyone had eaten their fill, we cleaned up and lounged around in the saloon. Stephanie and Melinda talked about kids and work, among other things, while David and Charlie explored the boat. Alistair and his new girlfriend sat in the corner making Google eyes at one another, and I headed out onto the deck with Corin.
It's getting dark,
I said, and looked up. Can we sail in the dark?
We could, but not worth the risk. We'll motor closer to that island over there and drop anchor for the night.
He pointed.
Then what? At daybreak, we'll head to MacDill. What do you think you're going to find there anyway?
I shrugged. I don't know. You tell me. You work there.
I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but if they're gone, if you don't find any answers, then what?
I don't know. I mean, there has to be somebody somewhere. We can't be the only people left in the state. The world.
I guess you're right.
I don't know what to think anymore.
We just survived fucking earthquake.
Yeah. We both laughed, and I thought about Steve again. I wondered if he was still alive. I wondered if anyone I knew was still alive.
Well, let's get moving,
Corin said, interrupting my thoughts.
Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to cross the channel and drop anchor over there. We can stick to the leeward side for the night.
It should keep us in good shape in case that storm hits. An hour later, I realized Corin was full of shit. We were all huddled together in the saloon as the rain and wind battered the ship like a drunk husband. The sound of rain pellets thundering against the glass made Charlie shriek as flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. I couldn't see the water outside, but I could feel it smashing against the hull. It was so violent I was convinced we were experiencing another earthquake. We're gonna be okay, right? Melinda asked.
Yeah, we should be fine. Ships have to weather storms all the time.
This thing is good to go. I was lying. I had no clue, and I'd already proven how ineffective I was in the water. If it came down to it, I'd be the first to drown. Although I could have sworn at one point in my life I was part fish. My stomach churned and twisted as the boat swayed from left to right. I groaned and closed my eyes, which only made it worse. I fought the urge to vomit and tried to will myself to feel better.
I thought you said this was the good side of the island,
I shouted over the roar of the wind.
It is, trust me. It's much worse on the other side.
I nodded, hiding the feeling that Corin didn't know what he was talking about. Another flash of lightning sizzled my eyeballs, and a clap of thunder shook the windows. Charlie climbed onto me like a monkey, and David tucked himself into a ball.
This sucks,
Alistair groaned. He was right. But we were in it now, and we had no choice but to ride it out. So Charlie wrapped around me like a boa constrictor. I pushed back into a corner and sat down. The storm raged on for the rest of the night like it had a vendetta against all mankind. The rain sounded like rocks being thrown, and the howling wind and massive waves tried desperately to sink the boat. In all of that, at some point I fell asleep. I was worn out, as I'm sure everyone else was. Being at anchor during a storm wasn't the safest of places, but compared with everywhere else we'd had to sleep, this was a 5-star hotel. I woke to the sounds of everyone else snoring, deep grunting noises that only came from pure exhaustion. It was before dawn and the sun was still hiding behind the horizon. If it wasn't for my anxiety, I probably would have continued to sleep well into the afternoon. Inside of the saloon, it was nice and warm thanks to the heater and the extra parka I'd found. During the night, I'd laid Charlie down in his sleeping bag and he seemed to be in heaven. I couldn't complain either, as it was the best sleep I'd had in weeks. I was really starting to appreciate the little things. With a yawn and a stretch, I walked out onto the deck and stared out across the water. It looked calm and silvery, reflecting the bits of light that crept out from the sun's bed. Palm leaves and debris floated across the surface, and every now and then a fish would splash, then disappear. The boat had done well. We'd either stowed everything away or strapped it down with bungee rope, and I was pleased to see that it had all survived. Shivering, I tightened my jacket and sucked in a lungful of good, cool, moist air. The weather was calm now, and the light wind that blew against my face was better than a gallon of coffee. To my left, there was a waterlogged box wrapped in red and black cord. I unstrapped it and decided to rift through the contents. Most of it was soggy clothes and plastic-wrapped flares. But down in the bottom I found a pair of binoculars. I pulled them out and took a seat on the floor. The water gently lapped against the sides of the boat, and I leaned my head back and listened to the soothing lullaby. The rhythmic splashing was hypnotizing, and I found myself drifting away. This was my first real chance to stop and think about everything that had gone on. At first I tried to make sense of what was happening and everything Corin had told me. But that was useless. Nothing made sense. Instead, I thought about my old life. It felt like it was Tuesday. I really had no reason to think that, but something, maybe my body's internal calendar, just screamed Tuesday. That meant basketball for David, and my mind paused. We had missed Christmas. Wow, I said to myself. The holiday had come and gone while we were traipsing around in the woods. It was crazy how meaningless things like that became. The kids hadn't even noticed it. I guess we were all a little too busy running for our lives. I was pretty sure we were in late January. We missed the New Year and everything. The kids would have been back in school by now, but I was sure their school no longer existed.
Over there!
I heard a voice on the wind. I opened my eyes and shook my head. I was certain my mind was playing tricks on me, and what I'd really heard was the caw from a seagull. But then I heard a chunking noise and a splash. I jumped up and looked around the empty bay. We were the only boat on the water, at least the only one that hadn't sunk. I thought maybe it was a dolphin or something playing around in the shallows.
Hurry up!
I heard the voice again. It was distant and carrying across the water, but it was definitely someone talking. I looked toward the shore and only saw blurry objects through the lightening fog. Maybe something was moving over there, but it was hard to tell. The binoculars, I mumbled. My fingers tightened around them and I pulled them to my eyes. Glaring through the magnifying glass, I stared toward the shore. At first there was nothing but blurs of rock and sand. I adjusted the magnification and looked again. No, I grimaced. Turning on my heels, I rushed back inside the saloon.
Wake up!
I shouted.
We have to go now!
Melinda popped up with crazy eyes and glared at me in confusion. Corin jumped to his feet and spun around in a circle like he was trying to find something to hit.
What is wrong with you?
He snapped at me.
Everything okay?
Melinda asked in a groggy voice. Before I could answer, I heard the grumble of a motor. Whipping around, I ran back out to the deck and stared through the binoculars again. A small red and white boat was bouncing across the water and headed straight for us. 3 very familiar men were on board. 2 of them were sitting in the front with shotguns already pointed in our direction. My mind flashed back to a woman screaming for help. She was half naked and crawling across the road, crawling away from 3 men that were going to rape and kill her. And now, here they were, heading for us. This was karma. The black guy was steering the boat, and the 2 brothers were leaning on the rails, trying to steady their aim. They had spotted us, and they were on the way to do what they did best. Something inside me shouted, "No." I wouldn't let this happen. I couldn't help the woman earlier, but now I had to stop them.
Corin,
I yelled.
how the hell do we start this thing?
Corin followed me to the deck and narrowed his eyes.
Yeah, you know them?
He asked.
Not exactly. But I know they don't want to discuss the weather over a glass of wine. We can't outrun them in this. Well, shit, just give up now then,
I said, and threw my hands into the air.
We have to try something. Get this shit moving.
Corin looked at me for a moment like he didn't plan on doing anything. Maybe he was still half asleep, or maybe he really didn't give a shit. But I knew what kind of men those were back there, and I didn't plan on my wife becoming their next victim.
Corin,
I shouted again with anger in my voice.
Start the engine. I'll get the anchor and get the sails ready,
he replied.
I don't know how,
I retorted.
Just turn the damn key and push the sticks forward. Jesus, have you ever been on a boat?
I wanted to punch Corin in the eye, but we didn't have the time to argue. Besides, I probably needed to reserve my anger and energy for the rapists that were headed our way. Fuming, I ran back inside and headed for the cockpit.
What's going on?
Melinda asked.
People are coming this way. People with guns.
Melinda's face lit up with fear. She slid closer to Charlie and David, who were still sleeping, and wrapped her arms around them.
Oh my God!
Stephanie shrieked.
Where's Corin?
He's dealing with the sails.
I ran through the saloon and into the cockpit. To the right there was a captain's chair and a large silver wheel. I jumped into the seat and twisted the key that dangled from the ignition. I heard the sound of the engines turn, and I pushed the 2 levers slightly forward. The boat jolted then and slowly started to move. Thank God, I mumbled. The bow rocked up and down, gliding over the small waves. I turned the wheel and we started to come around the island, and I felt the wind push the boat from side to side.
Is that them?
Stephanie asked. I followed her finger out to the left and saw the motorboat zipping toward us. At the speed they were going, they'd be on top of us in a few minutes. They were probably close enough to shoot us already.
Can you take the wheel?
I turned to Stephanie and asked. I'm going to check on Corin.
Sure,
she replied in a shaky voice. I stepped around her and headed toward the deck.
Take the kids below, I said to Melinda. Keep them down there until this is over. I can help,
Alistair blurted out.
No, just keep your head down. Dad, this is a big boat. It's going to take more than 2 of you to keep it safe. I can help.
We're all going to have to help,
Stephanie said.
Ashley can go below deck with the kids.
Before I could reply, Corin stumbled into the cockpit. His face was covered in sweat and he had scratches on his forearms. He glared around with an anxious look, then took the wheel from Stephanie.
We need to head for the base. With the sails up, we're still not going to get enough speed,
he said, then turned to me. We have to keep them from boarding.
Randall.
Melinda cringed.
Keep us going straight,
Corin said as he shifted over so Stephanie could take control again. He grabbed his rifle, and I followed his lead and took my pistol out of my bag. Melinda was staring at me with watery eyes, and I could feel her worry. "Randall," she said again. I wished I had some words to put her at ease, but there were none. It seemed this life, this new world we were living in, was nothing more than crisis after crisis. Around every corner there was another pitfall waiting to take your life. "Keep your head down," I told her, and gave her a kiss, then turned to Alistair. "Stay in here. If anything happens to me, you keep your mom and brothers safe." He clenched his jaw and nodded. I pulled him close and gave him a hug. I knew he'd do whatever needed to be done. Over the last several weeks, Alistair had become a new person. We all had. We were stronger now, and that gave me hope that we might survive.
"Get us to the base,"
Coran told Stephanie.
"I won't be able to adjust the sail, so hopefully the wind will last."
He glanced at me and tipped his head toward the rear deck.
"Let's go."
I followed him outside with my gun clenched tightly. The wind had picked up and a salty mist was spraying into the air. I grabbed the rail to steady myself as the boat leaned to one side.
"Stay on the aft deck. I'm gonna head to the top."
Coran shouted over the wind.
"Stay where?" "Back here. Don't let them get close, or they'll probably shoot the engines."
I looked at the gun in my hand and then back over the water toward the speeding boat. Coran must have read my mind because he sighed and reached for the gun.
"Here you go,"
I said, and handed it to him. He looked at it for a moment, then started pulling things and flipping levers like some magician. After a few moments, he handed me the gun back and grinned.
"Just point and shoot,"
he said.
"You've got 12 bullets. Do you have any more magazines?"
"Any more what?"
"Bullets."
"Oh, clips. Yeah, I have 2 more in my pocket."
"Okay, if you pull the trigger and nothing happens, press this button here and the magazine will fall out. Don't lose it. Put it in your pocket and put one of the new ones in and then press this button."
He pointed.
"I got,"
I replied.
"Good luck."
With that, Coran headed around the side of the boat toward the front. I walked down the steps toward the water and sat down. I stared at the trail of churning froth behind us and took a deep breath. The guys on the boat hadn't seen me yet, but they were angling like they planned to broadside us. I could only imagine what they'd do if we let them on. I just couldn't let that happen. The whining engine grew louder and louder as it chopped through the water. I could hear the constant splashing of their boat jumping from wave to wave as they closed in behind us. I took a deep breath, trying to ready myself for whatever was about to happen. Normally, I'd be terrified and the threat of death would render me almost useless. But today felt different. I'd stared death in the face too many times, survived too much, and the more I thought about these assholes, the less I feared them. This was a fight I had to win. There were no uncertainties or ambiguities about it. My family depended on me, and I knew I wouldn't let them down. Over the sound of our own engines, 2 echoing claps thundered. I ducked my head, then peeked over the railing. 2 sharp snaps answered back, and I knew Coran was returning fire.
"What was that?"
Alistair asked and pushed the door to the saloon open.
"Stay down!"
I shouted at him just before a hail of pellets showered the side of the boat. He quickly slammed the door and dove back inside. I raised up and pointed my gun toward their boat. I squeezed the trigger and death exploded from the barrel. The gun nearly leaped from my hand and I fell back to the steps just to catch it. Coiling my fingers, I squeezed the gun tighter. Another clap sounded and I heard a thud near the backside of the boat. 4 more snaps rang out from our end in response.
"I'm out of bullets!"
Coran yelled. Jumping to my feet, I aimed again and fired several more shots. I had no clue where any of my bullets went, but they certainly didn't land on my target. Cursing, I took cover back behind the wall. Coran came running down the side of the boat and dropped to the deck as another shotgun blast sounded. I looked down at him, expecting some kind of game plan, but he seemed to be all out of ideas. I could hear their engine slowing down, and I leaned over the side to get a better look. They were less than 20 yards away and closing quickly. Coran shouted something to me, but I couldn't make it out. I stood back up and steadied myself on the swaying deck. With one eye closed, I aimed for the center of their boat and squeezed the trigger until there were no bullets left. The dry click of my pistol felt like someone had sucked all of the power out of me. One of the men on the bow slumped over and groaned. He tumbled over the front rail and splashed onto the water. The boat made a loud thump and climbed up the water. Then a stream of crimson snaked through the wake behind them.
Keep shooting!
Coran screamed. I pressed the button he told me, and the magazine fell from the bottom of the gun. I tried to catch it, but our boat crested over another wave and it went spiraling into the air.
Shit!
I grumbled. I lunged forward just as the boat rose and the railing slammed into my chest. With a mangled grunt, I collapsed onto the side and my gun slipped from my hand. It splashed into the water and vanished beneath the waves.
Was that the fucking gun?
Coran asked in a scathing voice. I nodded, then ran back for the saloon.
Where are you going? Flare gun!
I swung the door open and darted inside. Melinda and Stephanie looked mortified. I grabbed my bag, then looked up at them. We're gonna be fine. Just keep heading toward the base. I grabbed the flare gun and paused. Everything is okay, I said. I promise. Once I got back outside, the motorboat had already pulled alongside us. Coran was wrestling with one of the twins as he tried to climb aboard. The other twin had his shotgun raised and was trying to get a clear shot. Without breaking stride, I raised the flare gun and aimed. I pulled the trigger and the flare whistled from the barrel and hit the man with the gun square in the chest. His face froze in shock and agony. His fingers loosened and the shotgun fell from his limp hands. Without a sound, he fell backwards and tumbled into the ocean.
No!
The other twin yelled and swung his hands wildly. I quickly descended the steps to help Coran. The man had his shirt and was pulling at him while punching him in the head with the other hand.
Get off!
I shouted and threw a punch of my own. It connected with a thud to the side of his head and he roared. Straining, I tried to pry his hands off Coran. He twisted and grabbed me by the collar instead. I lost my balance as our boat crashed into another wave and slammed into the side of his. The momentum carried me up, and before I knew it, me and the curly twin plummeted over the side and into the freezing water. Chapter 20. We fight, and then we fight some more. For the second time in less than 2 days, I found myself fighting against an icy cold death. I was convinced that the sea wanted nothing more but to kill me, and now they'd sent a stocky, murdering rapist to help. I pulled myself to the surface and breathed like a newborn baby. I had a split second to look around before I felt the sting of the twins' fist smash into the back of my head. It was a jarring blow that almost rendered me unconscious. A glimpse of the sailboat motoring away was the last thing I saw. I let out a whimper before my head plunged back underwater. The frothy slop spun me around and twisted me into knots. The cold black sea was winning, and the rapist twin was doing his part to ensure a victory. Darkness surrounded me, wrapped me up like a blanket and pulled me to its chest. Like an ominous lullaby, the current swayed me back and forth. The slap of salty tears caressed my face as the lack of oxygen spurred delirium. It was really amazing how the brain worked. Just when you think all is lost, it finds a way to push just a little more. The cold water was likely to freeze me to death before I drowned, but my mind had decided it wanted no part of that. I was faintly aware that I was still in the ocean, but the only thing I could think of was the birth of Alistair. The memory was vivid, like I'd been transported back there to witness it all over again. The smell of the hospital room flooded my nostrils even though I was submerged in the sea. It was so real, so lucid. I could feel the apprehension and fear of what we'd created. The excitement mixed with trepidation of the unknown. We'd made a person. Somehow, through the wonders of nature, the two of us had created our very own human. And it felt like I was right there, watching my first child take his first breath. My heart thundered, beating enough for 1,000,000 lifetimes. I felt complete. My life had finally been given purpose, and there would be no greater accomplishment than being a father. It was the happiest day of my life. Then it suddenly faded. It was a shock to my system to watch the image vanish. I felt rage and anger that I couldn't see it. I couldn't pull it back. Then I realized something. That memory, that fleeting vision that sprung into my mind before I succumbed to the nebulous abyss, was my brain fighting back. So I let it.
Kick, you stupid bastard!
A voice echoed inside my head. I snapped my legs once, then twice, then 3 times. I pulled at the water in desperation, the urge for oxygen fueling my arms. Over and over I crawled up. I pulled toward the air, toward life, toward my family. I felt my head break the surface as the cold wind slammed into me. I gasped and swallowed the air in giant gulps. My lungs burned as they expanded and pushed out the gallons of salt water. I vomited into the sea and then spun around to get my bearings. The sun had broken through the clouds, and the gray water glared like liquid silver. Not too far away, the red and white motorboat bobbed around in the jostling tide. I wiped the water from my eyes and smiled at the sailboat that gleamed like a shining beacon of hope. Corin had turned the boat around and was heading back for me. The wide catamaran smashed over the waves as it fought against the wind. I wasn't dead yet. Neither was the man that tried to kill me. The surviving twin was swimming toward his own boat, but he hadn't gone far. "Asshole," I grumbled. With a deep breath, I kicked my legs and took off after him. Every stroke I took felt more powerful. I was pulling the sea toward me, dragging him back into my grasp, and this time, I wouldn't lose. He must have felt my presence or heard me splashing in the water because he pushed and turned around. His face lit up when he saw me and started to paddle my way. When he got within arm's reach, I lunged forward and grabbed his shirt. I swung my other hand into his face and smashed his nose with my palm. His head lurched backwards and blood squirted into the water. He yelped, then grabbed me around the neck and pulled me under. Instead of fighting to get back to the surface, I decided to swim deeper. Wrapping my arms around him, I kicked hard and torpedoed toward the sea floor. More salt water funneled down my throat, and I fought the urge to head back up. This had to be done. He was going to die, even if that meant I died with him. I squeezed him tighter and flailed my legs like a frog. Like an anchor, we plunged into the unknown. The light faded, and the water cooled as we sank deeper and deeper. He tried to fight back, but it was useless. His fate had been sealed. The more he strained, the more oxygen he burned, which only made my job easier. With my hands locked around him, we plummeted into the shadows. My ears popped and my legs cramped from the cold. Clenching in pain, I kicked again and blew out the last bit of air in my lungs. Like a lead weight, I careened into the blackness, head first into a watery grave. The twin gulped the ocean like a dying fish, and his resistance started to fade. He grasped one last time, then stopped moving. His body fell limp, so I relaxed my arms and let him go. He was suspended for a moment in the water. his pale skin almost glowing in the murky depths. With blank eyes, he started to float away, slowly drifting to his final resting place. Better than he deserved. I watched him for a moment, sailing farther into the deep blue until I could no longer see him. He would never hurt anyone else. With my last bit of strength, I turned and swam for the surface. The only thing that kept me going was the promise of life that existed on the other side. Every meter I moved was another tomorrow that I might be able to see. The water warmed just a bit, and I could feel life within my grasp. It urged me to kick harder, to fight more than I'd ever fought before. That's all life was now, fighting, and then fighting some more. I burst out of the water and inhaled a lungful of air. Leaning my head back, I huffed until my mind stopped spinning.
Over here!
Corin yelled. I shifted until I could see the boat chopping against the waves. Corin threw out a life preserver, and I clung to it like a leech. I laid my head against my arm and held tightly as he pulled me toward the boat.
You're alive,
he said in shock, and held out his arm.
Looks that way,
I replied. Reaching forward, I grabbed his hand and pulled myself onto the back deck. I flopped to the floor and stared up at the sky in relief. For a moment, I relaxed. For a brief moment, I was safe.
Is everyone okay?
I asked instinctively.
We're all good,
Melinda said, as she fell next to me and wrapped her arms around my shoulders. I leaned my head into her and took a deep breath. I was alive. We all were. And that brought me more joy than I'd felt in my whole life. It was the little things. I could feel the boat start moving again, and I slowly sat up. The engines groaned as we headed through the choppy waves. The bright yellow sails flapped about uselessly, riddled with holes from the shotgun pellets.
You saved my life, man,
Corin said and poked his head out of the saloon.
I thought I was a goner.
I smiled at him and shrugged.
Don't mention it. I figured I owed you anyway. If you're feeling all right, you should come take a look,
he said, and held out the binoculars.
What is it? The base. You'll want to see this.
Chapter 21. Skeleton Crew. The boat rocked gently back and forth. Water gurgled underneath the bow with a low rumble that sounded like a drowning dog. The glow from the moon glistened over the water, and I rubbed my hands together to keep warm.
Anything?
Corin asked. He walked out of the saloon with 2 cups of coffee and handed me one. Steam floated from the surface and faded into the night.
Thanks,
I said.
I don't know if the coffee has an expiration date, but I figured it was something.
I nodded.
I haven't seen a single soul.
Corin took a seat next to me and groaned. I'd been out there for hours on the back deck staring at the base. The boat bobbed back and forth at anchor, a reflection of our current situation, as we mulled over what our next move would be. I'd chosen the base because I thought we'd find answers. I thought we'd find the civilization that seemed to have vanished. But what we found was nothing close to that. The base looked deserted. Every tower, every guard station we could see was empty. The wooden dock that led up to the park was splintered and broken. Evidence of earthquakes and storms were everywhere. But amidst the destruction, there were no people. Sighing, I stared through the binoculars and scratched my head. All around the edge of the seawall, there were abandoned military vehicles. Humvees, large cargo trucks, even a few APCs. They were parked there with doors wide open, like everyone had just run away or something. It was a strange sight.
So what do you think?
I asked Corin. He was the military expert, so I was going to defer to him.
What choice do we have? We watch this shit for 2 days, we might as well head ashore.
Let's go then, I replied. That was it. We were heading back into the unknown. Aside from our skirmish a few days ago, I felt pretty safe at sea. We hadn't seen another person, and I'd accepted that it was a good thing, but being back on land scared me. It was more than the earthquake and fires. It was more than the storms and deadly weather. It was people. They were our biggest threat now. I still didn't trust Corin, and he'd saved my life. Who knew what we'd find back in the city? We motored toward the base under the moonlight in silence. There was only the sound of the water against our bow. The soft whoosh was an eerie soundtrack to a deadly adventure.
What's the plan when we get there?
Corin asked.
I honestly thought this would have all taken care of itself. You know, I expected people here or something. I guess at this point we just take a look around and see what we see. And if we don't see anything?
We have to find someone. We have to find out what's going on. I looked away from him and stared down at the water. How much of that did I believe? How much longer could I go on being optimistic when everything I saw told me we'd never be safe again? We slowed down as we approached the wooden dock. Pieces of it looked stable enough to stand on, so we headed toward the largest block and pulled alongside it. Quietly, I hopped out and tied a line to one of the few remaining cleats.
So, are we all going ashore or what?
Corin asked, as he scanned the darkness.
I think we should check it out first, just the two of us. You should bring your boy.
Why?
The commissary isn't far from here. There's a good chance they still have food and supplies. The more we can carry, the better.
I considered it for a moment. The base was a ghost town, and Alistair had proven himself. If it'd make our trip easier, it didn't seem like a bad idea.
Fine,
I replied.
You see anything?
Melinda asked as she crept up behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist.
Nope, I thought you were still sleeping.
Couldn't. Too much going on. I nodded.
We're going to head ashore and take Alistair.
For what?
To look for answers, or worst case, find more food. We may be on our own for a lot longer.
I bent down and reached into a small box I'd found in the cockpit. There was a tiny silver revolver inside, and I handed it to Melinda.
Keep this just in case.
We shouldn't be gone long, but if anything happens... I pulled the flare gun from my waistband and handed that to her as well.
Shoot one of these, and we'll come running.
This is probably a better idea, she said, and held up the 2 yellow and black radios we'd found earlier. How about I just call you? I turned the knob on mine, and it crackled to life.
Testing,
I said. They work.
Well, keep the flare gun just in case we get out of range.
Melinda nodded. Be safe out there.
Of course. Where's Alistair?
He's sleeping. I laughed and headed into the saloon.
He's going to love this.
After waking Alistair up and situating the boat, we climbed onto the dock in silence. I pulled my bag over my shoulders, then looked back to Melinda.
We'll be quick,
I said.
I promise.
She smiled, then turned around as Ashley walked up behind her. She didn't say anything. She just stared at Alistair with puppy dog eyes. He stared back at her, then turned to me.
Is it okay if I hang back? It's probably good if they have a man here,
he asked. I laughed.
You're hardly a man, Alistair. No, we need you with us,
Corin jumped in.
We are really going to need the extra hands.
Ashley frowned and Alistair sulked his shoulders. I gave Corin a confused look, then grabbed Alistair's bag.
I'll just carry both bags. Go ahead and stay. Make sure you hold down the fort while we're gone.
Corin groaned and started walking down the pier.
You sure, Dad?
Yeah, we'll be fine. Besides, I'd rather have you safe on the boat. Alistair grinned, then joined Ashley. They climbed to the front of the boat and sat down on the trampoline. Melinda smiled, and I shrugged my shoulders and grinned.
Well, I'm off.
With that, I followed after Corin down the pier and into the great unknown. He'd just made it to the sidewalk and was waiting while he pouted like he'd lost a game of Scrabble. I didn't know what was up his ass, but I already concluded that I didn't care.
Where to?
I asked Corin as I got closer. He slowly turned to look at me, then cocked his head to the side.
Your boy could really help us out there.
He's just a boy. It's better he stays back.
He's not a boy anymore. Look around, Randall. Things have changed.
Well, I'll let him be a boy for a little longer. Now, which way do we go?
The main road is this way.
He pointed and let out a frustrated sigh.
We should be able to see a good part of the base on the way to the commissary. Lead the way.
Corin turned and headed down the road. It was 4 o'clock in the morning and fog had blown in, covering the ground like a graveyard. It was spooky how deserted everything was. Every now and then a bird or some other creature would make a noise and I'd feel my heart stop, but we never saw another living person. What the hell happened to everyone? I grumbled. It's like they all vanished.
Evacuated,
Corin corrected me.
After they got the word out, looks like they headed for the hills as well. I would have thought they'd staff the command center here, but doesn't look that way.
This is bigger than flood warnings. Something else is going on.
Maybe, maybe not. What the hell else could it be?
That's the question, isn't it? I shrugged and continued down the 2-lane street. Our pace was quick but careful. Every shadow or side street posed a threat that we had to be ready for. Things tended to go from calm to holy shit in no time. A few of the streetlights were still working and gave the fog an orange haze. It floated over the ground like some kind of toxic gas, reaching out to snag an unsuspecting life. I knew it was harmless, but I couldn't help but think it explained all the crazy shit I'd seen the last few months. Knocked over trash cans rolled down the road as raccoons tumbled out of them, scavenging for anything they could find. The little family of 3 looked just as confused as we were, like they were suddenly cast into a world that no longer made sense.
Commissary is that way,
Corin pointed.
But there's an administration building we can check out first.
Sure, let's just be quick. I don't like being out here.
Me neither, but we should check out the hangars too. We might be able to find something in there.
I nodded and continued walking. The sooner we got back to the boat, the better I would feel. Everything about the base seemed wrong. It was a bad idea to head to come here, and deep down I hoped my decision wouldn't cost any lives. We passed along a green building and I paused. One of the lights inside was on, and the glowing window stood out in the dark like a lighthouse. I called out to Corin when a sudden loud crackle nearly made me piss myself, and I jumped.
Randall?
Melinda's voice called. I fumbled in my pocket and pulled out the radio. My heart was thumping against my chest with anxiety. "Hello? What's wrong?" I gasped.
Nothing.
She quickly replied,
I just wanted to make sure everything was going okay.
"We're good. I said the radio was for emergencies only. You scared the hell out of me."
Sorry. I was just checking on you. I'll go back to playing solitaire.
Melinda replied, then giggled. "Don't worry about it. We'll be back soon." I shoved the radio into my coat pocket and laughed to myself. Corin glanced at me, and I shrugged and threw my hands into the air. "Women," I said. "You want to check that out? The light's on." Corin nodded, and we made our way toward the rectangular structure. To my surprise, the door wasn't locked, and we walked right in. There was a desk to my left with blank sheets of paper spread across it. The chair behind it was knocked over, and a little golden lamp burned on the corner next to a cup of pens. The front part of the building was a small office with sparse furnishings. Beyond that, there was a narrow hall that led toward the back and disappeared in the shadows. "This way," I whispered. We quietly tiptoed through the office and made our way down the hall. There were 4 rooms in the back, but each one was completely empty. "What the hell is this place?" "Some kind of administration office," Corin replied. "Let's just get to the commissary. There's nothing here." He was right. There was no one here. I doubted anyone had been in the entire base for weeks. The whole trip was a mistake. We headed back outside and walked down the street to the commissary. The electronic doors at the front were shattered, and a few overturned carts were blocking the entrance. "You watch much news, Randall?" Corin asked, as we slid the carts out of the way. A little." "Yeah? There's always those stories of global warming, climate change. What do you make of any of that?" "I don't know, never given it much thought." I stepped into the commissary and started looking around. I took a flashlight from my bag and swept it in wide beams in front of me. The shelves were nearly empty, but I grabbed a few items that were there and started tucking it into my bag. "Looks like somebody's been here," Corin said, as he picked up a dusty can. "They damn near cleaned the place out." "Yeah, I really thought we'd find more." "We can head out of the gate. There's some smaller stores tucked behind the apartments that might not have been hit." I shrugged. "Let's hurry up. We've been away long enough." We left the commissary and headed out of the main gate. As soon as we walked off the base, it was like we entered a nightmare. The whole city was on fire. Every building was ablaze. Cars, debris smoldered like hot coals, sending dark black smoke into the air. The asphalt was riddled with cracks and ugly fissures. Steam bellowed from the ground in long, dark spirals. I thought I'd seen destruction, but now we were looking at the end of the world. Chapter 22. City of Ashes. "It's too dangerous. Let's just go back. It's not worth the risk," I said. We were standing right outside of the gate, looking at the crumbling city. Corin wanted to go look around, but the multiple trenches and sea of fire was screaming something totally different. "Look, I don't want to go out there either, but we have to." I laughed. "We have to? We have to? Why the hell would we have to go out there?" "This is the world now, Randall," he replied, and waved his hand toward the city. "Take a good look. There's nowhere left to run and no one to turn to." How long do you think we'll survive on that boat with the food and water we have? We need supplies. We need medicine. We need to be self-sufficient. From now on, this is what we risk our lives for. Corin had a point, although I didn't like it. We were already running low on supplies, and I was sure things were going to get worse. I needed to start thinking long-term, even though the idea of that scared the hell out of me. "Fine," I replied. "I'm not going far, though." Corin patted me on the shoulder and grinned. Still smiling, he headed down the warped sidewalk and into the burning city. The thick black smoke ruined our visibility. We walked side by side, struggling to avoid cracks and holes in the pavement. Fires raged all around us, and I could feel the heat threatening to singe the hairs on my arms. "There's a convenience store a block down. We should check that out first," Corin suggested. "If it's not on fire, you gotta be more optimistic, man." "Fine. It's probably not on fire." Corin laughed and sped up. I followed him slowly. The smoke was making my lungs burn, and every few yards I stopped and fought off a coughing fit. I felt like I was in a nightmare. Everything was crumbling to dust, falling apart and being swallowed by the tormenting flames. It was like a war zone in some third-world country, but it wasn't. It was my home. It was America. And I knew that it would never be the same. We weaved in between a few apartment buildings that had managed to avoid being burned. After hopping over a fence, we squeezed through a row of hedges and ended up on the sidewalk right in front of the store. It was mostly untouched by the fire. The smoke had stained the outside walls with soot, but beyond that, the store was fine. So, with a tiny bit of optimism, we headed inside and started looking around. "See? No fire," Corin said happily. "Let's split up and grab what we can." I cut my eyes and started scanning the aisles for anything we could take. The shelves were mostly empty or stocked with things like cat food and bleach. I pulled a flashlight from my bag and headed further toward the back. A row of freezers with glass doors lined the far wall, but they were just as empty as everything else. After searching for 10 minutes, all I was able to find were a few bottles of water and some crackers that had expired a week earlier. "How'd you make out?" I asked, as I met Corin back near the front. "Found some sodas and a few boxes of cereal. How about you?" "The same, more or less." Corin sighed. "We're going to need to head further. Maybe to one of the grocery stores or something. There's a Target about a mile down." I grunted, but it was swallowed by a loud explosion right outside. Corin snapped his head around and jumped into me. A blazing orange light flared and illuminated the storefront. The fire had made it to us. "We gotta go," I yelled. Without another word, we rushed outside. The fire was only a few yards from the store and sweeping quickly in our direction. Another fissure opened up in the ground and was spewing flames into the air like a dragon. Everything it touched erupted in a brilliant orange and melted into nothing. The city was imploding. "This way!" Corin screamed and rushed around the back of the store. I followed him behind as we weaved between burning cars and patches of scorched lawn. It seemed like every time we made some headway, we were forced back by a wall of fire. The apartments behind us started to crumble as the fire worked its way through the support beams. With a thundering crash, the roof caved in and splinters of wood and debris shot out like bomb fragments. "Watch out!" I yelled and tackled Corin to the ground. The shower of building fodder sailed over our heads and pinged off the burning cars. In shock, we clambered to our feet, checked ourselves for any wounds, and kept running. More fires erupted as ashes drifted into the air, igniting everything they touched. The thick smoke continued to make it hard to breathe, and even harder to see. Every street we turned down was a raging inferno with black plumes reaching out like fingers of death.
How the hell are we going to get out of here?
I screamed, as panic started to set in.
This way!
Corin suddenly shouted. He sprinted ahead, and for a minute I thought his plan was to run directly into the fire. But as we got closer, I saw the line of cars that snaked through the inferno like a funnel. They were lined up side by side in an abandoned car lot, and the cars in the center hadn't been touched by the fire yet.
Hurry up!
Corin shouted. He slid to a stop beside the first car and smashed the window with his elbow. Reaching in, he unlocked the door and dove inside, then slid out of the opposite door. Without looking back, he headed to the next car and did the same. I followed behind him and earned a few shards of glass in my leg for my carelessness, but I'd rather pay that price than burn to death. We went from car to car across the lot as the fire burned closer and closer on both ends. Some cars we just climbed on top, but many were conversion vans or tall SUVs that would have been more trouble than it was worth. As luck would have it, about half of them were opened, and we managed to avoid any broken glass at all. I could see the end getting close, but I could also feel the heat from the fire like I'd shoved my face into an oven. It was going to be close, and I could only pray that we would reach the end before the fire reached us.
Move your ass!
I yelled to Corin as I sped up. The increasing heat had me frantic. I dove through the back seat of the next car and nearly ran Corin over. This may have been his idea, but if Corin didn't get the hell out of the way, I was going to go through him. The metal popped and pinged on the cars on either side of us as the fire neared them. The flames started to warp, and the paint melted like slices of cheese. I could hardly see through the thickening smog, even though the sun was slowly starting to rise. We rushed through the lot, and as we reached the last car, I felt like we might survive. Corin bashed in the window, and we quickly slipped through and came out of the other side. Sighing, I stopped and took a quick glance behind us. Everything was either ashes or burning to the ground. Flames were still shooting out from the pavement like the earth had become a giant barbecue grill.
Come on,
Corin said, and ran back toward the gate. We slowed down once we made it to the commissary. The fires were far behind us, and the base seemed safe, at least for now.
We're gonna need gas,
Corin said, as we walked through the vacant streets.
I don't want to risk being on the boat without it, and the trip here cost us a lot.
I guess, I replied sharply. It sounded to me like he was blaming me for the base being deserted. But he didn't have a better idea. Corin was really starting to push my buttons. And every time something didn't go right, he had a comment. I guess he forgot this was my show and he didn't have to be here.
Can't believe we didn't find anything. I was really hoping the base would be worth it.
Corin continued.
You got any better ideas?
I asked, defensively.
Any place would be better than here right now.
Corin chuckled. I clenched my jaw, holding back the words I really wanted to tell him. I figured in my head that as soon as I was comfortable sailing the boat, Corin and his weird-ass family had to go.
If I could find a helicopter, I'd get the hell out of here,
Corin continued.
Could really get a look at what's going on from up there.
Yeah, maybe.
We're gonna need something more than that sailboat eventually. We need to cover more ground.
Water, I replied.
Yeah, whatever it is, we need to cover more of it.
Well, it is what it is. We make the best with what we have right now.
The boat!
Corin shouted. Yeah, we have the boat, that's what I'm saying.
No!
Corin said, then grabbed my shoulder and nudged toward the pier. Where the hell is the boat? Chapter 23. Coming into the light. The morning sun glowed with a fierce glare. The reflection was like an explosion of diamonds burning in the sky, casting a brilliant light across the glittering water. It was beautiful, but it was empty. We'd left the sailboat tied up to the dock, and now there was nothing. The boat was gone, the lines were gone, and any trace of our family was gone.
What the fuck?
Corin shouted as he spun in place. I stared out over the water in silence. I knew the boat had to be somewhere out there, and I just needed to find them. I wished I'd brought the binoculars with me, but wishing wasn't going to help now.
Where the fuck are they? What the fuck?
Corin continued to yell. Calm down, I replied.
Calm down, calm down. Your family is missing. My family is missing. How the hell can you say calm down?
Because, you idiot. Did it ever occur to you that maybe they had to leave? Maybe someone was on this base and you're screaming like a fucking moron. Corin gasped and then looked back toward the base with wide eyes. He seemed to get the picture and had decided to keep his mouth shut. Sighing, I stuffed my hands into my jacket pocket and racked my brain for an idea. My hand hit something hard and I screamed with excitement. I gripped the radio and yanked it out. Corin, I called, and held up the little black and yellow device. His face reflected mine as his lips morphed into a full-on smile. I took a deep breath, then pressed the transmit button. Melinda? Melinda, are you there? I called. The wait was torture. The silence felt like someone was squeezing my head. Every second that passed that she didn't respond was a lifetime of dancing barefoot across a floor of needles. Melinda, I said again. A bolt of static crackled from the other end, and I jumped. Corin tried to grab the radio out of my hand, and I shoved him back.
I just want to hear it,
he said. I held the radio between the two of us. It crackled again, and then a garbled voice seeped through. We both held our breath in anticipation, but the radio fell silent again.
Melinda,
I shouted.
Dad.
Alistair's voice replied in a whisper.
Dad, we're in trouble.
Alistair, where are you?
I don't know. Some guys found us. They took Mom, Stephanie, and Ashley somewhere. Dad, come quick.
I could feel my heart beating in my throat. So much adrenaline rushed through my body I couldn't stand still. My chest heaved up and down, and I felt like I was going to pass out. Alistair, what do you see? What's around you?
We're on some island, Dad. Wait, they're coming back.
Jesus, I mumbled. The radio was shaking so violently it was hard for me to hold it. Corin grabbed my hand and steadied it. I could feel his anxiety, and he only masked it by grinding his teeth together.
you little shit.
I heard a voice snap from the radio.
Who the hell were you?
No, please just let us go.
Then I heard him scream, and the radio went dead.
Alistair? Alistair!
I yelled over and over. We have to find them. I huffed and turned to Corin. We have to find them now.
I know,
He replied. I ran back to the edge of the dock and looked back over the water.
He said they were on an island. There's no island around here, Randall.
Corin replied grimly.
They can't be that far. They just can't be.
Corin scratched his head and looked back into the bay. Beer Can Island, he suddenly shouted.
That's it.
How the hell do you get there? There's got to be something that floats on this fucking base, Corin snapped.
Let's go.
He wheeled around and started back down the street. I lingered for a moment, then followed after him.
There's a boatyard down here. They used to store canoes,
Corin said. We headed toward a chain-link fence behind a small garage. Boats on trailers were spread out across the island. Most were rusted and broken. But toward the back I could see a short row of green canoes. We reached the fence, and I yanked at the heavy chain that held it closed. How the hell did we get in here? Corin jumped on the fence and started climbing.
like this,
he said. Before I could reply, the sound of a bullet hitting metal rang out. I dropped to the floor as Corin fell from the fence and covered his head. Another bullet hit the dirt next to me, and I knew it was time to run. Jumping to my feet, I took off in the direction we'd come. I didn't know where the shooting was coming from, and I didn't care. I knew that where I was standing wasn't safe.
Come on!
I yelled to Corin, who was dragging ass. Without slowing down, I rammed my shoulder into the rickety wooden door of the garage and sped inside. Corin came tumbling after me. The place stunk like a locker room for players that refused to bathe. It was empty except for a pile of random debris that had been swept into the center. There was a small window on the side wall and another door at the rear of the garage.
Get up,
I said to Corin while I peeked out of the window. There was a group of 5 men in fatigues, slowly working their way toward us. They'd been hiding behind the administration buildings on the next street. I could tell from the way they moved they were trained and they meant business. It's the fucking military, I groaned. Why the fuck would the military be shooting at us? Corin wrinkled his face and stared down at the ground.
They could think we're anybody. No matter how you shake it up, we're trespassing on a military base.
His answer sounded legit, but I saw the look in his eyes. Corin was hiding something, and if we lived through this, I was going to find out what the hell it was.
We gotta get out of here. They're coming to the door,
I said, and moved toward the back. I twisted the handle on the rear door and gave it a gentle nudge. It opened slightly, and I took a quick glance outside. If we hurried, there was a straight shot to the commissary between a row of smaller offices. We could hide in there, or at least have time to come up with a real plan.
We can make it to the commissary,
I said.
Let's go.
I shoved the door the rest of the way open and took off. I didn't look to see if Corin was behind me, but from the sound of the huffing, somebody certainly was. I ran as fast as my legs would move through the narrow corridor created from the buildings. My head was tuckered low, fearing at any minute the soldiers would be behind us and firing at will. But they weren't, and we made it inside safely. "What the hell was that about?" I asked, and kneeled behind one of the empty shelves.
I don't know, man, but we can't stay in here.
I looked at him sideways and tried to catch my breath. Corin was getting shadier by the minute, and I was having a hard time trusting him.
You hear me?
He asked. "Yeah, can't stay here. What's the plan?" Corin looked around and started heading down the far aisle. He waved his hand, and begrudgingly I followed. "Where the hell are we going?"
The stock room is in the back. Hopefully we can get out of the loading docks before they figure out where we are.
His sentence was punctuated with the sound of automatic gunfire. Bullets tore through the empty shelves and exploded into the drywall. I fell to the floor and scurried after Corin, but a hail of lead slammed into the ground in front of me and cut me off. Corin took a glance back, then sped off into the stockroom. I scowled at him, then slid behind a shelf. I could hear the sound of the soldiers' boots across the dirty tile. They were getting close, and I didn't have anywhere to go.
Shit,
I grumbled under my breath. I peered around the far side and it looked clear. As quietly as I could, I got to my feet and started to duck walk toward the next set of shelves. If I could just repeat that 6 times, I'd be outside and might have a chance. Getting to the first 3 shelves was easy. But as I looked toward the 4th, I could hear someone's steps closing in on me. I froze, tried to make out which direction they were coming from. The commissary had become eerily silent, and my heart was thundering in my ears. Each beat sounded like a war drum, each step like the invading army. With a deep breath, I pushed on. I was nearly to the next shelf when I heard a raspy voice shouting commands.
Freeze! Don't move another muscle!
The man said. I stopped dead in my tracks and swallowed. Clenching my jaw, I thought of Melinda and the kids, and damned myself for ending up here. I should have been trying to save them, but I couldn't save myself.
Don't shoot!
I said, and slowly turned around. The man jolted his gun at me, but didn't fire. His sand-colored fatigues were stained with blood, and I wondered if it was his. He had a good amount of stubble covering his angled jaw, and his eyes beamed like a stop sign.
Who the hell are you?
The man shouted.
What are you doing here?
Before I could answer, another soldier stopped beside him and gave me a quick once-over.
It's not him, Becca. Let's go.
Both of the men turned around and immediately headed back toward the stockroom. It took a moment for the shock to wear off me. Then I collected myself and ran as fast as I could outside. I darted across the street and stopped in the parking lot of an office building. Dark clouds had swept in and the sun was stuck behind them. A moderate wind was pushing around the palm trees, and it seemed to be gaining strength. Another storm was brewing, and I didn't want to be here when it hit. I needed to get to the island, and I needed to find my family. And I didn't know how the hell to even start. As I stood there trying to devise a plan, another soldier rushed out of the commissary. He whipped his head back and forth like he was searching for something, then paused as he spotted me. I stared back at him, unsure of what to do. He looked just as confused as I was, like he wanted to wave, but then he suddenly raised his rifle and sent a triplet of shots toward me. I dove to the ground in panic, then scurried around the side of the building and ran for my life. Bullets whizzed by my head and cracked into the pavement beside my feet. Skidding like a race car, I turned down a side street and picked up my pace. The rumble of thunder droned across the sky like cannons, and I couldn't hear if the soldier was still shooting or not. I turned around another corner, then made a hard left between a row of portables. Huffing, I slowed to a jog. As I passed the portables, a long green barrack came into view. I made a beeline for it and increased my speed.
Randall!
A voice called from behind me. I turned around and saw no one. The thunder rumbled a little louder, and I felt a chill run up my back.
Over here!
The voice said. I turned to the side and saw Corin waving from one of the portables. I quickly made my way toward him, and he ushered me inside and closed the door.
Shit, man. I didn't think you were going to get out of there.
He huffed.
You left me, you asshole. Oh, come on, man. What was I supposed to do? I had no guns, and there were 5 of those guys. I found you, didn't I?
I took a deep breath and sat down on the floor. The portable was covered with a ratty brown carpet and smelled like old cheese. A few broken chairs were tucked in the corner, and discolored yellow blinds covered the windows. "We gotta get to that island," I said, as the thought of Melinda and the kids came rushing back to mind. I stood up and cracked one of the blinds. There was no one outside, and the sky was getting darker every second that passed. We can get out through the back door. Make it to the canoes before they see us, I suggested.
We don't know where the hell they are. And why the hell they're trying to kill us?
Corin snapped. You, I replied.
What?
They're trying to kill you.
What the hell are you talking about?
You tell me, Corin. Those guys in the commissary just let me go. They said I was the wrong guy. They're looking for you. Corin dropped his eyes and turned away from me. He sighed, then walked to the far wall and leaned against it.
What are you not telling me?
He didn't reply. He stared at the floor and tucked his hands into his pocket.
Corin,
I snapped.
I don't know who the hell these people are. That's the truth. Maybe I know why they're shooting at us.
Well?
It's nothing, really. Maybe I stole something from the base.
Stole what?
Supplies, guns, grenades. You know, the things I thought I'd need. So I guess when they saw me, it was open season.
So where is any of this shit now?
I told you about what happened in my neighborhood. Everything I had got used then. Look, it's not a big deal. We just need to get to the boats and get to the island. Once we're off the base, we have nothing to worry about.
So these people are trying to kill you because you stole some fucking guns? Corin groaned and straightened up.
You want to debate this, or do you want to get your kids?
I bit my lip and swallowed. We aren't done with this, I said, and jabbed my finger at him.
Okay.
With that, I pushed myself to my feet. Let's go, I grumbled, and headed to the back of the portable. I reached for the door, but it suddenly swung open and flew off the hinges. It hit me in the chest, and I fell back and landed on the floor under it. Grunting, I pushed the thin metal to the side. My head was pounding, and I split my lip down the middle. I covered my face and winced, then gasped in shock. The soldiers stormed into the room and circled us. They had their guns aimed and looked ready to kill us both. I slowly found my feet and stood up, then looked to Corin. He was staring at one of the men with a disdainful look. The man stepped forward and lowered his rifle. He glared at Corin, then shook his head from side to side and grinned.
Colonel Myers,
he said in an odd tone. Corin glared back at him and puffed up his chest.
Major Clark.
Chapter 24. What is the Mayflower?
I'm glad to see you and the boys are doing well, even though you're missing a few. Decker, Lockship, Hunter. Shipley, you look good,
Corin said, as if he was talking to old friends. I scratched my head and scoffed. It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. These guys had been trying to kill us for the last hour, and now they were best friends.
Can't say we're as happy to see you, Colonel,
Major Clark replied.
Wait,
I blurted.
You know them?
Corin shrugged and twisted his face. What the hell is going on? I continued. Clark started to laugh.
Corin used to be our brigade commander. That's until he went AWOL and kidnapped the president's daughter.
What?
I don't have time to explain. Look, she's in trouble and you guys can help.
Corin righteously spoke.
Why the hell would we help you? Tell us where she is and maybe we don't shoot you right now. You help me and I'll get you in Mayflower,
Corin replied, as if he'd offered them $1 million. All 5 of the soldiers started laughing. They shared skeptical glances with one another and looked at Corin like he'd lost his mind.
It's not real.
Clark spat, still chuckling. It is. And that girl is our ticket. You can come with me. You all can. Just help me get her back.
We'll help you get her back, all right, but not for you. Did you forget who the hell you work for?
The president is dead.
The First Lady isn't.
There's still structure. We will report to someone. And that someone will give us anything we want for bringing that girl back. That someone knows all about Mayflower.
You stole her so you could ransom her for access to a place that's not real?
You've lost your shit, Colonel. Mayflower is an urban myth. I saved that girl's life. I just want what's mine in return.
The secretary doesn't see it that way. He gave orders. You're as good as dead.
Look, Clark, you know me. You've known me for years. Mayflower is real. You know it. How much time do we have? I watched their exchange in shock. My bottom jaw was dragging across the filthy carpet and my brain was exploding.
What?
Clark asked. You know as well as I do what's going on here. They tried to get everyone out. And, hell, they did a good job with this county, but I'm sure they're cutting their losses. You guys ain't staying around. So how long? Clark looked around the room for a moment. He stared back at his men, then sighed and looked back to Corin.
The helo leaves in an hour,
he said, reluctantly.
Well, fuck, help me, Clark. Some assholes have that girl, so whether you believe me about Mayflower or not, we've got to get her.
And my family, I added in a shaky voice.
Who the hell is this guy?
Clark asked as if he'd just seen me.
This is Randall. They have his family, too. So what do you say?
Help us save them and I'll come quietly. Just give us a seat on the flight out of here.
Out of here?
I echoed.
I'm not going anywhere with these guys.
Clark ignored me and turned back to Corin.
Fine. I'll play along. If the president's daughter is really there, I'll save her. If not, we're gonna bury you and your buddy. Lockship, Hunter, and Shipley, head back and finish getting everything ready. We'll be along in a few.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
3 of the men said and rushed outside without another word. Decker was still standing next to Clark. He was glaring at Corin like he wanted to punch him in the face, and I wished he would. He was a big guy, probably 6'6" and well over 200 pounds. He had dark, spiky hair and a vein that bulged down the middle of his forehead like a power cable.
You,
Clark said, and turned to me.
You can stay if you want. You and your family. Just know in 24 hours the entire state is going to take a nosedive into the Atlantic.
My mouth fell open again, and I turned to Corin. He gave me an odd look and stared at the ground.
All right,
Clark boomed.
Where are these lost sheep?
Chapter 25. The Rescue. Partnering with Clark and Decker was much better than the plan we had. For starters, they had a boat with an actual motor. And they had guns. Lots of guns. But refused to give us any. Apparently, I wasn't the only one that didn't trust Corin. The sky was quickly darkening, and the water in the bay was getting choppy. Clark, Decker, and Corin had been talking over assault plans and other military mumbo-jumbo, completely ignoring the incoming storm. I tried my best to move them along, but it took an agonizing 20 minutes before they finally agreed on a plan.
Beer Can Island, huh?
Clark asked, as we loaded up the black inflatable motorboat.
That's the only place they could be, or at least where they were an hour ago,
Corin replied.
Well, just know, you try anything, or if this is some half-baked plan to trick us, I'm gonna bury you and your new friend on that island.
Of course you will, Corin spat back. With a nervous fidget, I settled into the boat and grabbed the safety rope. Corin sat down beside me and half smiled.
Colonel?
I asked.
The president's daughter?
Look, I'm sure it's hard for you to trust me, but there's a lot going on that you don't know about. Let's get our family safe first, and if we make it out of this, I'll tell you everything.
My family,
I replied.
half of your family you stole.
Corin frowned, then turned toward the back.
We're all set up here.
Clark cranked up the outboard engine, and we slowly pulled away from the dock. I could immediately feel the water pushing us around, and I wondered if the tiny craft could even make it to the island.
Hold on,
Clark yelled. Suddenly, the motor growled, and the craft cut straight through the waves like a torpedo. We bounced from crest to crest over the whitecaps as the bay turned into a whirlpool. All doubts I had in the boat's abilities were erased as we sped over the water toward the island. My head slammed into the side of the raft, and I squeezed the safety rope tighter. Water sprayed my face continuously, and the cold wind whipped my eyes into tears. As the island neared, Clark swerved the boat hard to the left, and a tub of water splashed over my head. I gasped and wiped my face just as we hit another wave. My feet sailed into the air, and I nearly flipped over the bow. Scrambling, I managed to grab hold of the rope before I tumbled into the frigid water. The boat started to slow, and I pulled myself back to the front. The waves continued to knock us around, but I was starting to adjust to it.
we're gonna pull up around there.
Clark pointed.
The three of us will head up the beach. You stay back with the boat.
I wanted to tell Clark to go fuck himself. He'd already gone into great detail about how I'd get everyone killed if I tagged along. Him reiterating the plan now was just to piss me off.
Yeah, I got it,
I replied. Clark smirked, then pulled the boat up to a small enclave. The water pushed and shoved against two giant rocks, creating a little shelter between the jostling waves and the island. A cluster of mangroves shielded us from anyone on shore, their long roots clawing into the sand.
This is it,
Clark said. He wrapped a rope around one of the rocks, then quietly climbed into the water. Decker and Corin followed, and I stayed behind like a 3-year-old.
We'll be right back,
Corin said, and shrugged his shoulders. That made me even more furious. I didn't even trust Corin, and that was my family out there. I needed to be the one saving them. Stewing, I watched the trio weave between the sprawling mangroves and clamber onto the beach. They quickly vanished, and I was left with the sound of waves as comfort. Sighing, I sat back on the boat and stared up at the sky. The sun was gone, and only oblong black clouds cluttered the heavens like angry swabs of a paintbrush. I'd lost track of time, but I knew it couldn't be that late. We'd only reached the base before daybreak a few hours ago.
What's next?
I grumbled to myself. It felt like hours passed as I waited silently. The wind picked up and started to whip the mangroves around like a baby rattle. The swaying of the raft was like a lullaby, and if it hadn't been for my neck-breaking anxiety, I would have fallen asleep. As it was, I stretched out on the bottom of the boat and lay down. My hunger demon was starting to poke out his head and begging for me to feed him, but the sea was urging me to empty my stomach into the water. I opted to do both. Opening my bag, I pulled out the box of crackers we'd found in the store. I ripped open a package and stuffed a handful into my mouth. At first my stomach thanked me and screamed for more, but as the stale crumbs worked their way down my throat, someone pulled the emergency brake and did a 180. I lurched over the side of the raft and dry heaved before a stream of water and partially chewed crackers shot forth. I gagged and lapped up a handful of salt water to clean my mouth. That only made me vomit more, and by the time I was done, I was happy to just lay over the side with my face pressed into my hands.
Come on!
A voice suddenly called out. At first I thought I was delirious, and slowly sat up and stared toward the shore.
Hurry up and get the bucket! I got dibs on the little one, and I want to get back before Timmy spoils her.
I gasped, then covered my mouth. 2 men were making their way through the mangroves and down toward the water. I scampered over the side of the boat and tried to slide into the chilly tide as quietly as possible.
Did you hear that?
One of the men asked.
Hear what? Somebody is down there.
I could hear them picking up speed, and I tried to crawl through the water like a crab. My pants felt like anchors, and the freezing temperature made me want to find a blanket, but I knew I needed to hide. I dipped my head under the waves and frog-kicked away from the boat. When I came back up, the men were nearly in the water, but I'd put enough distance between us that they wouldn't see me immediately. One of the men was short and fat. He had waterproof overalls on, the kind that fishermen or crabbers wore. His hair was fuzzy and white and sprouted out to the side beneath a blue baseball cap. He had a long white beard and, in general, looked like a gnome. The other man was average height and skinny. His skin looked leathery and sun-worn, and his shaggy brown hair fell over his face and covered his eyes. The jeans he wore were ripped up, like he'd been dragged behind a truck, and on one foot he had a dirty sneaker, and the other a hiking boot.
What the hell is that?
The short man asked, as our boat came into view.
A damn boat? Well, shit, I can see it's a boat, Dusty. How the hell did it get here? Maybe it's always been here.
I watched the men quietly as they waded closer to the raft. They were suspicious, but more confused than anything else. Their back-and-forth bickering was almost comical as they argued about the boat. The skinnier man, Dusty, leaned into the boat and looked around. There was a bag on the floor and some extra jackets that Clark had brought. He rifled through them and rubbed his hand across the side.
It's still wet,
he said, then looked in my direction. My heart exploded from my chest and I jumped in shock. The water splashed and it was just enough for them to notice me.
Frank, look!
Dusty shouted and started toward me. He was quick, much quicker than I thought, and before I knew it, was only a few yards away, bearing down on me with a rusty knife clutched in his hands. His buddy Frank was still trying to maneuver around the rocks and didn't look too pleased about being in the water.
You're a dead man!
He shouted at me. I cringed and tried to scramble away, but my feet slipped on the rocks. I fell back into the water. And the last thing I saw was the blurry image of Dusty leaping toward me, knife first. Chapter 26. We're not dead yet. Blood poured into the ocean, fading to a thin red as it mixed with the water. Before long, I was surrounded by a crimson pool of it, a halo of death, marking the end of a life that had clocked away too many years already. I stared through the murky tide as Dusty's face stared defiantly back at me. I could feel his anger and his pain, his deep brown eyes boring into my soul, screaming with excruciating malice. He leaned closer, then gulped his last breath, and the life faded from his face. I broke the surface in time to see Corin running back toward Frank. He had a small knife in his hands and moved with a sense of murderous purpose. Before Dusty could reach me, Corin had barreled through the mangroves and buried his knife into Dusty's back. It was a bad way to die, but I was sure he deserved it. Now it was Frank's turn. To his credit, Frank put up one hell of a fight. much more than Corin was obviously expecting. He was a scrappy little man. Before he had the chance to skewer him like Dusty, Frank whipped around and tackled Corin by the waist. They went splashing into the surf and vanished under the tainted water. When they emerged, Frank had clamped down on Corin's arm like an alligator. He was shaking vigorously while Corin punched him over and over in the head. Frank bit down harder on his knife hand and tried to wrestle the blade away. With a grunt, Corin grabbed Frank and hoisted him into the air. He slammed him into the water and ripped his arm free. Before Frank could resurface, he drove the knife downward with a satisfying yelp. Frank's limbs jerked and snapped momentarily, then his body went still. Huffing, Corin straightened up. He looked around the bay and then started toward me. I wiped my face and tried to shake off the feeling of icy death that clung to my skin. Corin grinned, then cleaned his knife on his wet jeans.
We gotta go,
he gasped in an out-of-breath tone.
Clark and Decker are dead. What?
I shouted, then covered my mouth with my hands.
This damn island was crawling with guys, like 10 of them. I think we got everyone that spotted us, but those idiots didn't make it. I found where they're keeping the girls. Let's go.
With that, Corin turned around and started heading back toward the beach. I was still in shock from what I just heard, and my legs refused to obey.
Randall!
He called back to me.
They're dead? If you want to save your family, you don't have time for this shit. Yes, they're dead. And if we don't go now, your family will be dead too.
Those words got through, and I started waddling through the water as fast as I could. I passed Frank's lifeless corpse floating in the shadows and winced. I immediately felt guilty for my weakness. I needed to hate him. I wanted to hate him. My kids were here. My wife was here. Somehow he had something to do with it, and for that he deserved worse than death. I followed Corin into the shell-ridden beach and through a dense cluster of palms. As we neared the opening, he slowed down, then dropped to the ground. I followed his lead and army-crawled until we were shoulder to shoulder.
Up there, he whispered. Just over that mound, there's a shack. The girls are inside.
How do you know?
I just know,
he said, darkly. How do we get to it?
They had some folk roaming around. They're not here anymore. There's maybe 3 guys inside, that's it. Stay low, and nobody'll see us.
Corin pushed himself to his feet and crouched down. He skipped across the sand using his arms like extra legs. He looked like a damn gorilla, and in any other situation I would have found it funny, but not today. I did the same and followed him to a patch of dry grass a few yards from the shack. We took cover there and waited. He wanted to be sure we hadn't been seen. He'd learned the hard way to be careful, and Clark and Decker had paid that price with their lives.
There's a fence around the back,
Corin started.
I didn't see that before. We should check it out first.
Before I could reply, he'd taken off. He sped around the dense thicket and charged toward the fence. Cursing under my breath, I hurried to catch up. So much for being careful, I thought.
What the hell?
I asked Corin as I caught up with him. He didn't reply. His eyes were locked on something up ahead.
I thought we weren't trying to get killed,
I said.
Look,
he replied in a dry voice. I followed his finger toward the fenced area. At first I didn't see a thing worth mentioning. Old boat motors, seats from random vehicles, and other junk littered the sand. But I continued to look. What? I asked in frustration. There, he said, and jabbed his finger toward a pile of junk. My breath got caught in the back of my tongue, and I gagged. Fear and anger swelled inside of me, and I almost shouted in rage. He's alive, Corin said, and placed his hand on my shoulder. Alistair was laid over in the dirt. His hands had been hog-tied behind his back, and his face was bruised and swollen. But, like Corin said, he was alive. I could see his chest moving up and down with each breath he took. "Did you see Charlie and David?" I asked frantically. "No, but they're probably close. We need to be quick." Corin held up his knife and pushed it into my hands. Reaching behind his back, he pulled out a pistol and checked the magazine. "I didn't think Clark would need this anymore," he grumbled. "Get your son. I'll keep watch. He probably knows where everyone else is." I nodded, then scampered across the sand toward Alistair. I tried to stay quiet, but I ended up running forward at full speed, my heart thundering with every step I took. I reached the rusted gate and flung it open. It squeaked, but I rushed inside, ignoring the potential danger. Alistair slowly rolled over at the sound, and from the look on his face, I was the last person he expected. "Dad?" he groaned, in an almost unfamiliar voice. I crouched next to him and brushed the sand from his face. "Are you okay?" I asked. "I'm good. I didn't think you were going to come." I laughed. Nothing was funny, not even remotely, but my brain couldn't process real emotions at the moment. Humor was the remedy for the weak. "I'll never leave you guys," I said. "I'll always be here." Alistair forced a smile onto his face. Mirroring him, I sawed at the waterlogged ropes that bound his wrists. Then I cut the ones from around his ankle and helped him to his feet. He fell into my arms and hugged me. I pulled his head onto my shoulder and kissed the top of his head. "I'm sorry," he groaned, and I could feel his tears pouring down my arm. "Sorry for what?" "I tried, Dad. I tried to stop them. I couldn't." I grabbed him by the shoulders and nudged him back so we were face to face. Wiping the tears from his eyes, I smiled. He was so much better than me. I'd worried about how he would grow up, how strong of a man he'd become, but in that moment I knew I'd never need to worry again. He bored into me with his soft brown eyes. I could see the shame and guilt drenched all over his face, and it threatened to break me. Alistair was the best of me. He was all that was good in me, yet somehow he thought that wasn't enough. "Alistair, you have nothing to be sorry for." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there when you guys needed me." "I love you, Dad," he said. "I love you too." I wrapped my arms around him and hugged him again. I held him there just for a few seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. It felt like he was a little child again, and I could hold him there forever. But gone were those days. Gone were the times when I could shield him from the dangers of the world. My son had grown up. I wiped my face and stared around. "Where is everyone?" I asked him. "They took Mom and Ashley inside," he replied, then paused. "David and Charlie are fine," he added as he saw the concern in my face. "They tied them up in a dog crate around the side of the house." "Take me there." Corin joined us, and we followed Alistair to the far side of the house. Pushed up against the wall was a filthy blue dog grate. The plastic was frayed and turning brown from dirt and grime. and the metal door looked rusted shut. Charlie and David were crammed inside of it. They were sleeping and had their wrists and feet bound with duct tape. Dirt was smudged to their faces, wet sand caked to their clothes, but they were alive. A mountain lifted from my chest, and I thanked God for my good fortune. Smiling, I moved to open the crate, but Corin grabbed my hand. "Keep them quiet," he said, and pointed at the crust-covered window above. I nodded and silently started to pry the door open. Charlie moved, and I could see that both of their mouths had been covered with duct tape as well, and their faces were smeared with dried tears and dirt. "Shh," I whispered to him as he opened his eyes wide. "You're safe now. I'm gonna take you out of here." The door creaked, and I reached in and grabbed Charlie. His eyes swelled with joy, and he shivered. I wiped his face and pulled him into my chest. "We've got to hurry," Corin urged. I cut my eyes, then kissed Charlie on the head. "Alistair, cut the tape," I said, and laid Charlie on the ground. To get David, I had to nearly crawl inside of the crate. He was still half asleep and squirmed like a snake as I dragged him into the sand. I could only imagine the horrors they'd been through. "Stay quiet," I told him. "It's me. It's your dad." David stared up at me and quivered. There was so much fear in his face, and I wanted nothing more than to make it all go away. His eyes started to water, and I rubbed the tears away with my fingers. With him in one arm, I scooped up Charlie and left the fenced yard. I ran around the house and past the mounds of trash and broken vehicle parts. Alistair followed close behind me, not stopping until we made it back to the mound of dead grass. There I laid them down and cut the remaining tape. David jumped up and dove at me. He tried to talk, but his words were swallowed by hyperventilation. "I love you guys," I said, and hugged all three of them. David started to cry, and I squeezed him tighter. I patted the top of his head and let his tears fall onto my neck. "Did they hurt you?" I asked. David and Charlie shook their heads from side to side. Alistair made a confirming grunt, and I took a deep breath, trying to contain my anger. "Randall!" Corin growled through clenched teeth. I wanted to turn around and sock him in the side of the head, but he was right. Belinda was still in that shack, and God only knew what was being done to her. "Alistair, listen to me," I said, as I released them. "Down there's a boat. It's tied to the mangroves. I need you to take your brothers and get them on it. Wait there until we come back." "But, Dad," he started. "Listen. I don't have time to argue or explain. I have to get your mom and Ashley and Stephanie." "But, Dad..." "Please, Alistair. You get down there and you stay quiet. Keep your brothers safe. I love you. I love you guys. Now go." I straightened up and turned around. David and Charlie were still sobbing, but I knew Alistair would do what needed to be done. Now, I needed to do what needed to be done. "Take the gun," Corin said, as we headed back toward the shack. "I'm better with a knife than you are." I stopped and pulled the knife from my belt loop. I handed it to Corin and took his pistol. Swallowing, I clenched my jaw and stared up at the rusty shack with cold eyes. "Come on," I said, and marched forward. We hurried around the side of the building and knelt at the corner. Scampering on all fours, we moved around the front and stopped. There was a window to the left of the door just above our heads. I'm gonna check it out, I whispered. Terrified, I slowly rose my head above the sill and peeked inside. I expected to be greeted with a barrel of a shotgun, but my luck held. It looked like there were only 2 rooms. The front room was empty, and makeshift drapes had been hung in the doorway to separate the back room from the front. "It's empty," I said, as I crouched back down. "There's another room in the back. We should be able to get inside without anyone seeing us." Corin nodded, and we moved onto the tiny porch up front. The door to the shack was made of thick, unfinished wood. The knob was rusted metal covered in chipped red paint. I reached out and grabbed it, then looked back to Corin to make sure he was ready. He nodded, and I started to mouth the countdown from 3. 3, 2, 1, I mumbled, before slowly twisting the knob. Chapter 27. What can't be broken. I pushed the door open and stepped into the darkness that lay inside. The smell was a dank aroma, like waterlogged clothes and moldy bread. It smacked me in the face like an open hand as soon as I walked through the door. Up ahead, a faint glow cast a hardly noticeable light from the other room. It flickered from the slits between the curtain like a candle or something. A cracked window let in the cool breeze, but the air inside felt moist and dirty. "You smell that?" Corin whispered. "Yeah, it fucking reeks." No, it smells like gasoline or something." I shrugged and stepped further into the house. A dark brown wicker chair was tucked into the far corner. A pair of men's jeans and a t-shirt were thrown across it. Other clothes were scattered across the room like someone had undressed in a hurry. We tried to move silently across the concrete floor. A thin layer of sand shifted with each step we took, but the noises from the other room masked any sound that we did make.
Hurry up!
An angry, deep voice shouted. We both froze. I tightened my grip on the pistol and clenched my jaw. Trembling, I looked back to Corin, and he nodded his head forward.
Shut the hell up, Timmy. You had plenty of time with the other broad. You ain't saved none of that to share.
Another voice replied.
Damn it, Carl. That's why I let you have the young one first. So we're even. Then stop rushing me. This bitch is feisty.
There were at least 2 men inside, and I knew they had the girls with them. I felt a rage come over me. I wanted to rush into the room and shoot everything breathing, but I fought to compose myself and kept edging closer silently. I stopped right next to the curtains that hung from the ceiling. Corin tapped me on the shoulder and gave me an encouraging nod. I reached out to grab the purple drapes, but stopped as someone inside grunted.
I told you to be still!
The man named Carl shouted angrily. There was a dull thud and then a whimper. Corin growled and pushed past me. He ripped the curtains down and rushed inside. I followed right behind him, stopping just on the other side of the door. The room was dim. The only light came from a kerosene lamp that burned dully in the corner. There was a soiled mattress next to it and blankets covering all of the windows. Ashley was squirming on the edge of the bed. Her mouth had been taped and her face bruised and beaten. A scrawny, grungy old man was pressed in between her legs. His long gray hair was knotted together and fell down his back. He had sparse patches of facial hair and tattoos up and down his arms. His skin was tanned and leathery, like he'd spent a lifetime in the outdoors. Like the sun and the spray of salt water were home to him. Ashley was doing her best to resist him. He was pushing and pulling at her legs, trying to thrust his naked body in between them. Every time he grabbed one of her legs, she'd kick out the other one, pushing him away. She earned several blows to the face for her efforts, but she didn't quit fighting. The man named Carl froze when he saw us. His eyes grew like balloons, and some barbaric grunt got stuck in his throat. Corin didn't waste any time. He took 3 strides and was on Carl in seconds. Corin's knife slid into the small of his back as he grabbed Carl's hair and yanked his head backward. Carl shouted. Corin snatched the knife out and blood sprayed onto the floor. With a quick jab, he buried the blade into the base of Carl's neck. Carl gasped and his arm snapped wildly like a dying spider. He let out a garbled breath, then his muffled groans fell silent. Corin released his hair and stepped to the side as Carl toppled backward. Blood streamed down his bare chest and his eyes flickered like dying butterfly wings. Ashley ripped the tape from her mouth and shrieked. Jumping to her feet, she stomped on him over and over as she punctuated each blow with a howl of pain. There was another man to my left, Timmy. He'd been undressing when we walked in and was caught with his foot halfway out of one of his pants legs. He reached for a gun that was sitting on the far nightstand, but he tripped over his dingy jeans and landed on all fours. Without a single feeling of remorse, I raised the pistol and fired 3 shots into his face. Blood and brains peppered the wall behind him, and Timmy collapsed to the floor. Smoke swirled from the barrel of my gun, and my ears rung in pain. But I'd never felt so powerful in my life. Something moved out of the corner of my eye, and I whipped around. Melinda stared at me with blank eyes, and I dropped the gun and rushed toward her. She wrapped her hands around my neck, and I scooped her into my arms. "Are you okay? Did they touch you? Did they hurt you?" I rattled off. She didn't immediately answer. She stared at me in the face, then burst into tears. I squeezed her and ran my hand over her head. She collapsed into my embrace, and I felt a pain in my heart like someone was crushing it with pliers. "I'm fine. I'm fine," she sobbed. "But..." "Where's Stephanie?" Corin asked as he spun in place. I looked around the room in confusion. Stephanie was nowhere to be seen. Corin had wrapped Ashley with a sheet and sat her onto the bed. Melinda was squeezing me like a lifeline, but Stephanie... I hadn't seen her. "Randall," Melinda sobbed. "Randall, listen." "Where is Stephanie?" Corin said again in a deeper tone. "Stephanie." "Randall," Melinda exclaimed and grabbed me by the shoulders. I looked down at her, and she pointed to a shadowy doorway near the back. We'd missed it when we first came in, but there was something ominous and malevolent that seemed to spew from the dark. "The restroom," she said lowly. "Wait here," I told her. I raised my gun and called out to Corin. I motioned towards the doorway, and he tightened his grip on his knife and marched toward it. "Stephanie!" he called again. "Stephanie! Are you in there?" I followed behind him and leaned against the wall next to the door. I was ready for whatever evil had just out of sight. Reaching into the darkness, Corin felt on the wall for a light switch. His fingers found it, and as the light illuminated the bathroom, I watched all of the life fade from Corin's face.
No!
He roared. Chapter 28. What will be broken? The scene was horrific. Blood was splattered everywhere. The grimy walls were stained with the crimson traces of death. The mirror bore streaks from fingers covered in blood and a cracked smear from where someone's face had impacted it. The towel rack had been torn from the wall, and the dirty toilet had a fracture running down the side. Everything about the bathroom was wrong. Everything was tainted with pain and death. I edged inside and past Corin. The bathroom was long and narrow, and ended with a dirt-smudged bathtub. Inside of it was a shower curtain with dark green floral patterns and peacocks. It was covering something. Something that Corin couldn't bear to reveal himself. But I knew it needed to be done. I walked toward the tub and knelt down. With shaky hands, I reached out and grabbed the curtain. I took a deep breath and pulled it back.
Oh, fuck.
I cringed. Crumpled in the tub was Stephanie's broken body. She was naked and covered from head to toe in welts and bruises. Her face was eternally frozen in the painful grimace she died in. But her bruised knuckles showed that she hadn't gone quietly. I turned to face Corin, and his eyes dulled over. He'd completely lost it. He groaned in pain and fell to the floor before crawling across the tile to the bathtub.
Stephanie.
No. He crooned in a voice that made my bones ache. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Tears poured from his eyes and fell onto her face, leaving streaks in the layers of blood.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Corin croaked. I stood up and backed away. I didn't have the words to comfort him, and I felt like me being there was intruding on something private that no one should be a witness to.
Randall!
Melinda suddenly called. I turned around and saw the trail of smoke before she said another word. The lamp had fallen over and caught fire to one of the blankets that covered the window. The tiny room had suddenly erupted into a raging inferno.
Corin!
I shouted as I rushed and grabbed Melinda.
Corin!
Ashley had moved from the bed and was starting toward the other room. I ripped the curtain down and walked them both to the front door.
I'll get Corin. Wait here,
I told them. The flames were spreading quickly. They'd already burned the curtains and started to melt the windows. A loud crackle exploded as the gas popped and the fire roared up. Black smoke was everywhere. I fanned my way toward the bathroom, nearly blind. The heat felt like it was going to melt my skin, and the creaking frame of the shack threatened to collapse any second.
Corin!
I screamed. He was still sitting at the edge of the tub. He had Stephanie's bloody hand pressed against his face. His lips were quivering as he mumbled incoherently under his breath.
Corin!
I called again in a softer voice. I edged my way closer to him, coughing as the smoke grew thicker. Timidly, I reached out and touched his shoulder. He jumped and spun around with bloodshot eyes. Corin, we have to go.
No.
No, she's sleeping. She'll get up soon. I swallowed and took a deep breath. She's not asleep. Look, there's a fire. We have to get out of here now, I told him as calmly as I could. Just leave me here. I'll bring her with me when she wakes up. There was a loud bang in the other room as a beam fell from the ceiling. Melinda screamed my name as ash and cinders floated into the air. "Corin!" I shouted. Grabbing his arm, I pulled him away. He yelled and fought against me, but he couldn't get traction on the filthy floor. I literally dragged him kicking and screaming. "Let me go! Get off of me, damn it!" he snapped. I managed to pull him into the other room where the fire was rolling across the ceiling. It moved like it had a mind of its own, like it was a thinking creature setting a trap. The threat of mortal danger seemed to bring some sense into Corin, and he awkwardly shuffled to his feet. "I can't leave her, Randall. I can't leave her," he said to me. Another beam collapsed and the flames shot up like fireworks. The walls rattled, and the rickety shack croaked like it was dying. I frowned and grabbed Corin's arm. "We have to go. There's nothing we can do. We're all gonna die in here." He stared back into the bathroom and wiped his face. Mumbling, he winced and started to cry some more as the flames flared and engulfed the doorway into the bathroom. I pulled his arm and he reluctantly followed, but he was broken. We rushed into the first room and bolted outside with Ashley and Melinda. The fresh air was reviving, but the storm clouds had swooped in with a vengeance. We traded one disaster for another. "Where are the kids? Did you find the kids, Randall?" Melinda asked. "They're waiting in the boat. They're okay. We need to go." Corin took a deep breath and straightened up. He held out a pair of jeans and a t-shirt to Ashley. I found you these," he stuttered. "Thanks," Ashley whispered with a faint smile. We turned our backs as she got dressed and then started toward the water. The wind was whipping blasts of sand into our faces, but we moved quickly and purposefully. "Mom!" I could hear the boys' voices in unison as we cleared the mangroves. They shouted and cried out to her, nearly capsizing the boat. Alistair jumped out to help and grabbed his mom by the arm. She hugged him and kissed his cheek. "Alistair, I told you to stay in the boat," I snapped. "Dad, I'm fine." Holding onto Alistair's arm, Melinda climbed inside and grabbed Charlie and David. "Are you guys okay? They didn't hurt you, did they? God, I missed you. I was so scared," she rattled. Wrapping their hands around her, they cried and smothered her with kisses. I watched them silently, thanking God that we were back together. I couldn't imagine my life without them. Alistair turned and went to help Corin with Ashley. As soon as she saw him, she fell into his arms and burst into tears. He hugged her back and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "You gonna be all right?" he asked. "What happened?" "I'm okay. I just want to get out of here." Ashley held his arm as she cautiously stepped down the rocks. Wincing, she crawled into the raft and crouched into a ball. Alistair frowned, then went back up toward the beach to grab the blanket she dropped. The waves in the bay started to pick up and were pushing the raft from side to side. I grabbed the front of the boat and looked back for Alistair. He was standing beside Corin with his hands on his hips, looking out over the water. Corin was mumbling something to him while he balanced on the rocks. "Let's move," I called to them. "The storm is getting close." I was really worried about Corin. He'd just lost his wife. and I couldn't begin to think how that was going to affect him. Right now, he was in shock. He was operating without really being there, and to anyone that he didn't know, he seemed normal. But that was going to end soon, and I didn't really know him well enough to even guess what the long-term damage would be. Just as I started to call to them again, something moved from behind the mangroves. I jumped at the sound and stared in shock. A fear gripped me like claws on the back of my neck, and my voice turned to a whisper. A shirtless man with greasy black hair stormed toward the beach. He had a rifle in his hand, and the look of menace on his face. As he rounded the corner and shouldered his gun, I screamed at the top of my lungs in vain. Reaching into my waistband, I pulled out the pistol Corin had given me. But his gun rang out before I could even level mine. It felt like it took a lifetime for the bullet to find its mark. In retaliation, I unleashed 2 shots from my own pistol and roared in anger. I stared helplessly from the water, unable to hold on to a single thought or action. In slow motion, Alistair jolted forward. He collapsed into the murky froth just as my bullets tore into the man. Watching Alistair fall was like seeing myself get shot through someone else's eyes. I felt the pain as if the searing metal had pierced my own flesh.
Alistair! No!
I screamed. Chapter 29. Whatever tomorrow brings. The boat bounced up and down across the jolting waves. I held Alistair's head in my hands, as if I could protect him from the turbulent ride, as if I could protect him from what had already been done, as if I could protect him at all. The idea, the thought was simply ironic. I'd failed at protecting him in so many ways, and now I pit my will against gravity. What could one man do when it seemed like fate itself had turned against you? Alistair was laying across the bottom of the boat, a bullet lodged in his hip, death nipping at his heels. His skin was cold and pale from the loss of blood, and the time he'd spent in the icy water meant almost certain hypothermia. "Keep fighting, Alistair, keep fighting," I whispered to him. Melinda had finally stopped crying. Now she simply held his hands and shivered in fear. David and Charlie looked on with confused guises. They were old enough to know that something was wrong and young enough for that idea to terrorize them. "We're close," Corin called up to us as he maneuvered the motor. Across the choppy gray water I could see the mangled dock. 2 of Clark's men, Hunter and Shipley, were standing on it, staring out at us. More soldiers were rushing down the walkway from the office buildings. I was sure they'd been expecting our return for some time. Clark had pitched this as some easy, over-in-a-jiffy mission. But he was so very, very wrong.
Dad!
Alistair groaned.
Dad! I'm cold.
I'd already covered him with my jacket and tried to push the sides up under him to keep out the wind. The fact that he was soaking wet didn't really help, but there wasn't much else I could do besides hug him and pray. "We're almost there," I replied.
I'm scared, Dad. I don't want to die.
"You're not going to die. I promise. I promise you'll be fine." Belinda started crying again, and I clenched my jaw, holding back the tidal wave of pain that I felt. I was helpless, and I needed to do something, anything, to bring some kind of control back to the situation. The drone from the boat motor echoed out across the water. It whined as we collided with the massive waves and sailed into the air. Suddenly there was another sound, much louder and deeper.
What the hell was that?
Corin boomed. A ripple ran across the surface of the water as it churned wildly. Ahead of us, a massive wave rose into the air. Corin swerved the boat to avoid it, and I nearly fell into the ocean. With a thundering boom, the water crashed, pushing the raft onto its side. Beside us, the island we'd just left cracked in half. Water rushed down the middle of it as chunks plunged under the frothing waves. It was like the earth was swallowing itself.
Get us to the pier!
I shouted. The bay swirled around us, pushing and slapping the boat from side to side. Corin tried his best to steer us clear of the largest waves and angled toward the boardwalk. Hunter and Shipley were screaming and waving their hands, but we couldn't hear them over the roar of the wind and water. The sound of a raging jackhammer crackled the air above us. I looked up as two enormous helicopters with props on either side floated toward the base. It was like I was watching a movie. There was no way this reality played a part in my life. Howling wind blew whitecaps out in the distance. Screeches and deep thuds echoed as the ground ripped apart. The boat zipped through the raging storm as two giant leaf-colored helicopters slowly lowered into a field behind the marina.
Hang on!
Corin screamed. With a clunk, we slid into the dock. The swelling water nearly pushed us into the planks, and the spinning props hacked into the crumbling wood before Corin could shut off the engine.
We gotta go now!
Hunter snapped. The rickety dock trembled as the water slammed into it. I quickly helped Ashley and the kids up, and Shipley rushed them from the dock onto solid ground. Melinda climbed off the boat behind them and turned back to me.
Hurry, Randall,
She said. Hunter stopped Ashley and looked her over.
You okay, miss?
He asked over the loud whooshing noise.
I'm fine,
Ashley said dismissively. I grabbed Alistair with Corin's help, and I pulled him onto the dock. He groaned in pain, and it broke my heart to see him in such misery. All I could do was pray that we'd make it in time.
We need a stretcher and a doctor.
I yelled out.
What happened to him?
Hunter asked.
He got shot. We need a fucking doctor now. Lockship, get over here.
Hunter yelled. Kneeling down, he swung his bag off his shoulders and started unfolding what looked like a lawn chair. Within seconds, it morphed into a stretcher, and we were loading Alistair onto it and carrying him into the field.
What happened?
Lockship asked as he stopped alongside us.
He got shot.
I replied angrily.
Put him down. Put him down here.
Lockship ordered. We lowered Alistair onto the ground, and Lockship started doing whatever it was medical professionals did. He had his little medical kit and some kind of device that he clipped onto Alistair's index finger.
How you feeling, buddy?
Lockship asked. Alistair bellowed like a pissed-off mule as Lockship turned him onto his side. Melinda looked concerned, but I considered any sounds he made a good sign. Lockship smiled and patted his arm.
Where's Clark and Decker?
Hunter asked as he caught up.
They didn't make it,
Corin replied. Hunter gave him a look, but didn't push any further.
We gotta get out of here now.
To punctuate that notion, the ground trembled and the remaining pieces of the dock fell into the bay. Water splashed up against the seawall and started to flood the surrounding lawn. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. The ocean was drinking the world away.
Help me get him on the bird,
Lockship suddenly said.
Come on.
Is he going to be okay?
Melinda asked as she cradled David and Charlie in her arms. Ashley stood behind her, looking on with watery eyes. She hadn't said much, but I could tell she was terrified of losing him.
Doesn't look like the bullet hit anything major. He's stable now, but not out of the woods. But we need to get him to a trauma center. I can't do anything with him here.
Hunter looked at all of us and chewed the inside of his jaw. His eyes rested on Ashley, then back to Corin. Then he glanced over to the water that was decidedly working its way further and further inland.
Let's go,
he said.
Everybody on the helicopter.
The other soldiers ushered us toward the aircraft. The swirling blades blew dirt and debris into the air, but we pushed past it. Running up the ramp, we loaded Alistair into the closest chopper and then buckled up the kids. More soldiers piled into the other helicopter as the water worked its way closer and closer. Hunter and his men loaded in with us. Trampling onto the helicopter, they buckled into the seats and laid their rifles across their laps. Lockship stayed right beside Alistair the entire time. I was grateful to have him there.
Hunter,
Corin said, as he stopped and grabbed him by the arm.
I brought her,
He started.
just like I said I would. She's here. Okay?
Hunter replied.
So don't forget what we talked about. Yeah, I understand.
Water splashed against the skids, and Hunter glanced back outside. Everything was going to shit. The wind was picking up, and the bay was spooling up like a blender. I could read the worry on Hunter's face, and I was sure it was the same as mine. We'd survived so much, and still we weren't out of the woods yet. Clenching his jaw, Hunter took a deep breath and then motioned up toward the pilot.
Get these things in the air,
He shouted. Lockship started an IV on Alistair. I pulled Melinda and the kids in close and prayed under my breath. The weather was damn near torrential, and the ground was falling apart beneath us. It seemed like there was no place that was safe. I felt my stomach turn as the engines grew louder. With a shimmy, the rotors spun up and the molded clunk of metal left the ground.
Dad, are we flying?
Charlie asked.
We sure are,
I replied.
You're not scared, are you? Not anymore. Well, that makes one of us,
I said with a laugh. The helicopter shuddered from side to side as we climbed higher into the air. The wind seemed intent on stopping us, but the thundering rotors hacked right through it as we left the base and headed into the unknown. Ashley leaned out of her seat and grabbed Alistair's hand. She interlaced her fingers with his and squeezed.
You'll be okay,
she whispered. Alistair smiled and placed his other hand over hers. He pulled it to his chest and took a deep breath. I think if they could, they would have stayed like that forever. There was something about going through tragedy together. The immediacy of it all made emotions much more potent. It was strange to watch and heartbreaking to know that such things seldom lasted.
Hey,
Coran called out to Hunter.
yeah? Mayflower,
He said.
you promised you would take us to Mayflower.
Hunter glared at him. He clenched his jaw and ground his teeth together. Sighing, he turned and looked toward the back of the helicopter, then reluctantly nodded. What's Mayflower? Melinda asked. This has been Dust to Dust, Deconstruction, Book One, a post-apocalyptic thriller, written by Rashad Freeman, narrated by Lee Allen. Copyright 2016 by Rashad Freeman. Production copyright 2018 by Rashad Freeman.
Well, It took a while, but I've finally completed the second part of this epic journey. Writing this installment was a wild ride, so I hope reading it is just as exciting. The mind can be a scary place, but through literature we get to explore the far reaches of this complex landscape. When it's all said and done, I hope that I may have played a part in your lifelong adventure. Safe travels. Set the sails. I feel the winds a-stirring. Toward the bright horizon set the way. Cast your reckless dreams upon our Mayflower, haven from the world and her decay. Charlie Darwin. Chapter 1. The Countdown Clock. Max, are you going to finish that? Suzanne asked me. I looked up at her and sighed. Of course I was going to finish that. There were maybe 3 bites left of my ham and cheese sandwich, and I was holding the damn thing in my hand. But the way she was staring at me, I feared she might snatch it and run off. Where does all the food you eat even go? I asked and narrowed my eyes. Suzanne was a tall, light-skinned lady from some island in the Caribbean. She apparently worked out like a track athlete, although I had no proof, other than her physique and the fact that she ate like a linebacker but managed to never gain a pound. She smiled at me and grabbed the remainder of my sandwich. Thanks, Max. You're a keeper. I was gonna eat that, I screamed after her. Sighing, I got up and cleaned off the table, then left the break room. I walked down the hall and back into the work area at the National Weather Service Center in Georgia. You had to say it the long way or no one would understand you. People didn't understand what we did anyway, but avoiding acronyms or any shortening of the name made me feel like I'd chosen the right path in school. Around the office, we spoke in a short code on just about everything. NOAA, EPA, SAB, E3, ENC, NAI, SCAN, SDR, the list went on. It was enough to give anyone a headache. So, when I had the opportunity, I spoke like a normal person. Lately, the list of names in the office had become much more ominous, and terms like CIA, NSA, DIA, and NORAD were getting thrown around. All of our work had become compartmentalized, and guys with dark suits and strong jawbones lurked in every corner. All of this additional security made me nervous, and as far as anyone outside of work was concerned, all I did was track hurricanes and send alerts to the surrounding emergency operations centers. But that couldn't be further from the truth. I was a climatologist, a damn good one. Science had always been my thing, and luckily it worked out. At the ripe young age of 27, I'd managed to snag a senior position working with the government, a position that I still couldn't believe I had. It all started with a paper I'd written back in school. It was a soapbox moment, but after getting passed around a few times, the paper garnered some serious attention. It was about thermodynamics and climate change, and a theory I proposed, called the Nealman effect, my last name. Basically, the Earth was dying. I suggested we'd be faced with cataclysmic disaster on a global scale in this lifetime. The report was interlaced with a healthy bit of speculative fiction, but someone important read it and decided it sounded a little too probable to ignore. So here I was, heading up a secret team in an inconspicuous building, plotting charts, making graphs, and giving predictions that set the ground floor for policy. All because someone had read my dissertation and concluded that Max Nealman could save the world. Max, you get the reports over to the DOD? I need the update before the last mailing goes out, Bruce asked. He was an older man with silvery hair and thick eyebrows. He needed glasses, but he seldom wore them. And he liked to part his hair right down the middle and chew the end of any pen he could get his hands on. Yeah, Bruce, I sent them. I stopped and looked up at the giant digital clock that took up the wall. The idea that you needed a clock the size of a movie screen was a clear indication of how serious things were. But if the message still wasn't received, the bright red numbers that ticked away slowly would have hammered home the sense of peril. It read 987 days, 14 hours, 17:26. An arbitrary time frame, but people needed something to shoot for. As the numbers vanished, I cringed and ground my teeth. Time. Man's greatest invention. It was the only way we could comprehend our place in the universe, and it was the only way we could even attempt to acknowledge our mortality. But it was an invention nonetheless, a nonsensical representation that made us feel better. A way that we could convince ourselves that things didn't just happen. Our petty attempt at exerting control. Staring at it's not going to make it go back up, Bruce snapped. Yeah, I know. It's just... Maybe we got it wrong. Err on the side of caution, Max. You did good here. I took a deep breath and held it. That was just it. Maybe I hadn't been cautious enough. Everything had been extrapolated from my research. Everything had been built around something I'd written while intoxicated and under insane stress. Sure, my work had been second-guessed and scrutinized by probably hundreds of other scientists. Sure, experts had weighed in and tried to tear my research apart, but no one knew the data like me. If the estimates were wrong, that was my fault. Bruce stepped closer to me and leaned in. Mayflower's your baby. No one might ever tell you, and only a handful of people will even know what you did, but all of this is because of you. Thanks, Bruce, I said and patted him on the shoulder. Mayflower. That name was seldom spoken. As far as code names went, it was probably the most secretive of all. Only a few even knew of its existence, and an even smaller group understood the details in their entirety. I was part of that group. Look sharp. We have visitors today. With that, Bruce headed back to his desk. Rubbing my face, I walked back to my office and closed the door. I plopped into my chair and let my head fall forward onto the solid oak. I counted to 20, then sat up and stared at the wall. There was a map taped to the cream-painted brick. It was zoomed in on the Midwestern United States and had pins stuck in places all over Wyoming. I'd recommended Colorado, but decisions like that weren't really left up to me. So, somewhere up in the Rocky Mountains, there was a secret. The government had its tentacles at work and had set the many segments of this powerful nation to task, without one arm knowing what the other one was doing. That was the Mayflower. That was the secret that many had already taken to their grave. That was why I was under constant surveillance, like everyone else that worked down there. And that was why, every night, I went home and lied to my girlfriend. I just need more time, I mumbled to myself. Just more time. I picked up a picture frame, looked at it, and smiled. Cindy smiled back at me, and I thought about life before all of this. I thought about my life when I was just Max, and no one expected anything else. Mediocrity has its pluses, and being in this place made you miss them. What I missed most, though, was being invisible. It wasn't like I was famous or anything, but within a small circle, Everyone knew who I was and watched everything I did. The guy in that photo never had to worry about things like that. We'd taken the picture during a trip to North Carolina. We'd visited a place called Slippery Rock and spent the rest of the week hiking through the mountains. It was one of the best times of my life, and the first time I looked at Cindy as someone I could get old with. Now, we never had time for anything. Cindy lived with her nose in a book, studying to take the bar, and I was always here, doing things I couldn't even tell her about. Most days we hardly saw each other, and when we did, it was for a few minutes before we both fell asleep. "Max," I heard Bruce call as he tapped on the door. "Come on in," I replied. The door swung open and Bruce was standing outside with two more men. They both were wearing navy blue suits and were probably in their late 60s. I recognized one of the men and felt my throat tighten just a bit. "Hello, Secretary Morris," I said with a smile.
"Max,"
he replied and stepped inside.
"This is Timothy Garner, Secretary of Defense. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about the Mayflower?"
Chapter 2. Party at the End of the World. I got home around 7 and headed up the elevator to my Atlanta apartment. The commute from Peachtree was about an hour, and I usually spent that time second-guessing everything I'd done earlier. We lived right in the heart of the financial district, which was good for Cindy, since she worked there, but meant crappy traffic for me just about every day. "You home?" I asked as I walked inside and dropped my bags. "In the bedroom," Cindy replied. I made my way through the living room, and she walked out. Cindy was a tall, athletically built former track star at Georgia Tech. She could still outrun my ass in her sleep, and since she was nearly my height, I tried to ban heels whenever I could. Her father was from South Africa, and her mother Honduras. The combination was what I thought every woman should look like. Perfect skin, perfect hair, and a full command of 5 languages, while I struggled with 2. I knew it, so it didn't bother me when people would say how lucky I was. I'd rather be lucky than good-looking any day of the week. "How was work?" she asked. I collapsed onto our sofa and tapped the spot to my right. She joined me and leaned into my shoulder while I stroked her hair. "It was long," I finally replied. "But, just another day at the office." Cindy smiled. "I know the feeling. We need a vacation." "Now you're talking." "I'm serious. I have another month before I take the bar. We should go somewhere. I'm sure I can get away from the office for a week, and a break from studying would probably be good for me." "It would be nice to do something different. I'm just not sure I can get time off right now." "Max!" someone yelled as the doorbell rang. Cindy groaned, and I let out a laugh. "You asked for something different," I said, and headed to the door. I opened it, and Brent and Jake stormed inside. They rushed past me and made a beeline for the couch. Cindy barely had time to slide over as they dove onto it and made themselves at home. "We got a plan, guys," Jake said in excitement. No, we are not going out," I replied, and held my hands up in a pleading manner. Brent and Jake lived next door. We'd known them for about 5 years, and they were still living like we were freshmen in college. Only difference was, they had the money of a blossoming startup to fund their alcohol-driven weekends. "Just listen to me, Max," Jake said. He was the salesman of the two. Tall, dark-skinned, and bald-headed. He looked like a wannabe Michael Jordan. He was a pretty funny guy, and had absolutely no athletic ability whatsoever. but his charisma went a long way. He could talk himself out of just about anything.
Yeah, Brent added. Listen to him.
Brent was the brains of the operation. An average-sized guy with stringy brown hair and glasses. He'd been a coder since he was like 12, and with Jake's inspiration, had created some trading algorithm that helped brokers make more money. As if they needed that. When we first met him, he was pretty uptight, but nowadays, Jake's influence was starting to rub off. All right, Jake. What is this plan you have? I asked.
Privy is having a giant event tonight. It's DJ Cosmo's launch party. We have to go. We get in there, get some drinks, and get crazy.
This is your big plan? Cindy sighed and rolled her eyes.
Brent got us VIP.
You know I hate clubs, I said with disdain, and kicked my feet up onto the coffee table.
Dude, come on, it's Friday. You guys never do shit anymore. Remember how it used to be? We were like the Three Musketeers.
There's 4 of us.
Yeah, but Cindy's a chick.
Hey, Cindy objected.
He means you're like the fair princess that we have to protect,
Brent added.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. So come on, Max. What do you say? It's VIP. Open bar, dude.
Cindy nudged me with her elbow. I turned and she raised her eyebrows and gave me an encouraging shrug. Really? I asked in shock. Really, she replied. The next thing I knew, I was in a noisy nightclub with blinding strobe lights burning my retinas. I could feel the bass vibrating my chest cavity, and the multiple shots of vodka were doing nothing to dull my senses. The place was packed, and whoever this DJ was, he had a lot of friends. I was amazed so many people could fit in one building. And if it wasn't for Brent getting VIP, we wouldn't have had a place to sit. Come on, Cindy said. She grabbed my arm and pulled me to the dance floor. For the next 20 minutes, I reluctantly bobbed around with a crowd full of sweaty people, while Cindy pretended I was a stripper pole. It was hard to enjoy myself when I had so much on my mind. I really didn't like nightclubs to begin with, and now, with all that was going on at work, it just felt like more stress that I didn't need. But I was a good sport, so I danced and danced until Cindy told me her feet hurt and she wanted to sit down. After that, it was back to our VIP booth and more shots until I couldn't see straight. Jake and Brent were doing their best to make me permanently stupid, and on some level, they certainly succeeded. Enough of this vodka shit, I slurred. Where's the Patron?
Patron?
Jake echoed.
You sure about that? Don't you ask me stupid questions. I said Patron, goddammit.
Laughing, Jake flagged down our server, and soon enough, the fiery taste of death was burning its way through my digestive system. Like a toddler, I slid off of the sofa and flopped onto the floor in a laughing fit. Everything was suddenly hilarious, and I felt like dancing was the only cure. Pushing myself onto my knees, I grabbed Cindy around the waist. Come on, more dancing, I grumbled. She stared at me with glossy eyes, then mumbled something I couldn't make out. I started to protest, but then I felt the urge to empty my stomach, and I threw my hand over my mouth. I quickly jumped to my feet and rushed off to the restroom. Bursting through the door, I dove into the first stall and lurched forward. A stream of vomit came spewing out as my knees buckled and I dropped to the floor. The toilet was filthy. Stains and puddles of piss were everywhere. But at that point, I didn't care. I wrapped my arms around the bowl and heaved forward.
Hey man, you okay in there?
Brent called from the door.
Okay,
I shouted back, then collapsed face first onto the toilet seat.
All right, man. I'll leave you to it.
He closed the door and left. It took me 30 minutes longer to puke out enough to regain some of my senses. I could barely stand afterward, but I was pretty sure I just survived alcohol poisoning. Feeling like shit, I shuffled to the sink and doused my head with water. I gargled and spit and washed my face over and over. The taste of vomit still lingered regardless. It was like my taste buds had been permanently damaged. I leaned my head back, then felt the floor shift a bit under my feet, and the mirror trembled. I shook my head from side to side and blinked wildly, then slapped myself in the face. I definitely had too much to drink. "Get your shit together," I said as I stared into the mirror. I smacked myself a few more times and took some deep breaths. Clenching my fists, I screamed at the top of my lungs. My head was still spinning, but the sting on my cheek told me I was awake. Feeling a bit more like myself, I headed out of the bathroom. A cluster of women were standing in the hall and giggled as I stumbled by. Some loud trance music was playing, and the bass was shaking the walls like a damn speaker grill. I staggered my way back to the VIP section. Cindy was slumped over on Jake's shoulder, and Brent was twirling around with some blonde chick that was swigging vodka from the bottle.
"He's alive,"
Brent announced as I got closer.
"We got bottles to kill before we leave here."
He grabbed the bottle from his dance partner and held it out to me. I reached for it, but suddenly the floor jutted up and I fell into the wall. The bottle slipped from his hands and burst into millions of tiny glass missiles. I straightened up and looked around. Everyone else was glaring in confusion as well. A few people had fallen over. Others had spilled drinks or knocked over bottles on the bar. This time, I wasn't imagining. Something was going on.
"What the hell was that?"
Brent asked as he chuckled and wrapped his arm around the blonde chick's waist.
"Who cares?"
he continued.
"Let's party!"
Suddenly, the ground moved again, and a loud rumble echoed over the music. With a crash, a crack split right down the middle of the ceiling and down the dance floor like a mirror image. The shelves behind the bar toppled over, and gallons of top-shelf liquor spread across the ground like a tidal wave. The floor rolled up and down. Fissures split open across the tile, and the building shook so violently I thought a train was passing on top of us. The rattling walls made it impossible for me to even think straight, and I stood in place like they say possums do when they see headlights. The sounds of screams pushed me further into a state of drunken panic. Chunks of plaster and cement collided with human flesh, silencing forever those not quick enough to move. Metal beams snapped from the ceiling and showered the floor like arrows. Chaos spiraled all around me, and I was too dazed to react until I heard someone shouting, "Earthquake!"